Gentlemen, welcome. We are back for the 2023 Athens Women's Football Summit here in the stunning Riviera Coast. It's a pleasure to see everyone here again. Great to see many familiar faces, many new faces, and very much looking forward to the next couple of days. If you don't know me, my name is Adriano Del Monte. I am an Italian-Australian football presenter who lives in Milano. I'm from Melbourne in Australia, and very recently had the great privilege of covering the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, which was clearly the most powerful event I've ever covered in my career. It was absolutely incredible, and look forward to sharing some of those stories over the next couple of days. So a great time to come back together again to have this summit and reconnect with so many wonderful people, meet new people as well. So personally, very much looking forward to it. Of course, I'm not alone. Sean, lovely to see you again. Those of you that were here last year would have seen Sean here with me this year, again, doing a wonderful job. Sean, it's lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you too, Adriano. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Athens Women's Football Summit. Sorry, I was going to scream and shout. Anyway, yeah, so welcome. It's a pleasure to... Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's no problem. That was not part of the dramatic effect. Sean, you try this one here. Before we get underway, Sean, I think it was important to maybe discuss what I mentioned, the Women's World Cup, what we've just come off, because as I mentioned, I was very lucky to be there and see it live and see the impact that it had, certainly in my country, in New Zealand, and the impact that it did have. But here around the world, in Europe, in Africa, we saw so much... well, obviously great performances on the pitch, but so much progress off the pitch. What was the experience like in Africa in 2023?
With poise. There are things that athletics can teach us that will serve us for our lives, whether we go on to become a professional or a diplomat. I want to highlight just a little bit about what the US government is doing to advocate for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, DEIA. This is something that the Biden administration has taken very seriously from the very first days in office. President Biden and Vice President Harris have put forth a powerful message, not only domestically in the United States, but also in our foreign policy all over the world. Here at our embassy, we're weaving DEIA into everything that we do. What does that mean? Well, it means that we make a point of coming to events like this. It also means that internally, with our team at the embassy, we're pushing to try to make sure that more women can be in leadership positions. We're trying to create the space. We're inviting women to the table, because it's not enough to say that we are here to listen. We have to bring people to the table. That's part of our job, right? We also, at our mission, are working to advance the rights of individuals who identify as LGBTQI+, persons with disabilities, refugees, and other underrepresented groups. So our dedication extends beyond borders, beyond sectors, and today I just want to talk a little bit about its significance in sports, and I promise I won't stand up here for a terribly long time. In the United States, the story of women's soccer really is an inspiration. We have seen US women's soccer through the national team rise to global fame, not only for the unmatched prowess on the field, but also for the relentless struggle for equal pay and representation. Those athletes embody the spirit of pushing for equity, proving that women's sports are just as thrilling, just as exciting, just as important, and they deserve the same recognition and the same remuneration as men's. Now, of course, the United States is not perfect. I have to say that every day in my work. We're trying to push to be better, and we want to try to help people around the world push to also be better. And our work doesn't stop there. It continues with initiatives, with policies, and support from the US government to nurture women in sports at every level. We believe in building inclusive sporting environments where women, irrespective of their backgrounds, have an equal chance to play, to lead, and to inspire. At our embassy, we support exchange programs sending athletes from around the world to the United States and bringing athletes from the United States to different countries around the world, again, as a way of facilitating our people-to-people connections, helping the people of the United States better understand the people of the rest of the world, helping the people of the rest of the world better understand the United States, because if we understand each other, we can speak the same languages, even if not the exact same language, but we understand each other. We can communicate. We can avoid the kinds of stuff that's happening all around the world when we're not communicating. So I think I'm preaching to the choir here, but I encourage you all in this room to continue to be allies for women in sports and women in any room, not only because it's the right thing to do in terms of basic human rights, but also because it's the smart thing to do. I want to applaud the organizers of the event for showcasing also the economic impact of bringing in the full inclusion of anyone, of everyone. Because if we're not including everyone, we're not tapping our full talent. I would say, if you're here representing a sports federation, we need more women in the leadership of sports organizations. We're not there yet. As business reports consistently show, organizations with gender diversity on their executive teams are 25% more likely to have above average productivity and profitability than those without. So clearly, building inclusive teams also helps the bottom line. So as I close, I want to thank you again for your commitment to this cause. It's super important. It's important not only for sports, it's important across the board. So let's work together to try to make the world of sports, and just the world, more inclusive, a more equitable place, and a more inspiring place for everyone. Let's ensure that we allow every young girl with a ball at her feet to chase her dreams on and off the field as an athlete, as a leader, and as a game changer. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Isis. Go for it, Sean.
Another round of applause for Marius Agis and our special guests. Once again, thank you all for coming. So let's get down to the business of the day. So our first panel will be led by Katie Rood, the true impact of ACL injuries. Katie is not only an accomplished football player with the New Zealand football fans, but also a dedicated advocate for a range of crucial causes. On a club level, Katie's rich experience includes winning the Serie A Feminile with Juventus in 2018, and she played for Lewis FC. So a round of applause for Katie as she comes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Cheers. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. It's a pleasure to be here, and what a beautiful setting to be in. Uh-oh. It's okay? Good start. Hello? Yeah, it's working? Okay. So I've thought a lot about what I wanted to say here today and the message that I want to share. I'm here to talk about the true impact of an ACL injury. Well, I thought I could do that by explaining why I'm here today. The biggest thing this ACL injury has given me is the opportunity to slow down, to assess, to sit still and think about the world and my contribution to it. I'm here today because I'm privileged. Some weeks, my biggest concern is whether we will win a game or not. I'm privileged not to be one of the hundreds of millions of people who are on the front lines of suffering in this world. I flew here today. In the climate and ecological emergency, I flew here because I believe that the people here and the people listening to this have the power to change the world. In fact, I know they do, because I've seen for myself how women's football, and indeed women everywhere, are changing the world for the better. There are many activists within football that have contributed so much of themselves to the women's game, and I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge them and to thank them. Because now we're at a crossroads in the game. The opportunity is there to grow like never before. I just pray that whoever is in charge of making decisions always considers at what cost. We've seen for ourselves time and time again how chasing linear growth can destroy precious ecosystems. There are many precious ecosystems in this world, and I'm telling you now, women's football is definitely one of them. But I'm not sure how much you know about precious ecosystems, but more often than not, they're sold for less than they're worth. They get mined, stripped apart, sucked dry, becoming a shell of what they once were, only for the benefit of a few. Women's football is a space in society that we have fought for generations. So many of us, football is so much more than just a game. Football gives us a way to speak directly to power. But right now, more than anything, as a collective, football gives us power. Power to make decisions that have far and wide consequences for the world as we know it. And I'm so grateful that there are so many brilliant people in the world of football that just want the best for the future. I just ask that you consider everyone's future and not just the games. Did you know that there are top women's leagues sponsored by some of the biggest investors in fossil fuels globally? These investments directly result in the dredging and destruction of precious ecosystems. Within these communities, women who can't bathe their children in the waters anymore because they're toxic, poisoned by the chemicals flowing down the rivers from mines or oil wells. Tribes who can't feed their people anymore because the nature they have depended on for thousands of years is being destroyed all around them. Funded by the companies that we wear proudly as sponsors of our game. Wildfires and record rainfall devastated this country, Greece, for the last 2 months, first scorching entire forests and flooding complete towns. Storm Daniel just last month became one of the most fierce storms Greece has ever seen. It's hard to believe looking outside today, but it swept houses off their foundations with rainfall that lasted 3 days and claimed at least 17 lives. Homes, roads were destroyed, bridges collapsed, and fertile crops in Western Greece, known as the country's breadbasket, were completely wiped out. In rural towns like Koskinos and Palamas, which were some of the worst hit areas just 200 miles from here, walls were ripped off homes and cars covered in thick sludge. Many farmers have lost their entire life's work. The Greek Prime Minister has said that the country has faced an unprecedented weather event, a catastrophe of immense proportions. As long as we keep burning fossil fuels, we will see more and more of these extremes. At Champions for Earth, a collective I'm a part of, we're athletes, past and present, who are passionate about using our platforms to inspire and empower others to do the same, to speak up for a safe, just, and healthy future. And women's football, all of us, united, have a powerful part that we can play in this match. Because of all the things that we strive for, whether that be diversity, inclusion, investment, equality and representation, all of it is futile without clean air to breathe and fresh water to drink. We all have a responsibility to do our bit, and when we multiply it by doing it as a collective, we change the world. Just look at that World Cup we had. We all knew it would change the world. The inspiration we saw on the pitch and the courage that was displayed off it. I think it was felt within everyone who tuned into that tournament. It also highlighted huge discrepancies, not just between the men's and women's game, but also within the women's game itself. And where most thought it would be the difference in quality of the players that was on show, instead we soon discovered it was the lack of resources, investment, and respect that was mostly on show. I had hoped to be there, to step on the pitch and play my part in a home World Cup. Let me take you back to a warm day in April earlier this year. I met with the New Zealand assistant coach in person that day. They came and said to me that the opportunity was there. I just had to go and show them that I deserved a spot on the team. I hadn't been involved in the squad for a while. I was starting to think that it might not be possible, but this conversation reignited that flame and gave me new hope that it was in my hands. Later that day, we played Celtic, and in the 85th minute, in a missed time maneuver, in a micro moment, a lifelong dream completely ruptured in my knee. My instinct was to scream, to cry, to yell, to let out the frustration and the fear. It was anger and grief. My knee was wrecked, I was sure of that. But I paused for a moment and I took a breath. I realized I wasn't actually in pain, just a kind of strange, spacious sensation. It's hard to describe. But okay, I thought, maybe I'm just catastrophizing. Maybe it's not so bad and maybe I just got a fright. I stood up and walked off the pitch. The tears knocked, but I didn't let them in. I wasn't ready to accept the truth. The day I was due to fly back to New Zealand for the pre-World Cup training camp was the day that I had my surgery. In the weeks that followed the announcement I'd suffered an ACL rupture, the thing that blew me away most was the outpouring of support and solidarity I received from the footballing community. But what shook me was a question that came up time and time again. Is the club taking care of you? I actually did my ACL on the same day as Leah Williamson. It's my little claim to fame. Not an ideal one, I know, but I saw the mechanism that her knee did, and I knew I'd done the same thing. So when it was announced that it was her ACL, I knew that that was the case for me too. I thought perhaps I could track my recovery progress against hers, but I should have known that not all rehab programs are created equally. See, football has given me a unique lens at which I see the world. I've lived in different countries and experienced a range of different leagues, from the WSL with Lincoln Ladies in 2012 to winning the Serie A in Italy with Juventus. I played in the WSL again, 6 years on from the original time with Bristol City, before finding home in the hills of Lewis playing championship football each week for a community-owned club. I went on to experience what it was like to play in the National League for a club with a Premier League men's side, and I've spent a season in the Scottish Premier League. It's only in recent times that this topic has been on everyone's lips. I'd heard it being asked and discussed, but I hadn't given it much thought. That is, until I started being asked it directly. After my injury and following the spate of high-profile athletes in the game doing their ACLs, so many people have asked me, why do I think it is that there are so many ACL ruptures in the women's game? And I've been thinking a lot about the different environments I've been in and the challenges I've faced within them. The biggest changes I've seen in my time as a footballer is how the expectations on players at any competitive level are that of a professional. Think about the fixtures, the training load, the commitment expected of players to be continuously at the highest level, but the support is simply not there for the players who need it the most. When I came to England to play in the WSL, I looked down on the championship players. Given the standard has improved a lot since then, but knowing what I know now, I have the utmost respect for the players who go above and beyond for their team, their coach, their club, when they get such little support in the process. The game has grown rapidly and clubs are desperately trying to keep up, but it's not cheap. And when all the funds go towards travel costs, accommodations, pitch hire, etc., it's the players that suffer the most. How many times have I seen inexperienced and freshly qualified physios way out of their depth? How many times have I seen or even been a player having to fight for my expenses just so I can keep going to training? How many times have I seen players getting injured and not having the club support them through it? I've seen clubs having to manage medical budgets, so depending on who you are and at what time in the season you get injured will depend on the level of care that you receive. I've seen players working full-time jobs, giving up evenings and weekends for next to nothing in return. Players who have to travel across the country to play a Wednesday night fixture, getting home at 1 or 2 a.m, and then getting up early to go to work the next day. The game is going quickly, and it's so incredible to celebrate those at the top of the pyramid doing amazing things. But my fear is that we're trying to fly before we've even grown our feathers. We need investment and support to support the infrastructure throughout the different tiers of the game and not just the top. The quality in the leagues, like the championship, will improve exponentially when the players are supported adequately on and off the pitch. There's so much depth in the women's game, and giving these players an opportunity to be their best on the pitch will also give them the confidence to be their best off it too. The gap between the leagues and the teams isn't a talent gap, it's a financial one. But we're not talking about millions here, like in the men's game. A small amount of money can go such a long way for these players. These are players whose stories don't get told. The players who don't get free boots and kit sponsors, the players who drive hours to get to training, the players who don't have adequate recovery time or facilities, the players who smile and interact with fans after a tough match, and the players who don't have access to a decent gym or an experienced sports scientist or strength and conditioning coach. The players that give their entire weeks to play for a club who don't pay them adequately. These are the players that are holding the women's game together, and I'm here to tell you that these players are tired. Because they're not only dealing with all of this, but it's emotionally taxing too. These players, these players also have to support the rest of their team because they know they've been there before and they know that the team is struggling and the adequate support isn't available for the young players coming through. So I don't know what the exact recipe is for this kind of injury, but I'm pretty sure that a few of the ingredients can be found in these examples. Players shouldn't have to worry about whether they'll be supported if they get injured. They should be able to play the game without fear and know that they can come back stronger with the support of their club and their community. So, what my ACL injury has given me is perspective. Some people say that things happen for a reason. That being said, I don't know why I ruptured my ACL, but maybe it was so that I could come here today and speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Katie. This reminds me of a conversation I had with some of the players back in Kenya when I was talking to them. And the big question we asked ourselves is why women are 6 times more likely to actually suffer an ACL injury compared to men. So it's actually something that is out there, Katie. As you said, you're also still an inspiration. Now we can at least talk about it. And I think it is good if we invite now Dr. Carly Richards, who will now take us through these studies that have been found out that women are more prone to the ACL injury than men. So thank you so much. Dr. Carly Richards, you're welcome. Please come talk to us and just take us through the ACL injury epidemic.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone hear me okay? Thank you so much, Katie. I've known Katie for over a year now, before she tore her ACL, and when I heard that news, it was just devastating. It's great to have her here, but it's too bad that she's here under these circumstances. So thank you for sharing your story, Katie. I am Dr. Carly Richards. I am a podiatric surgeon from the United States. I practice at Richards Orthopedic Center with UPMC Medical Center. My grandfather was an orthopedic surgeon. My father is also an orthopedic surgeon, and I am lucky enough to practice medicine with my father. The reason I got into this study of ACL injury is because of my sister. When she was a high school soccer player, she tore her ACL twice and also suffered a traumatic brain bleed all on the soccer field. And she's 11 years younger than me. When I was starting my medical practice, she was a high school soccer player, and I witnessed all of this during my first year of practice. And at that time, in 2008, I was asking myself, why is this happening to our women players? Because at the same time, 2 to 3 players on her team also tore their ACL. So that is why I'm here. That is my passion, and to educate. I'm sorry, I don't know why these slides keep clicking through. Don't move. To educate all of you on the things that I've learned in the last 15 years as to why this is happening to our female athletes. So we'll start with this graph that you can see on the TVs. These are injury rates, female versus male. The women are represented in green, the men in orange. You can see women are 5 to 8 times more likely to tear their ACL than a men football player, 2 times more likely to suffer a concussion, and 5 times more likely to suffer an ankle sprain on the pitch. These are some players that all of you know that tore their ACL in 2022. So 57 players of the top 6 leagues in the world tore their ACL in 2022. That was just in 2022. I haven't looked at 2023 yet. I'm a little bit nervous to do that. But these are some really big names out there who have made this topic more prevalent in our daily conversation when we talk about women's football. So I want to ask everyone a question in this room. Who in here personally knows someone who has torn their ACL playing women's sport? Raise your hand. Okay, that's quite a lot of people. Who in here knows someone who has torn their ACL in the last year playing women's sport? Okay, so that show of hands in itself tells us we need to do something. We need to provide more education for our players, for our coaches, for our stakeholders, so that we can decrease this injury risk. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is a little bit of anatomy. There's a few doctors here, but we are all not doctors in the room. So I brought this knee model all the way from Pennsylvania in my suitcase, and it made it. So I'm going to show you what the ACL is. This up here, this bone, this is our thigh bone, our femur. This down here is our tibia. This is your patella, which is your kneecap. Inside this spring-loaded ligament, this is your ACL. It attaches your thigh bone to your shin bone and stabilizes the knee joint. You can see as the knee goes back and forth, it's a stabilizing force. When that tears, we lose the stability of our knee. And so that it's nice to have a visual, and you guys can pass this around and look at it then, as to what we're talking about. Because we talk about ACL and we're never quite sure without seeing it what that is. Okay, so that's what the ACL is. So these are some contributing factors of increased injury in the female athlete, and this is cited in the Journal of Orthopedics. And I personally believe that all of these things contribute to increased women risk for ACL injury. One is anatomy. Our anatomy is different. Second is neuromuscular. We are stronger in different places than men. Hormones do play a role in the ACL injury. Shoes and playing surfaces also play a big role in these injuries and directional changes on the field. That's a picture of my sister. She's got a knee brace on and headgear, and that was after all three of her injuries. Believe it or not, she kept playing in college, and she did okay. So that's a picture of her on the field, and those are all the things she had to wear to continue her play. So we want to, prevent all those braces from being worn on the field. We want our athletes to be healthy during their play. So here's some examples of the female versus male anatomy. The female hips and lower extremity have the pink triangle, and the male has the blue triangle. So the first thing I want to talk about is what we call the Q angle, and that's an angle from the hip to the knee. And the normal Q angle is anywhere from 12 to 20 degrees. Men tend to have a much lower Q angle, towards 12 degrees. Women are higher, more towards the 20-degree range. The higher the Q angle, the more we have what's called internal tibial rotation, so the tibia turns in a little bit more. And we also have a little bit more pronation of the lower extremity. So pretty much women turn in a little bit more than men. That puts more pressure on that ACL ligament in general, regardless of whether you're playing football or not, that anatomic difference. The femoral notch is also something that you can read about in medical literature. That is the area on the femur where the ACL attaches. So if you bend the knee all the way back here, it is this area right here that this ligament attaches to. In women, it's smaller than men, so it's a little bit more narrow. So when there is an injury, there's a little bit more force on that ACL because the notch is smaller. So it's higher torque, right? So if you have that plant and turn injury and that ligament is pulling on the femur, that smaller notch can sometimes increase the risk of tear. A third thing is lower extremity alignment. Like I talked about before, the hips, the wider hips can cause a different alignment of the lower extremity and cause increased pressure on the inside of the knee and the inside of the shin. So lower extremity alignment in female athletes greatly contributes to their injury risk. And also the foot type, and this is for men and women, people who pronate more, people with a flatter foot, have increased risk for a knee injury because the pressure is going more on the inside. Someone with a higher arch, the pressure goes more on the outside of the leg. So that's something that's also of interest for both men and women. So this slide is on our muscles and the neuromuscular difference between men and women. So our hamstrings and our quadriceps support our knee. In men, the hamstrings and quadriceps are about the same strength, and usually a little bit stronger than women, depending on the training. I've had some women say, we're just as strong. Yes, we are just as strong. But in general, from an anatomical standpoint, usually the men's muscles are a little bit stronger. Sorry. Stop advancing. Can you stop the slides from doing that? We also, as women, are what I call quadricep dominant. That means our quads are usually stronger than our hamstrings. The quads are in the front, hamstrings are in the back, okay? What that does is causes us to land with our knee straight. So when we come down from a jump, a header, or whatever, and you land, usually with a woman, the quads fire more than the hamstrings, and that causes the knee to extend. So the knee does this, okay? That puts more pressure on the ACL ligament. So those are all differences, anatomical differences, that I think are important for us to know as players, as coaches, as physiotherapists, that can be addressed to help prevent some of these injuries. Now we can go to the next slide. Okay, hormones. This is one of my favorite topics because nobody really talks about it. And we need to. We need to talk about this from 6th grade on. It's an important topic for girls and women to feel comfortable with, especially in the sporting environment. We should talk about this with our coaches, with our parents, with our trainers, with our physiotherapists, because it affects how we perform on and off the field, okay? And this is one of the big differences between men and women, and we need to recognize that and embrace it. We shouldn't be scared of it. We should talk about it, because there are some subtle changes we can make to help us with our hormonal cycle as women. So some studies that have been done show that women can be more likely to tear their ACL ligament during the late follicular phase of the menstrual cycle. That's what we call late phase 2. It's after you have your period and right around the time of ovulation. That's when estrogen levels are high and progesterone levels are low. And it can also cause what we call ligamentous laxity, where the ligaments surrounding the knee are a little bit looser, so you don't have as much stability. Okay, it advanced for me, that's fine. So this is a nice graph that shows different phases of the menstrual cycle. And I like this because sometimes even as a woman, I'm like, I don't know what phase I'm in, But this is good to look at. I learned visually. So the red bubble, that's phase 1. That's during your period. It's from the first to the last day of your period. The purple bubble, that's what we call phase 2. It's from the end of your period to ovulation. And then phase 3 and 4 are after that line in the middle. Phase 3 is when the hormones start to go up, and then phase 4, they start to go down, and then you go into your cycle. So that's how this works. Where that arrow is, that is the more common time to sustain an injury, okay? And I think this is good to understand. I'm not saying women shouldn't play during phase 2 or we should stop the menstrual cycle. No. This is just for educational purposes, just to have a better understanding of where we are at as female athletes and what we can do to help support those different hormones during our cycle. One of them is with training, and a second is nutrition. So there are different times during the cycle where your training can be altered, and also your nutrition can be altered. So, for example, in phase 1 and 2, your energy levels are higher because estrogen is higher. So that's a good time to actually do high-intensity training and weight training. During phase 2, when you have a little bit more ligamentous laxity, you need to have recovery days so that your muscles can recover. So if you play a really hard match during late phase 2, you want to make sure you have 2 days of recovery, okay? During phase 3, that's a little bit before a period when we become hungrier and our moods change a little bit, okay? We can change our diet during this time. You should eat multiple meals a day during phase 3 instead of 3 big meals. And, protein is important throughout. So there are modifications that can be made during different phases. And actually, Dawn Scott, I'm sure some of you have heard her name, she was a nutritionist for the U.S. women's soccer team during their previous World Cup, not this past one. She period tracked every one of those players on the team and made a nutrition plan that was individual to every player based on their cycle. So that's how important it is. And yes, they do this at the very high levels. Heck no, we're not doing it anywhere else, right? I'm lucky if I'm a mom to 2 daughters. I have a 17-year-old and a 10-year-old daughter. The 17-year-old, we do this. And she's like, oh, come on. I'm like, no, this is important, and here's why. And, it really helps her to understand her cycle and why different things are happening to her during different times of the month, but she's a high-level athlete, and it helps her with training. So I think this is important for all of our athletes, regardless of injury potential. I think this needs to be done starting at a younger age. So another factor is the playing surfaces that we're on and the shoes that we're in, okay? As many of you know, there's more propensity to injury in a turf field than on a grass field. And even worse if we're switching fields. So if you have a player that's practicing on grass and then playing on turf, the injury rate's gonna go up. Same if you're practicing on turf and then playing on grass, because it's a different game. On turf, it moves faster, the body changes positions more quickly than it does on grass. Another thing that's interesting is the cleat tends to get stuck in more on turf. And that's what we call that plant and turn injury. So that's when the foot gets stuck and the leg continues to go and that ligament tears. So if you're on turf and you have the wrong stud length on your cleat, it can get stuck in that turf, and that will increase your risk of injury. Okay, and that's for men or women. But what we're looking at in the women's game is the equality. We don't have equal access to the same pitches as men. We're moved around more. We get what's available, right? So that has to change. We need more consistency in the women's game to help equal the playing field, right? We need equal playing fields to help, decrease this injury rate. So that's a big deal. The other thing that's important is stud length. People don't know this, especially in the youth level. If you are playing on a turf field, you need a short, more conical stud. If you're on a grass field, it can be longer. Most kids have 1 pair of shoes. And I'm sure that's on higher levels too. And they will use those same shoes on any surface, and that will increase injury rate. So that's a really important piece of education that nobody knows, and that's easy to teach people. I was asking Katie earlier, I said, does your coach, tell you this is our surface, make sure you check your cleats? And she said, no. But that's easy for a coach to do. Hey guys, we usually practice on grass, but today we're playing on turf. Everyone check your studs. Make sure you're not blades, right? Because that will really increase your risk for injury. So that's something that's simple that I think we can all change going forward, especially on the youth level, because there's no education on, you go to a shoe store, you buy a pair of soccer cleats, no, parents don't know to look at the stud length. Nobody knows that. But that's very important, especially in America. There's so many turf fields now that our kids are playing on, and many of the shoes are not made for that. So that's important education for all of our players. The other thing I want to talk about is the female anatomy of the foot. So we know we're different. Well, guess what? Our feet are different too. So women, two things. One, we have a little bit wider hips, so we turn in more. We pronate a little bit more. We also have a wider toe box, okay? There are not many soccer cleats on the market made specifically for women. That is starting to change. I have two examples up here that I'll show to you, but it's not common. They're hard to come by. And a lot of times you'll go to the store and they'll have, I've done it, you go to Dick's Sporting Goods, there's a sporting section, you go to the women's cleats. Most of those cleats aren't women's cleats, they're men's cleats that have pink on them, or purple. But it's the same shoe, right? So we need to have shoes made specifically for our women athletes because we are made differently. And two companies that have done it, one is Ida. I've actually worked with them. They're a fantastic company. They make soccer cleats specifically for women. And this is one of them. It has a wider toe box because we have, our metatarsals are spread out a little bit more than men, so it accommodates for that. They have a different cleat pattern on the bottom, and the studs are a little bit more conical. So they're shorter, more conical. That allows the foot to slide a little bit with the leg to help decrease the risk of injury. They've also added an arch support, which is a big deal because it decreases the pronation of the foot. So if you think about it, pronation means you turn in. So if you put an arch support under that, it turns you out just a little bit and takes that pressure off the medial knee. So those are some things they incorporated in their boot. Nike just came out with one, and I got my hands on it. So it's called the Phantom Luna. This is cool. It has a circular pattern for the cleat underneath. I don't know if you guys can see that. So if you think about it, when the foot plants, the idea is the foot will slide in that circular motion with the leg. And that also reduces that risk of the plant and turn ACL injury. And this is when I say plant and turn, I mean non-contact. You're not getting hit. This is one of the most common ways that athletes get injured with the ACL, and that's what happened with I'm sorry, I keep calling Katie out, but that's what happened to her. She had a non-contact ACL injury on a crappy turf field. Yeah. And her foot didn't move with her leg, and that was it. And so we need to, in the women's game, promote these things, get them out there, and encourage more companies to make similar products to keep our players safer, okay? An interesting thing about this plant and turn ACL injury, my grandfather was the first orthopedic surgeon to describe a non-contact ACL injury in 1972, which is pretty cool. He used to work with American football players, and that means not soccer, football, and would have these athletes come into his office, and they're like, "Doc, my knee really hurts. I didn't do anything. I didn't get hit. I just turned, and I think I sprained my knee." So they used to treat these as knee sprains because there's no contact. No one got hit. There was no impact, and so they would put him in a splint. They'd wrap him up, sit him out for 2 weeks, get him back on the field. Still couldn't play. Knee was unstable. Couldn't figure out what was going on. So after this happened a few times, he took these guys into the operating room to figure it out because there was no MRI, there was no CT scan, there's no, all they had was X-ray, which only shows bone. So he took these players into the operating room, cut them open, and was like, "Oh, look at that, the ACL ligament's torn," as well as, the medial lateral collateral ligaments, meniscus, whatever. But he saw this enough and was actually taking these players without a direct impact to the operating room. He talked them into it and wrote a paper on it. And so that's where this comes from. And now here we are in 2023. We're still talking about it, but now we're saying, okay, we were always talking about men, right? This is what happened to the guys. Now we have to start focusing on women and our differences because that really plays an impact to that first slide I showed you as to why our injury rate's so much higher. It's all these reasons. It's not just one thing. And there are studies that are done on female athletes, but they're specific. Like there's a study on neuromuscular. There's a study on anatomy. There's a study on plane surfaces. There's study out on hormones and the menstrual cycle. But we need it all together. We need to really look at this as a whole. Like, we need to look at our athletes as a whole and figure out why this is happening so often and what we can do about it. So as I just spoke of, these are the causes of ACL tear in the field: a sudden stop or decrease in speed. You're running to one end of the field, all of a sudden the game changes direction, you plant your foot and you go, and the foot doesn't turn with the leg. Poor landing after a jump. This is what I talked about with that quadricep dominant issue. When a female athlete comes down after a header or lands, oftentimes the knee extends, and that can cause that ACL injury, and that's from a neuromuscular issue or the thigh not being strong enough in the correct areas. And this is, landing technique is a big deal. We need to focus on that with our athletes as well, but it needs to start when they're little. You can't teach, a 17-year-old how to land after they've been doing it wrong their whole life. So these are things we have to focus on when youth football, youth soccer, we should be taking our girls and teaching them the correct way to land so that we don't have to teach them when they're older, and it's much harder. So this is, a lot of this has to start at the youth level. Obviously, a direct collision can cause an injury, and then sharp directional change. If you're dribbling down the field, you want to change the direction of play, you move with the ball, and again, your foot doesn't move, but your leg does. So those are all things that can cause the ACL injury on the field. So prevention is key, and that's what this is about. I'm here to give you education on what I think the causes of these injuries are and why it's more prevalent in women. And I'm going to give you tools to use to help educate other players, coaches, owners on prevention. None of this is 100%, obviously. We're still going to have ACL injuries, but I think it'll help. So strength and conditioning for female athletes. It has to be female specific. We can't take a trainer right out of school and put them with a women's soccer team and say, train the athletes when they don't have that training going, throughout their education. When I was a Division I athlete in college, my strength and conditioning coach was the head strength and conditioning coach for the Notre Dame men's football team, not soccer, football. And these guys were massive. And I was a diver. I was on the swimming and diving team, and he was my strength and conditioning coach. And, he modified whatever they did with these big football players, but it wasn't correct. It wasn't specific. And we need to be female specific. It has to start with education, and it has to. We can't substitute a strength and conditioning coach from a men's team and just throw them with a women's team. They have to know what they're doing. We need female-specific nutrition programs, like I talked about with the menstrual cycle. That's very important. And it helps with training, it helps with recovery, it helps with the hormonal flux. Football boots need to be made for female anatomy. There are 2 on the market that I know of. I know that some more are probably coming, but it needs to be faster, and it needs to be a broader array of boots. We shouldn't just have to choose from 2. And I have no affiliation to any of these companies. These are just the 2 that are out there. And I'm a podiatrist. I like to look at shoes, so I wanted to get my hands on these. And I think they're well made, and the idea is right. We need education on the menstrual cycle with nutrition guidelines, and we need consistent training surfaces. If you're going to play on turf, you should be practicing on turf. If you're going to play on grass, you should be practicing on grass. We need to make sure the cleats are correct for the playing surfaces. So those are all points that if you take, those 5, we have the information to help with all those 5 things. We just have to start to implement them with our players and our clubs. So these are some good references if you want to check them out. The FIFA 11 Plus program is a good strength and conditioning program for both men and women. The Fitter Woman app is cool. It actually helps you track your period and gives you nutrition guidelines on how you should be eating and training during different parts of your menstrual cycle, as well as Orico. So I think those 2 are partnered, the Fitter Woman and Orico, but the Orico website is similar in giving that type of information. The shoes that I showed you, the Nike Phantom Luna and Ida cleats, are made specifically for women, so definitely check them out. And as I said earlier, we need consistent training services and appropriate shoes for those services. So to end this, what I'm going to say is I have all this information I just threw at you. I have my ideas of why this is happening. I have my recommendations on what we can do to change some things, but we don't have enough data. I can give you a study on everything I talked about today, but I can't give you multiple studies on everything I talked about. So we need more female-specific research. We need, a bigger data bank to look at all of these factors and say, okay, let's look at neuromuscular, let's look at shoes, and study hundreds of athletes and see which one might be the causative factor. How do hormones really play a role? We need more studies in all of these areas, and we don't have them yet. So as a physician, it's hard for me to give definitive recommendations. I can say, this is what I know is going on, this is what I think you should do, but we still don't have enough data, we still don't have enough research to support it all. So we need to invest in our women's game. That's what we're here to do. We need to talk about these things. We need to invest in our players. We need to invest, in their health, right? We need to put money into the medical research and then supplying them the appropriate doctors, trainers, nutritionists, so that they can be healthy throughout their careers. And if something does happen, then we have to support them on the other end of it. We have to get them the best surgeon. We have to get them the best recovery team and get them back to the pitch as soon as they can. But that all requires investment, and it's a team. Like, I can't do this alone. We need to all get together and make this happen for our women. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as we just set up for our first panel now of the day. So the format from here, we have two panels before lunch, then we have lunch outside, and then we will change tune after lunch. The discussion about the ACLs will continue, ACL injury, surgery, recovery, and prevention, this one. So if the moderator and panelists are ready, moderating this one, Betty, who is the founder of Intellectual Law. Welcome to Betty. And joining her, Jim Rainford, the sports PA broker at Miller Insurance Services, Dimitrios Tsoukas, orthopedic surgeon, and Katie and Dr. Kali. If you'd like to join us again on the stage, a round of applause. Enjoy the first panel of the day.
Thank you. Yeah.
So here we are. We just heard so much from Katie. Thank you, Katie, and Dr. Richards, Carly. I may call you Carly, right? Okay. I have a lot of questions. Excuse me for a second. I think we have a technical issue, right? You don't have a microphone?
We can pass it. I can use it. Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. I want to build on that. I want to first talk to Katie. I'm curious. You had the ACL injury. What happened when you were on the field? Did somebody come to help you? I heard you say you just walked off the field.
Not initially. So, at first I felt it go. As I was falling, I clung to it to protect it, and I didn't want to move at all. I froze. The players kind of looking at me, and I basically said it's fucked.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And so they called the physio on, and the physio came on, and I just said, don't touch me, my knee, I've wrecked my knee. And she's like, well, I'm going to have to assess you. I was like, okay, just give me a second. And that's when I took a pause, and I was like, okay, actually, it's the shock of the feeling of it that was really running through my body. But when I took a breath, I was like, okay, not that much pain. And so I started to move it. She tested it a little bit, and I was like, I just need to get off the pitch. But we'd used all of our subs by then, so everybody just thought I was being a bit lazy and needed a bit of a break. So the physio came on and helped me, but She didn't want to say what it was straight away, just wanted to take some time to make sure that that was what it was before telling
How
me.
soon after that did you determine that you had an ACL tear?
I was pretty confident at the time, but then I was in the shower afterwards and it kind of collapsed in on me, and I was like, okay, there's definitely something not right there. But I got a scan maybe a few days later, and then, yeah, it was probably a week and a half to 2 weeks before I found out officially. But like I said, with Leah Williamson, obviously got a scan a bit quicker than I did, so I found out that way, really.
And in light of the fact that it took 2 weeks, what happened after that?
Not a lot. I couldn't really move for a week. It seized up. I was on crutches, and I was basically, just bedridden and parked up on the couch for a week before I was able to get the scan and then going from there.
How soon after that did you see an orthopedic surgeon who would be able to take care of you?
Yeah, pretty soon. The club were pretty good, to be fair, in terms of the medical care that I got, and they gave me a top surgeon as well to do it. So I felt in good, safe hands and well supported in that regard.
After you had the surgery, did you have physical therapy?
Yes.
How long?
Still going, still ongoing.
Still ongoing?
Yeah, it's been 5 months now. I check in with the physio most days and then go through a physical program with her.
When do you anticipate to getting back to the pitch?
The surgeon's recommended to take a full year off if I can. He said that, the rate of re-injuring it is still quite high, but if you can take a year off, then that greatly reduces it. So, still some time to consider that.
If you had the ability, looking back, to change how things were done, what would you have liked to see different?
For me, I think it comes down to a lot of that stuff that I mentioned. I think throughout the women's game, we're missing adequate resources to be able to perform at our best on the pitch. I think, like I said, we get young physios straight out of school that haven't had any experience, let alone in the women's game. We're lucky if we get a doctor on the pitch at the time. All of these things that kind of add up to even just this last year, I've had 3 different sports scientists and strength and conditioning coaches because they don't fit right. And lots of these clubs are trying to develop, but it's really hard to get the right people in to support the players. And we just need more guidance, more help. I mean, there's so many clubs there that are linked with men's clubs, yet there's no support and no conversations between the medical staff for both the men's and the women's. It's just something as simple as that. If a young physio is coming into the women's team, can they access the support from the men's? Would make such a big difference. I don't think it's rocket science, but there's so much little things that could go a really long way.
I'd like to address the next question to you, Doctor. Listening to Katie speak, you as an orthopedic surgeon who treats ACL injuries, what would you like to see happening on the pitch when the injury actually happens? And does waiting 1 to 2 weeks to do a scan seem reasonable?
Okay, I have the experience of being head doctor in professional sport clubs for years, and at the same time being the orthopedic surgeon of these athletes and of these clubs. So I have the experience of both these roles. At the end of the day, I strongly believe that it has to do with money. Everything has to do with money. Why I'm saying that? Because if you want to invest money in football, in soccer, female or male, doesn't matter what, then you're going to hire the best doctor for the team, the best physiotherapist, the best trainer, all the best guys. And the reactions in the field when someone gets injured is going to be perfect because they are experienced, because they know what they are doing. And you don't lose any second, which is very important. We've seen many times players suffer from an ACL injury, even a complete rupture of the ACL. Keep playing, keep staying in the field. Why? Because the physiotherapist or the doctor was not experienced enough to understand in the field the severity of the injury, or the player was so motivated to play that he stayed in the field even more for 20, 30 minutes more, and then he came out. So first step is a very good medical team for the club during the games and practices, and experienced enough to understand immediately what happened to the player. Then time of exams. Okay, this is a very big issue. I mean, the head doctor of the team, and this is another very big issue that we have to talk about. How can you manage, how can you organize the medical team of a professional or not professional sport club? The orthopedic surgeon is the guy who is in the hospital, okay? He's not dealing every day with the team. So he's accepting, receiving the players that they have a severe injury or a serious injury, and he asks for all kind of tests that he has to run, X-rays, MRIs, and all this stuff. When you have a player, you perform an MRI immediately, same day. Even if the player got injured in the afternoon, you have the MRI same evening, no, after 2 weeks. And this is something wrong to say that you have to wait because your knee is swollen and MRIs. No, this is not true. You have to do it immediately. And then, why do you do MRI? A good surgeon, good orthopedic surgeon will understand the injury immediately. But you are doing MRI to confirm the diagnosis, because the player, the agent, the president, everybody has to be sure about the diagnosis, and also to diagnose other injuries as well that they may happen during injury. Meniscal injuries, chondral injuries, cartilage injuries, all this stuff. And then you have to organize the operation, which is a very important issue, and this is the topic of my speech. I'm going to talk later about the operation. So at the end of the day, I insist, it all has to do with money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So if you want to perform well, you need the best performers. To have the best performers, you have to spend money.
So from this point, what we want to do is we don't wait for the examination of the player 2 weeks to determine what the problem is. The same day we get an MRI.
Look, Betty, this is not a huge mistake, but why let the player wait for 2 weeks and feel all this frustration and do it immediately, and you know what you have to do?
I'm not suggesting that it is a mistake. I'm simply suggesting that what is the most prudent action to take at the injury. Would you agree with that, Carly?
Yes, the quicker you have the quicker you have a diagnosis, the quicker you can come up with a treatment plan.
Okay, and having the right people on the field at the type of the injury is very important. And in your opinion, doctor, you believe that one of the reasons is money, which gives me my segue for Jim. You're with Miller Insurance, right?
Yeah. And
tell us a little bit about that. How, where does a team get the money to get the best trained physios, the best trained first aid personnel on the field?
Okay, I think just to elaborate really on what's been said, most people, their perception of insurance is cost. They'll go to cost straight away. The message that we're trying to get across, we work with numerous individual athletes, and the message that we're trying to get out there is it's protection. First and foremost, it's protection for the athlete. And, I've been in unfortunate situations where I've had conversations with athletes who've had a realization that they're not going to be able to play professional sport anymore. So mentally, that's hard to see the athlete go through that. But knowing that myself as the insurance provider is protecting the athlete is, it's a safety net, right? So if all else fails, at least there's an insurance policy there to, enable the athlete to transition into the next part of their life. Now, I think you look at this in two ways, really. You look at the team's responsibility, and then you look at the athlete's responsibility. Now, with the team, and again, to elaborate on your point, on the men's side of the game, they're wrapped in cotton wool. Like, as soon as they get an injury, they're wrapped in cotton wool. You know, the turnaround, they very much are seen as assets. From what I've seen on the women's side of the game, on the medical side, is that the insurance isn't of the same standard. There's a massive disparity in that between, you know, the treatment and protection that the women get compared to the men. And, you know, it begs the question, well, why is that the case? You know, the women footballers should be seen as assets to the club as well. So that's a team's responsibility, and I think with the growth of women's football as well, yes, it's great. It's, you know, it's getting more popular. There's more money going into the game, but I think what is also great is that it is becoming under more scrutiny. So things like medical care, insurance, people are hearing, you know, the women's players' messages now saying, well, I wasn't treated the same as one of my male counterparts. So that's good, because then, you know, it puts reputationally, it puts it on the club to do something about it. And we work very closely with Chelsea, and Chelsea's women's team in particular, they are safeguarded. You know, the club provide very adequate private medical care for the female players there, and they also put in place a group protection policy for all the players, so that if the best medical care fails, at least they've got something to fall back on, and then be able to transition into the next part, you know, of their career. I think from an individual standpoint as well, there is a lack of education on the women's side of the game as to what's out there in terms of how they can protect themselves. And, you know, it's a message that is starting to get out there, and most of these messages get delivered in the dressing room. It's the kind of dressing room chat of, you know, the ladies are talking to each other now, saying, it's not a question of, you know, if I'm going to do my ACL, it's when I'm going to do my ACL. That is, you know, a message that I get fed back regularly. So, you know, there's a lady in particular, actually, who plays for Manchester United women's team, Martha Thomas. Some of the people in this room might know Martha. And Martha, I was introduced to her by her agent, but she's a great advocate for what we do, because there was a realization from her in that, you know, if the worst were to happen, obviously you don't want it to happen, you want to have a successful playing career, but if it was, there is insurance out there that can protect, you know, me as an individual athlete. And again, to go back to cost, you know, the first response from Martha was like, oh, how much is it going to cost though? It's going to be too expensive, right? And when we went through the process and she realized what the actual cost was, you know, the response was, oh, is that it? So, you know, she, like I say, she's been a great advocate for us, because she's now effectively, you know, part of Miller, the way that she operates, in that she is going around the dressing room saying, look, speak to this guy that I know who works at Miller Insurance, he can protect us. And, you know, the more that message resonates across the game, and it is beginning to, you know, you look at the last World Cup, the Lioness team, we were insuring 50% of the, not just the team, the squad, I should say. So, you know, them being at the top of the game, we're hoping that, you know, in the next few years, it's going to kind of transition down, and the messages continue, you know, to get delivered amongst the female fraternity.
What do you think is the number one reason, and this might be very obvious, but I really want it to be said, what do you think is the number one reason that teams are not getting the proper medical insurance or the resources to provide the best medical care for their women players?
Just cost, fundamentally.
Cost.
I think it's cost, and I think there's a valuation of the male counterpart to the female player to say, well, yeah, do we want to spend, you know, money on this individual when this one's worth so much more? And it's, you know, it's outrageous. We talked earlier about a contract that I had sight of, and, you know, the injury clause in that contract for a female player was that if she was to get injured for longer than 3 months, the club could just terminate the contract outright. And, you know, that to me shows you how the club perceives women's football. Now, it is changing. Like I say, it's under more scrutiny, and more protection is coming. But yeah, I think not every club, but there are still clubs out there that, you know, just see it as an additional cost. And look, yeah, we're just going to avoid it if we can.
Okay. I have a question for you. Who makes the decision to operate on the injured player?
That's a great question. Who made the decision for your surgery?
Who? No.
I mean, not if you had to undergo the surgery, but who has chosen your surgeon?
The team doctor chose our surgeon.
The team doctor?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a very big problem nowadays. I mean, when you have a top-class player sustain an injury like an ACL rupture, then there are many factors that are coming in the game. I mean, you have the player, you have his agent, and you have press, fans, everybody. So when Ibrahimovic tore for the first time his ACL, he decided to be operated in the US by late Freddie Fu, a great surgeon from Pittsburgh. And why he decided that? Because he had the money, he had the opportunity, he was famous, and him, by himself and by his agent, they decided to go to Freddie Fu. Then when he turned his other ACL, he decided to be operated in France by a very well-known French orthopedic surgeon. But he is Ibrahimovic. When you are in, let's say, a middle-class team, professional or not, and you are a good player, not Ibrahimovic, then you have to follow a certain path. You have to follow the rules of the organization. That means that if you have to have an operation, then first of all, your agent, if you have an agent, will propose some names. But the final decision, at least here in Greece, is made by the president of the team. And the president is getting advices from everybody around his environment, which is not professional at all. So there is maybe a famous doctor, everybody's going there. Maybe the doctor is a friend of the agent, the player is going there. Maybe he's a friend of the president, the player is going there. Or maybe the operation is going to be cheap, so the president would certainly send the player to go there. This is how things work. But how should they work? I think the best way to do these things is via the head doctor of the team. George Chambers will talk about that later on. He's the head medical officer of the US Soccer Association. I think he's responsible to decide who is the best doctor for the player. But still, if you want to talk about a well-organized sport club, they should already have an orthopedic surgeon working with them. And this guy should be one of the best. So there is no dilemma. You have to go to the club's doctor, who is chosen, and he's really good. But this is not the way things work. And you see in women's football, soccer, whatever, there's a big frustration because the player got injured, and then what? Then what? Carly?
Yes, and so this is interesting. In the United States, even our collegiate teams have medical team of doctors for them. So I work in a sports medicine practice, and our practice covers the local college and high school athletic teams. So we go to the games, we provide immediate treatment when that athlete is injured. just like the doctor said, the study's done right away, treatment is initiated immediately, and this is for high school athletes, and that's the way it happens in the States. So, my goodness, shouldn't we be doing this for our professional female soccer players? Absolutely.
Sure.
I have a question. What makes the surgeon's performance easier during an ACL operation?
This guy here. This guy here.
Why is that?
Why is that? My nightmare is not the severity of the injury or what kind of injuries I'm going to find when I perform the scope with arthroscopy. I don't care. I have the experience to deal with everything. The problem is the cost of the operation and what kind of implants can I use during the operation. When I am the head doctor, as I told you before, in many clubs in Greece. And not only in Greece, I also worked in Cyprus, in the best football club of Cyprus, of Apoel, a club that was qualified many years ago, 16 of UEFA Champions League. Okay. And most of the teams, they don't have an insurance coverage. They don't have. Because they say, okay, how many serious injuries I'm going to have? One during the season. This is going to cost me less than paying the fees for insurance, which is not correct. It's completely stupid and dangerous, completely. So when I have to perform a surgery, I start thinking if the team has a coverage, if they have an insurance, if the player has an insurance. If they tell me yes, then I'm relaxed. I say, okay, whatever is going to happen during the operation, it's not a problem of money. But if the president tells you you have to do the operation with, for example, 3,000 euros or dollars, it's about the same now, you're afraid. If a screw falls down to the floor, then how can you put another one which costs 500 euros? So this is my nightmare. I have to be safe. I have to have all the surgical options during the operation. I have to have all the best implants for my patient player. And in order to have all these things,
We need money.
I need money.
Do you experience the same thing?
No, and here's why.
Okay.
So, as many of you know, in the United States, most people, regardless of their athletic talent, have health insurance. And if you don't have health insurance, it's usually okay. When an athlete comes into my office with I'm a foot and ankle surgeon, so with a ruptured Achilles tendon, I know that they are going to need surgery. I know what type of anchors I need, what type of graft I need. I know the hospital I'm going to do it at, and I don't even look at the cost. Because oftentimes if it's not covered, if the insurance company doesn't cover it, then the hospital eats it. So it's a completely different system. And it's hard to compare. You know, where we're at and where you're at in Greece and where you're at in Europe. I don't know all the different systems and how that works from an insurance standpoint. But I'm lucky that I don't have to think about that. If a screw falls on the floor, we put another one in. Sometimes the reps just say, oh, don't worry, I'll cover that cost, don't worry about it. You know, they eat the rep who brings the screw to the operating room.
You're talking the company reps?
Yes, the company reps. So it's not a thought that I personally have to have as a surgeon. And whenever we treat athletes, we give them the best. I don't look at cost. We just give them the best. And if sometimes I operate at a surgery center, they look at cost, and if I can't do it there with the implant that I want to use, I move it to the hospital because I know it's not an issue there. So that's a big difference. It's a huge difference.
That's why you don't have any wrinkles.
I don't have any wrinkles.
So I have a question. I have a question with regard to basically the right of a patient to decide for themselves on their treatment. And I know that if I was injured, I would like to have a say in that. I find it particularly curious that ultimately the final decision is not in the hands of the player, but rather in the hands of the head doctor. You recommended that, you know, the team doctor should be ultimately, or is ultimately responsible for making that.
With the player.
With the player. How do you feel about that, Katie?
Yeah, I trust the medical staff. I think they have a lot more, obviously, they know a lot more about it than what I do, and they know the industry and the people within it, and I trust that they'll put me in the right hands, and thankfully they did.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just provide? Sorry, I'll just provide, you know, a different scenario to that. And there was a case recently with a female footballer in the UK who was recommended certain treatment by the club, but she did dispute it because she didn't feel like she was getting the right due care from the club. She actually went to the PFA, the Professional Footballers Association in the UK, and told them what they were doing, and the PFA agreed to, you know, to fund the right care for her. That got publicised, that scenario, which again was kind of great for the game to show that, well, yeah, you don't necessarily have to do everything that the club says. I think sometimes there's maybe like a fear to kind of cross the club or speak up, but, you know, that kind of, for me anyway, showed that, you know, ladies are getting more of a voice and more of a say now in what they can and can't do.
This ties into what I was talking about earlier as well, because that's an example of a WSL player, I assume, because any level under the WSL, the players aren't represented by the PFA, even though it's a question we've been asking for a long time now. So those players who need the support the most, because they aren't going to get the treatment from the club, they don't have the right medical professionals in those environments, and they can't go to the PFA for support. They have to just take whatever they're given. So, there's different scenarios for different people, and it changes a lot, even at the highest level.
Okay.
If you may allow me, Betty, I would also like to say that besides the financial problem that we already discussed, I think the most important issue is ignorance. And the big mission of summits like this one that Agis and Marios have made, and we really thank them for this initiative, is that they have to educate people around football, around soccer, presidents of the clubs, managers of the clubs,
Agents.
They have to be educated about this whole stuff. They have to know the importance of a good medical staff. They have to know the importance of prevention programs. They have to know the importance of insurance coverage. They have to know all these things. So we have to educate people that are working in and around football about all these things. So it's a matter of money, but also, I think, even more importantly, it's a matter of ignorance.
That's a big one. Yeah. Oof, that's a big one.
Yes, but this is our mission, and summits like this mission. This is what we have to do. It's not just operate or choose the right shoes and feel how the player has been frustrated and has the power to come back. No, we have to educate before bad things happen. And we have to be ready before.
Well, you know, it's easy to say we need to educate, right? And there's so many stakeholders in the industry. There's the teams, there's agents, there's coaches, there's medical staff. We need to educate. But as we're sitting here today, if we were going to begin this program of education, in your opinion, who should be the first target, the first people that we're going to shoot for to educate? Is it the players? Is it the agents? Is it the clubs?
Administration of the club.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I think it has to be the players too, so that they can take accountability of what are the administrators being educated about. I think it has to be on the players.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
The first one, who's going to be? The first one.
The first one, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you that the administrators, but I
See, we're all about
Sorry, can it not be a dual approach though? In terms of, can it not be the clubs and the players? Because my experience is that often players, this dressing room mentality, the players buy into each other, and it's a bit of a strength in numbers in that, oh, do we need to do that? Do we need to look at that? Do we need to buy that? So I think it does need to come from the players, but also the clubs as well, because, ultimately the clubs should be funding it, but via a player messaging to say, well, Mr. Company Secretary, we as a team, we think that you should do this for us.
I agree that it should be dual, but I think it should start with the players. If we're going to talk about women empowerment and taking charge of our own health as players on the field, it should come from the players, because I think in one of our conversations, Katie, you said that, a lot of the women players are just so desperate to play that many times they forget, or they give up rights, or they give up something about their compensation. They're not insisting on their agents. They're not insisting on the leadership to give them what they deserve. And health should be, a right, not necessarily considered part of the compensation package.
Betty, I'm going to make it worse for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
bring it on.
First one that should be educated, it's not the president or the administration of the club. It should be the government. I'll take it even in a higher level. Why I'm saying that? The Secretary General of Sports of Greece was here, Mr. Mavrotas. He was a polo player, national captain of the national team. He played in 5 Olympiads. Amazing player. If the government understands the importance of the cost, the importance of injuries during sports, they shouldn't allow any team to participate in a championship without full medical coverage of the players. And in every single contract that the player would like to sign, it would be by the government, not the president, because the president is looking for his pocket. From the government, if you want to participate, you have to have full medical coverage of your players. So for me, it should start even higher from there.
I'm not going to engage in a debate on that, because at least in the United States, your proposition would probably precipitate a Republican-Democrat debate from here to kingdom come. So I'm going to stay away from that. But I'm a firm believer that the government belongs to the people, and where I would like to see the education is to be at the player level, choosing the right agent, choosing the right team.
I do think that though, Betty, if I may, that the players can know this stuff, but again, you just come up against barrier.
Exactly.
You ask your coaches, okay, you want to pay me minimum wage? Can I get full medical insurance?
Right.
Oh, we can't do that. That's not within our capabilities. Okay, then who do I have to talk to? And it just, as a single player, it's hard to do that. But I agree, if you educate players as a collective, then we will have more power. But again, it's the barriers are constantly there.
Well, one last question. What's the biggest, and I'm going to bring it across the board, what's the biggest contributive factor to a player's safe return to the pitch?
Do you want me to start? Or
You go ahead.
Look, from my point of view, I think it's comes straight down to the medical care. From the outset, what attention they get and how that is translated to the player, so they know that, to use this cotton wool analogy, which is the case, in the men's game, and they don't think for a second about sending a player to the States to see the top knee surgeon. For me, it's got to kind of start there, and then that will enable the player to know that actually, these, I feel like the club are really looking after me.
Carly?
I think a big part of it is time after injury. They have to have the appropriate recovery time. Like you're taking an adequate amount of time, Katie, a year. But a lot of, and I don't know much about the pro level, but a lot of our high school players, they try and get some of these kids back at 6 or 7 months, and that dramatically increases your risk of repeat ACL injury. So there has to be good medical advice. Like you said, they have to be working with their surgeons, and they also have to be working with their physical therapist or physio to make sure that that opposite leg and knee is strong enough to return to play. And there are several tests that the physio does to determine whether the player is ready to return to play or not. So it has to be done safely and with the appropriate direction from the medical team.
Doctor? Dimitri?
Best operation, plan, best operation, best rehabilitation, based on not time criteria, but based on tests, sport test criteria, and psychological support.
I was just going to bring up the issue of mental health. It's one thing we didn't touch on. To the medical speakers, what kind of mental health support services do you feel are necessary during the recovery time of the injured player?
In my talk later on, I have some slides about this issue because during the years, I feel that it's crucial providing to our injured players psychological support. And first years, when I was start operating, I thought that all it has to do with good operation and good rehabilitation. And we didn't consider how the psychological status of the player was that important that we know now. So a sports psychologist, I think an experienced person has to be with the player during the whole procedure of the rehabilitation, if it's possible, or at least to provide his knowledge during certain stages. But the worst operations I performed in my life were not technically, were operations that I didn't realize from the beginning the psychological problem of the player. I didn't realize, and I'm accusing myself for that. And most of these players, they got re-injured because they were not psychologically 100% safe to come back to sports.
Like they say in Greek, right? Nousiis and somatias, healthy
Exactly.
mind and a healthy body. You need to train both.
Yeah.
Katie, you've spoken. We're sitting here talking about ACL injuries. We've talked, you know how I feel about empowering players to stand up for their rights. If you had the ability to advise every player out there, what would be your advice based on your experience and the knowledge that you have acquired over the years? What would you say to them?
I think you might need to ask me again at the end of the summit because I feel like I'll get a lot more information after that. But I think, know your rights and know your worth, I think. But again, there's such limited playing opportunities at that high level that sometimes if you want to play, you have, at the moment, the deal's just not what we want it to be. But we're seeing it grow, we're seeing it develop. I think, I think we just need to keep pushing for those changes. And I think what these guys have said is all those key elements, I think, add to the confidence of the player to get back on the pitch and start doing the business. So I hope to be there one day and, back on the pitch scoring goals again.
I love your statement, know your worth. All women across the board is know your worth. And so I thank you for that, and that's a lesson for all of us. What about you, Carly? If you were to give advice at this point.
So I think education, provide education to your players, to your coaches, to your clubs, to the managers, to the trainers about what we can do individually and also collectively to help prevent injury and also just understand our own bodies, the way they work, and help support women in their uniqueness as female athletes. So I think education is...
I just want to add one factor that at least in the United States plays a huge role is parents, right?
Correct.
So we also need to educate the parents of athletes and specifically the parents of women athletes that this is a lot more complicated and a lot more complex than simply giving them a ball and telling them to run down the field. And you, Jim, what would you say to players?
Yeah, I guess really just to elaborate on what Carly said, and for me it comes down to education and taking an interest in what's going on, outside of football, what's being put in place for you, and I use an example that we deal with many big sports agencies, and they're looking after very high-profile athletes, but 2 years ago, one particular agent who will remain nameless did actually come to me and say, I'm starting to represent women footballers now. Can you insure them? Is because there's not really enough money in it, is there? And my response was, well, yeah, of course we can insure women footballers, because ultimately it's relative to that individual. Like just because a female footballer plays for Chelsea Women's FC and earns X, but Kevin De Bruyne at Manchester City earns Y, doesn't mean that both individuals can't be insured. It's just finding that relativity to it, and then you're good to go.
So I want to thank all our speakers today that have been here. I hope we answered some of the questions that you may have had as Carly and Katie presented the issue of her ACL injury to us. And thank you all for your attention and for coming and making this a really special summit again this year. Two questions.
Hi, thank you. That was brilliant and really interesting. In France, we have a lot of conversation regarding women's health and how the general system is adapted to, how doctors are trained, how physiotherapists understand the women's body, and we feel that some feel, not all, that women have been treated like little men and their health handled like that. So I at the question, who should be trained first, I felt that maybe doctors, maybe physiotherapists, maybe all the performance staff should be trained, and as the game is developing, we need more and more of these people understanding what it is. So you are a brilliant person, you understand that, you're the two doctors, but I don't think we have enough of medical staff knowing the women's body. So I just thought that was my question. I would put these people first in terms of training and education.
We don't even have enough good medical staff knowing male athlete that well. And you're asking for a female. I totally agree with you, totally. We need a new generation of doctors, physiotherapists, sports trainers, new generation, completely trained on sports injuries for males and completely differently for females. The problem is, and during this summit I've been very honest in a way that maybe someone could call me not that polite, is that most of the teams, what is the criteria to make a good medical team in a sport club? Volleyball, basketball, national team. What is the criteria? Who chooses the medical team? Who chooses the medical team? Gilberto Silva, behind you. Who chooses the medical team? This is very important. And which one from the medical team has all the necessary training and certifications to do this job? Very few. We choose friends, we choose convenient people, but who has the necessary knowledge to do this job? So it's not, in this point, only for female. For me, it's also for male athlete, the problem, that we don't have adequate, well-educated sports medicine staff. That's why I said, I'm sorry, Kali, that we have to start from the administration and maybe from the government, because someone has to press others to do their job. Because the players, yes, they have to be educated, but they don't have the power. Or they have the power, but they don't let them express this power. So if the president is forced by the government, by law, to follow some rules, to choose the right doctor, the right podiatrist, some rules, we have to have rules to choose people. This is very important. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen, nothing. It's not only male and female, it's about sports and sports injuries in general. I'm sorry talking so much. I'm sorry.
Hi, Jeff Mostyn. So I have a question for the panel. I think one of the underlying themes of this session has been many conflicts in decision-making and priorities. And my question is, within a professional football club, there is always a conflict in terms of your asset. The only time that asset has a value is when he or she is on the pitch. And there must be many occasions that you've experienced of, during the recovery period, decisions being made to get that player back on the pitch prematurely. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think pushing a player to get back on the pitch early is of detriment to both the player and the club, because the risk of them re-injuring themselves is high. So I think from a financial standpoint, that would not be wise, because if the player re-injures themselves, you're going to lose a lot more money. So when you look at it financially, it's not a good idea. When you look at it from the health and well-being of the player, it's really not a good idea, because they're going to get injured again, and then that mental state that we talked about is going to go like this. I mean, one ACL is bad, two ACLs is awful.
Sorry, just to continue with that, I couldn't agree with you more, so the question wasn't personal. My view is, are you as a surgeon, consultant, influential in trying to ensure the safeguarding of the player that's under your care? And does that influence always benefit the player if the club are overriding what you're saying? How do you actually manifest that decision so that it's positive for the player?
So I think as a surgeon, we provide medical advice based on studies and information that's done on return to play. And if a player and or club choose to override that, then that's on them. You know, we put it in our notes, we document it, they say this is what you need to do and this is why. And this is the medical literature that supports this decision, but you know, we can't control what's done after that. And I'm sure you have more of the...
Not really, I don't have more. I would say
I do.
that...
Two more.
No, you covered perfectly. I have a more general philosophical perspective on that you asked. I mean, if you want to be the head doctor of a high-level club or of a national team, you have to be a high-level person as well, not only a doctor. You have to be influential, you have to persuade people, you have to make people respect you, not only as a doctor, but also as a person, as a guy. So we care about our patients, maybe more than money and what the team is going to lose without having the player on the pitch. Our decision is made on the best that we can offer to our patients. But if you are just a doctor who is doing his job and you are not really experienced and influential, nobody's going to listen to you. Not the president, not the press, not... whatever you say, everybody has to be 100% sure that you are saying the right thing, and they have to follow you. So I'm coming back again to what for me is the main problem. Who is choosing the medical staff in a team, and what are the criteria for someone to become a member of a team's medical staff? This is the most important. If we don't solve this problem, then we're just talking around and round and round. Every year we're saying the same things. I'm listening to this conversation about 20, 25 years now, and we're still in the same point. I don't have to prove that I'm not an elephant. Why? Why do I have to prove it? You choose me to be your head doctor. You have to listen to what I say. You don't listen, I quit. I don't quit. I don't deserve to be there.
Has that happened, Doc? Have you been squeezed to the point where you've had to quit?
Many times. Not just once. Financially, they didn't pay me, and they disagree with what I said medically. You know what Hippocrates, we are here in the land of Hippocrates, said. You have opinion, and I respect your opinion, but I have knowledge. So finally, I don't give a shit about your opinion. Not many people do.
Well done.
2 more questions. Karen.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember my question. Yeah, it was related to what needs to change, who we need to address the problem to. And I don't know if you know, but there's a great book called The Gender Data Gap by Caroline Criado Perez, where she, apparently, the animals that are tested on in labs for pharmaceutical products and for medical research are male because periods get in the way. So if they were female as well, we might know more about how hormones affect the bodies of female athletes, and we might have more information about what we can do to address these causes, and that information might get to the government and to doctors who want good social outcomes but don't put their money in the right place. So we're trapped in a system that is designed for men. And we have to acknowledge, that yes, we need more data on male players and surgeries, but there is even less on female players and surgeries. So we can't say we need information on everything. Yes, we do, but the problem here is about empowering women to overcome these injuries, because when you've got a house that's on fire, you don't worry so much, about the capable person that can walk out of the house and run away. You get the baby that still has so much more development to do, and you pick it up and you run out of the house. So yeah, I just wanted to say that the whole thing about this amazing summit is that we are empowering women. We're investing in women, and we need to, come out of here addressing those particular problems that exist. And then men will, in my opinion, be better off too.
Right, so the lack of data on female injury is significantly low. And we can't make appropriate medical recommendations if we don't have that data. So I think that we need to really invest in that research for our female athletes. That's the ground level. We can't get to up here to make all these great recommendations and treatments and without the data. Like, I can't give you an answer if I don't have the recipe. So we need to look at all of those things. And we need a big number. We can't just study one football team for a year. It has to be thousands. We need to look at thousands of players for several years and track when the injury occurs, what their internal and external environment looks like. So we can say, okay, this injury happened on this field wearing these boots during this phase in the cycle. Doing this strength and conditioning program. And then we can look at all of that and make better recommendations so that we can help our athletes.
And we're here, as athletes are here, and we're ready to participate in that. It's just, can we get the funding and everything else to go around it? Hopefully then we don't need animal testing on females to get it done.
So I just want to say that going back to your point about women athletes being treated as little men, and women's physiology and women's doctors in general. In law schools in the United States, there is this concept of feminist legal theory, and it's basically women standing up and looking at case law that has been passed down from, generation after generation, and actually pointing out during the case law how judges issue decisions in a very paternalistic manner, and treat women as if they're children. And so there's a big push among women attorneys who aspire to empower women across the nation to actually not seek decisions that actually disempower women, but rather put them in a position where they're empowered. And so perhaps maybe at the medical school level, we have, just like we have at the law school level, right, feminist legal theory, have feminist medical theory, where women are treated as an individual and therefore as a standalone, separate from men with their own issues, their own concerns, their own health problems. I'm aware that cholesterol, for example, all the tests that show you're supposed to have 200 or less are all done on men, and women are held to the same standard, and that's not entirely accurate. So perhaps it's time for a feminist medical theory as well. One more question.
Thanks very much. I found all your insights and knowledge and competency about your individual areas really inspiring and insightful this morning. So thank you very much so far. I'm glued to the conversation. I'm not sure if I have a question, although it would be great if you wanted to answer some of my points. But I'm a board director for Women in Football, and so we are championing women's empowerment, driving change, advancing things all the time. But I have an issue with everything we're saying, because whilst I agree with women's empowerment, of which I do every day, I drive gender change every day, I believe that it's all about education for players, and I think that's absolutely right. But the players aren't the one making the decisions. The structural inequalities and structural inequities that exist are because most of the game, the women's game, is run by men. And I love men. I'm married to one. I have one as a son. Okay, so, as, well, I don't know, Renée Zellweger said in the film Jerry Maguire, men are the enemy, but I love the enemy. Okay, so the thing that's really important is that this can't be managed by governments because clubs are private. And we've just had a fan-led review in this country where what's probably going to result in the UK is an independent regulator trying to make decisions, and none of it's all about health. Really, it's less about health, it's more about fan ownership and golden share and all those things. So maybe the research for all of this, for medicine, needs to be sponsored by the government, because that's within their gift to provide the money to academic institutions that can actually do that. So that's one thing. But is it convincing heads of federations, heads of clubs, to actually look through the lens of a woman in making decisions for the people that are the stakeholders, the biggest stakeholder in the commercial operations that they're sponsoring? So, for instance, piece of, Spanish Football Federation, I don't have to go back into the Spanish KISS too much, but, 140 people on the Spanish Football Federation and only 6 of them are women. Well, we know who's got the power there. So it's about how do we transfer the power to the people that can make the decisions, that can say, this is what we do. So that's one thing. There's another one, which is there isn't enough money in women's football in order to really write this at the level we need to write it at. And I think, back to what you said, Carly, we need that investment really early on. You said that, Kate, we need that investment really early on. So if we can convince people to invest from a research point of view, from a medical knowledge point of view, and an education point of view, and a sponsorship point of view, because it all comes down to commercial sponsors wanting to be involved in something that we think is an amazing product, which is women's football. And it's different, like women's tennis, it's different. Women's cricket, it's different. Women's rugby, it's different. It isn't men's football, it's women's football. It needs to be treated with that respect and that equity straight away. So I think we're in a very difficult situation here. I think just talking about it really blows the lid off all of those really difficult conversations. But I think, make no mistake, most of the people that hold the power over individual clubs are men. And maybe we need to somehow push that imperative, so they have to want to be interested in this. They have to see that there's a mental health angle, there's the S in ESG, there's a societal and social angle that is really important, that if we do right by this, everyone gets to benefit. And most importantly, the next generation of women, next generation of girls coming up. We don't want people to get injured and never to play, because there wasn't enough finance or care that picked them out of the system. So a lot of talk, a lot of interesting things I hopefully said, but I just think we're stuck in a structural inequity at the moment and a structural inequality, and we need to maybe change the power to having more females in leadership at the top of these organisations, because then they'd care.
These conversations are really important, because one of the things that we need to really start focusing is not just talking generally, but start putting our collective minds together for the purpose of creating leverage. There is no way that we're going to be able to convince the powers that be, because they are dominated by men, is what kind of leverage do we create as women players, as women in boards, to be able to negotiate and bring all this and get the types of sponsorships that we need in order to get the data, in order to get the science. Because without leverage, we don't have anything. And yes, we are encouraging people, but I'm an attorney, I represent a lot of companies, and I will tell you, every time we seek investment from potential investors, the question they ask is, what's in it for me? What leverage do you have in order to convince me to put my hand to the pocket?
As far as investment, wouldn't you rather invest in injury prevention than have to pay money for losing your top player? Are you going to spend more money investing in data analysis, or more money when your best need is off the field?
Okay, so at this point, I've been motioned that I have to cut it. So I want to thank everybody for your contribution to the discussion. Thank you so very much for your attention. Thank you, speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another huge round of applause for Betty, Jim, Dimitrios, Katie, and Dr. Kali. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the last session before lunch, and we'll be also wrapping up that medical part. And I would love to invite Dr. George. You're welcome. Dr. George Champas currently serves as the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Safety Officer at the university, the Chicago Marathon, and the US Soccer Team. You're welcome.
Good morning. I'll let everyone kind of get their seats, and I know we're a half hour before lunch, so I'm very cognizant of it. First and foremost, this might be the most incredible setting I've ever had to give a talk. Just a quick reminder that, we are in Athens, and I think it is so appropriate that we're here when we think about Athens and Athena and the goddess Athena, and how the host city of Athens basically built a temple around her. And so I think take that in as we speak about women's sport and women's football all around. I have a few points I would like to make. A lot of comments were made on the previous session. For me, the simple answer is do what's right. It actually is not more difficult than that. The second thing is, and I challenge everyone in this room in whatever capacity you are in the sport of football, is if you go ahead and look at every club, let's say in the UK, and look where their medical department fits. Does anyone have a clue with which department it fits? Medical science. Have you heard the term performance? Performance, right? So everyone is creating these high performance departments. High performance. I think it's absolutely obnoxious, okay? It's obnoxious, because who leads the performance department? It's typically the strength and conditioning coach. Okay, it's typically a scientist. It's typically someone who doesn't have a medical background, and then the medical staff report up into this person. And I'm an advocate for the player, period. No lines. And if as a club you want to create a pathway for the player, that pathway has to be a very clean separation from performance, from what they do on the field, and their health and safety. Simple as that. And the way it's going is more towards performance, so that if I'm a player and I have anxiety or I have some challenges in my life or I have an injury, I'm scared to go to the performance department because I'm scared that information is going to go to the coach. Typically, the coach hires their performance staff. So there is a clear conflict of interest there. So when we talk about all these things, to Dr. Dimitri's point, is the structure has to be in the support of the athlete. The structure and the organization has to say the player is first. And those are just a few of the things that I think weren't mentioned earlier. So we're moving on to pushing for change in women's soccer and football, and I serve on the capacity as a Chief Medical Officer for United States Soccer. I also serve in that same capacity for CONCACAF, and I'm on FIFA's medical committee. And I'd like to share just a few things with regards to so, just a few things on U.S. soccer and who we are. And I think the representation from the our embassy was outstanding. And by no means have we got it right. But there are certain things that we've done that I think have propelled the women's game in a new direction. And the discussion points are very, very clear. So we are the most successful women's program in the world. We're very, very proud of that. We have come to a culmination that, we have a mission where we want to make the federation and the sport of soccer and football in the United States the most played, the most watched, the most enjoyed. And every country is different. We have different teams in basketball and football. And so we have to try to create this narrative for our parents who are the consumer and the stakeholders, to choose the game of football over other sports. And part of that falls onto me as well. So the growth of the women's game and sport in the female leagues has become unprecedented. It has been talked about earlier with the record crowds. But, in the Euros, we had 87,000. Barcelona and Camp Nou, 90,000. I think we saw, Nigeria versus Morocco, 46,000 fans watch the game. And in the FIFA Women's World Cup, which I was in New Zealand, we saw more than 70,000 spectators in multiple matches. What an inflection point for the game. But our history goes back, and you can see on the men's side, goes back to 1916. But our women's side is not that far back. And so, if everyone is like, well, what's the same starting point? We weren't at the same starting point. So just in 1984, when our women's federation started to put a team together, there was a coach from North Carolina, Anson Dorrance. Let me see. Can you pop it up in the front too? Brosta? Okay. Thank you very much. So in 1984, Anson Dorrance was the first women's head coach, and you could see that in 40, 45 years, how fast the game in the United States has evolved. Next slide. Next slide. So key aspects, let me just make sure. All right. So if you are not familiar with, and hopefully you are familiar, the United States Soccer Federation has sat down over the last several years and reached a new collective bargaining agreement. How many of you are familiar with that? Okay, I hope everybody is. As you can imagine, we were all pulled into that. And I think that's a credit to our federation as to how we were all pulled into it from all of our departments so that we can make sure that all those areas were discussed. And you can imagine the back and forth led by the attorneys, right? With regards to services, what is done on the men's side, what is done on the women's side, how do we make sure that they merge, what are the critical aspects. But this was unprecedented. And credit to both sides on being able to do this. And so there is now equal pay. There is now a fund of money that comes in and is equally shared. So, for example, these past 2 World Cups on the men's and the women went into one single pot, and that pot was divided equally. It also required that the men actually say that they want to do that. And I share that for a reason. You know, we receive a lot of criticism as a federation, and in some ways rightfully so, but other sports don't get that same criticism. For example, there's the WNBA. I don't hear the NBA getting criticized as much as the federation. I don't hear other sports in the United States being criticized for not having equal pay or even having equal access to all the things we're talking about. So we feel that we've become now the global standard in regards to women's sport. You could see some of the things that have been done. Pay is equal now on a percentage of collective prize money in FIFA. Non-World Cup tournaments, again, they put this in a pot. And there's so many other aspects of CBA negotiations that come into play. Some things that the men have never had. The men have never had child care, for example. Now the men can come into their environment and they could bring their children. Health insurance. The women had health insurance, now the men have health insurance. And they were 2 different entities in the past. Previously, the women were actually all that we had were actually paid employees by the federation. So they were about 26 players that were paid by the federation. They got benefits, they got child care, and actually the men didn't have that access. And so what has happened now is the women now are actually at a learning point, and I'll share some of the examples. Because they were our employees, we provided their care. So even if they played in their club, if something happened to them, they had direct access to us, they had direct access to all the providers that we had. And because at the club level, the standards were not the same, we would manage them. It's flipped now. They are now employees of the clubs. And so their standard of care has almost dropped, and so there's a learning curve that is happening. But additionally, what it does, though, it now pushes the clubs, right, to be better. It pushes the clubs now when our women's national team players go to their clubs to say, we have to have a high excelling physio. We have to have someone who has potentially 10 years of experience. We have to have a physical therapist. We have to have multiple athletic trainers. And so we are now actually pushing that needle because of these agreements in direct and indirect ways. So all really, really good things. I talked about a lot of the things we talked about. Also the types of stadiums we play in. Grass fields, right? And so those are all a part of the collective bargaining agreements, similar to what was talked about as well. How we travel, the planes, the hotels, the meals, all of those things are on the table with regards to what we've done. And to be perfectly frank, those things were done prior to the signing of the CBA. From a scientific perspective, what I could tell you in a sports science side, a lot of what's been discussed here is research, right? So yes, it is a multi-pronged approach. It's not do this and don't do the other. But how do we invest in this? There is absolutely a lack of women sports scientists or sports scientists with expertise in female athletes. We've made a commitment now where we're going to go through a grant proposal to try to train sports scientists and bring them into our environment so that way they can go into the women's leagues, not only at the top NWSL, but the USL. And so that is an area that we are intensely working on. We know that that knowledge needs to be disseminated. We've just hired a full-time head sports scientist that is driving some of those things. Additionally, we've developed a curriculum for domestic positions like the sports scientist. We've held conferences where the Federation now is bringing the NWSL and the women's leagues together annually, and we discuss high-level topics so that we can try to bridge those gaps. And then again, we're trying to hire more diverse coaches as well. There's been a recent push on having coaches through the U.S. Soccer Federation. And I'm going to highlight one thing because I think there's a flaw also that we've done, is our women's national team obviously had a very early exit from the recent Women's World Cup. And I brought this to attention to a lot of our folks, but when you look at the top 5 to 10 candidates that their names are for the head coaching job, how many of them are American players or American coaches? Have you noticed? None. None, right? So while we are leading the game on the field, we've done a very poor job on developing our own women's players or women who have been in the game to be even eligible now to be hired as the women's head coach. So by no means are we getting everything right. And so these are areas that we know there are flaws, and we know that these are areas that we need to work on. Research and innovation, I've spoken about it. And then we're also talking about a soccer age plan, okay? And indicators and benchmarks. What we want to be able to do is try to identify for a youth player, both male and female, what does your soccer age plan look like? It is a very individualized sport. And we have to be able to define it and speak to it in that way. And so growth and maturation are topics that we talk about. And so those are all things that we are looking at, at U.S. Soccer. Additionally, some high-level projects that we've done and we're going to be publishing is we created a huge recovery room for our men in Qatar and our women in New Zealand. Those were equal, supported by our federation along with Nike, but there's going to be data that comes out of that we also will be publishing very soon. So really cool things on the sports science side. Now near and dear to my heart. So our sports medicine initiatives, and in my role, I oversee all of our national teams, but I oversee 4, 5, 6 million players that play soccer in the United States. And I take my role very, very seriously. I take my role so seriously that for me, the stakeholders in all of this are the parents, the players, the coaches, and the referees. And so from that, I hope what you're going to see in the next 3, 4 slides is some of the ways we've bridged this and how what we've done could be a model for others in the game. And so we've created quite a bit of stuff with regards to investigating women's health and the female player. We're looking to hire a head of women's football for the Federation. We recently created, about 3 years ago, mental health resources. Those mental health resources, and I'll show you in a couple other slides, are outward facing. We have now basically integrated into our coaching education. Grassroots means every coach in the United States gets educated on mental health. Every coach in the United States, every referee in the United States. I also, because I have the ability to go through the coaching license, and I won't touch on every coach in the United States has to watch a CPR and AED training video. Every coach in the United States and referee has to watch a concussion video, okay? Every coach. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands. So I want a parent that be able to say, if and when something happens, we've done everything in our power to try to bridge that. We also talk about mental health and understand as a coach, you are a bridge. You have a responsibility that if you see a young kid that normally is acting this way and there's been a change in their behavior, that you should intervene. Doesn't mean you're the mental health expert, but you should understand and be the bridge to be able to say, hey, Mom, Dad, is something going on? I've seen your daughter, your son, there's something different. They're more moody, they're crying. Can we make a difference? We've had several different recent suicides in women's players in the United States, especially in the college game. Not that triggered this, but we know that our young kids are struggling. The pressure that they have is enormous, and then let alone if they have an injury. And so these are some of the things that we're bridging on that. We also are implementing mental health into our players. We basically put together a toolkit. So if you get invited into a national team, you get an email from our administrators, and in there is a toolkit and resources for you to be able to say, hey, if you feel this way, these are some of the normal things. These are how you can deal with anxiety. These are some of the ways that you can support, and phone numbers and contacts of myself and our mental health expert and our mental health athletic trainer, all of which are facilitators for them, not only within our national team, but when they go home as well. So really, really things that we're looking for. In 2015, I created a platform called Recognize to Recover. If you haven't gone on this platform, I highly recommend you look at it. If you go to recognizetorecover.org, that is our player platform for health and injury safety. I'll show you some of the content on it, but what that platform has done over the last 8 years, in my opinion, has bridged our entire country to what we'd like to believe is some of the best practices for the players, the coaches, the parents, and the referees. Our coaches have developed a process to engage team in generating values, leadership. We have kind of this consistent theme that our coaches have done, but the health and safety one is one that's really important. One of the examples of this is the state of Arizona, as you can see, has taken Recognize to Recover, and now they disseminate it into their state, which is how it should be. So if the FA, for example, were to create a platform like this, it comes generated down through all levels of their clubs, from the pro level down. But for example, pushing for change, heading restrictions, familiar? Or banning heading? Okay. Do you know when that started? In Scotland about 3 months ago. In Scotland about 3 months ago, yes. In 2015, it was my decision to ban heading under the age of 10. And then between 11 and 13 is to progressively incorporate it with a maximum of about 20 headers a week. And then after 13, you allowed heading in training and in play in 2015. In 2015, my life was threatened. I was criticized. The Federation was criticized. FIFA actually put out a statement about what we did. The FA put out a statement about what we did, but we believed in that. And you know, everyone says, oh, you need science and you see research, and back then, that's what everybody was saying. Well, you need research. You know, heading a ball doesn't lead to concussions, and we don't have any research to make that decisions. You also have to use your brain and use common sense. Medicine is an art. Medicine is an art first. Remember that. Science supports those decisions. But the reality is the way we looked at that decision was twofold. What does the science show? The science shows that heading a ball, or the act of heading, in the act of heading is when you have about 60 to 80% of your concussions. So what is the act of heading? You go up, head to head, you hit somebody. You go up, you fall down, you hit your head. You go up, someone elbows you in your head. Right? So 60 to 70% of the concussions are in the act of heading. Do children that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, who are developing, who are just getting into the game of soccer, do you think that that's a place for them to potentially be exposed to head injuries? No. Right? Is that what we want? Is that what we want when we want kids to be out and enjoying team activity, to love the game, to play the game, to get the skills, to be able to play the game? We really also want the ball at their feet. So that was a very easy decision to make. Very easy decision to make, and I've written about it, and I've been chastised about it, but here we are now in 2023, and the FA and Scotland and others are now implementing it, and FIFA now is looking to implement it. So sometimes you have to just lead, especially when you know what's right. Back in 2014 and 2015, we incorporated substitutions in our development academy. We now have a temporary substitution concussion substitutions in the game at FIFA level. And so this is where a lot of that stuff was, the seeds were planted to change the game and push the change. NWSL, spotters. We started implementing spotters in 2015 for head injuries in the women's league. I remember specifically speaking to Carly Lloyd and asking her, saying, Carly, the league, the NWSL, could be the first league that implements a spotter or implements a concussion substitution. And Carly at that time, this is, and these are true stories, and I'm sure she would admit it, she said, but Doc, why would we do something different than the men? So it also is something where our players have to also be willing to make change and understanding that they can lead. And I regret at that time that we didn't push it. And so just some examples of, there are some elements that also I think that we talked about educating, but we also have to be bold sometimes and step outside of our comfort zone. Another area with Recognize to Recover, and if you look at all these, if you can see some of these topics, I just want to point on to a few of them. So this is player, coach, parent, referee facing. And there's so many topics that we have up here, even soccer for athletes with disability. We have an ACL injury prevention document that honestly, you can literally just send all your folks to this. It gives you videos, it gives you the PEP programs, it gives you the FIFA 11, it gives you information. We actually are putting together FAQs, frequently asked questions, that is being developed by about 5 of our orthopedic surgeons. So the top 15, 20 questions you have if you've torn your ACL. What graft should I choose? When should I expect to return? When should I have surgery? So those are all the things that we could bridge to everyone who plays the game in the United States, because I can't go to 50 million conferences, but the reality is this is what faces out towards our players. So that if your kid's 9 years old, you're getting the same information as the 17-year-old, the 22-year-old. So the ACL one is great. We have nutrition, we have hydration, we have head injury, we have our CPR training video. Our CPR training video, when I spoke to our CEO, was like, George, concentrate on concussions. I was like, we are going to concentrate on this. Has 8,000 YouTube views. Or, I'm sorry, 8 million YouTube views. It is the most viewed U.S. soccer produced video that they've ever produced. 8 million views. For me, that just tells you that while it may not seem sexy, the health and safety and wellness of our players, in my opinion, is the most important thing. This is what we call our preferred providers list. Preferred providers list. So what did we do? We went to all the we went to all the clubs, the professional clubs, and we said, give us the names of your providers. Who do you use for concussions? Who's your cardiologist? Who's your orthopedic surgeons? On and on and on. Men's and women's. So Major League Soccer, NWSL, give us those names. And we put on a map where they all are. So if you click on, you tear your ACL in Colorado or you somewhere else, or you're remote, you can click on that and you can find a physician or clinician connected to our game. And this, for me, has been changing. So again, it allows us to hopefully bridge the gap and be that player's advocate. That's what our goal is. So the preferred providers list is something that we're really, really excited about. So that's how you push for change. Sorry, next slide. Research. Several years ago, back in 2021, for FIFA, we have to do EKG and echocardiogram on all of our players before they compete. We actually published the first and the largest study that looks at the women's cardiac structure. All those studies have been on men. We basically looked at about 50 of our top women athletes and did their echoes, and it's the first one that looked at what the women's soccer heart looks like and remodeling. And so those are, again, examples of how we can lead. Next slide. Another study that I was a part of, as you can tell, I'm not the tallest person, and you're going to see a picture of my daughter. She's not the tallest player. This one was very important to me. There's this feeling that from agents that you players have to be tall in women's soccer. In the United States, and this could be a larger discussion, in our college game, because it is such a tight season, it's like 2-3 months, they play very frequently. There's only about 1 or 2 days of rest. They play very aggressively in sprint and strength. And so that misnotion, unfortunately, displaces young girls who may not be as tall. And so we looked at a study that looked at several of the World Cups and looked at the height. And what we basically said, the average height is about 165 centimeters. Most of the agents and coaches think that players should be 165 or big or taller. And we looked at the World Cups, and what we saw was that actually there were just as many players that were shorter than 165 as there were over 165. And then we also looked at the positions, and we saw, again, no difference. And minutes played was also equal. So it defeats the purpose. So when we do research or we find these things, we need to educate those coaches and those people that make those poor decisions because they're basically fiction. Next slide. Oops. I'll go try to run through this quickly. In the United States, our women's game is a period where we had just the NWSL. We now are starting a second league in the women's division. Really, really excited about that. It's funneling more players to be able to go into the amateur, into the professional route, and you could see across the country where those are. Next slide. We're building the first women's-only stadium in Kansas City. Again, I hope we stop saying first, but this is the women's first stadium in the league in Kansas City. If you follow American football, Patrick Mahomes, who's a quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, his wife and him are owners in this team. Quite frankly, we have a lot of investment by quite frankly, current former football players. You're going to see Giannis investing in soccer. You're going to see, we have stars and actors and actresses all investing in the game of soccer in the United States, which I think is additionally going to propel the game. Safeguarding. How many of you have heard that term, safeguarding? Yeah. So I do have to pause on this one, and this one is going to be, just see where we're at. So a very important topic. Give me 1 second. So a very important topic. We have a black eye in our sport in the United States. Plain and simple. We have a black eye because we didn't protect the most precious individuals who play the game, and that's boys, girls, but in this particular case, on the girl side. And that goes from the pro level, but into the youth. The sad thing is by the time they were in the pro level, they were too scared to say something because they would lose their minutes. We were talking about where they're going to have surgery or who's going to do surgery. They were worried about if their coach wanted to, do something else. That's the environment that was going on, all right? So we have to be frank and honest and be transparent with the discussions we have. So fortunately, so much has come out of it, again, through the women's voices and young players' voices, that has hopefully turned the page. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be bad coaches or bad people out there, but hopefully now there's pathways to get rid of them. And so the Federation has done a significant amount of work in creating a safeguarding department. We've now basically implemented that through the leagues, and now every team has to have certain standards, has to have certain personnel within their club that follows these guidelines. Hopefully this is something that our players see as advocacy for them and that this never happens. I could tell you that the Federation has invested a significant amount of personnel, resources, and this is just going to be woven into the ethos of who we are, and again, outward facing. CONCACAF, first time ever a women's Gold Cup. And so for our confederation, which many perceive as one of the least confederations, this is great for the game in our region, right? So that we can have young women in Honduras and Guatemala, in Jamaica, understand that there's a pathway for them, understand that there's a trophy as well for them. So we have to do the same thing. We have to create pathways for them, make sure there's injury prevention, make sure that they understand the same resources that other players have can go to them. Our pillars, we're in a transition at the Federation. As you can imagine, and I'm going to talk really briefly on what's ahead of us, we want to grow the game. We want to grow the game in the United States so that every kid is playing the game of soccer. Create a world-class organization. Grow the soccer economy to fuel reinvestment. Okay? Develop winning teams and foster the best playing environments. So those are 5 pillars. And the question is, how do we accelerate those initiatives? You could see Safe Soccer Clearance Program. Make sure that we're doing background checks on every coach. Number of referees. The democratization of soccer and knowledge. Educate as much as we can. Unified sporting strategy across our country. An ecosystem of partnerships, both public and private. We have a World Cup in 2026. We actually have a Copa America next summer, a Club World Cup in 2025. And if you just saw, we just announced a national training center. We don't have a home, but we're going to now have a national training center in Atlanta. These are 3 strategic frameworks. The one that I'm so excited about is that health and well-being is one of our 3. So access and empowerment, leadership and innovation, and health and well-being. It has to be our core value. I speak about it all the time. If our parents and our players know that we want to create safe places for them, they're going to want to participate. Next slide. Talked about the National Training Center. Next slide. And then this is what's ahead of us. We have the World Cup. We're bidding for the 2027 World Cup. So the United States is very, very excited. But what excites me the most on this slide is that our president is a female. So the president of our federation is a former player, Olympian, World Cup winner, Cindy Parlow-Cone. And so we feel that when we push for change, hopefully we mean it. And that's the world that I get to be fortunate to work in. Next slide. And shamelessly, I also hopefully am living it. This is my daughter who's plays soccer and goes to school at Johns Hopkins, and she's a Division III champion. They won last year, and she's 4'11". Too many doors have closed on her. I could tell you that, and her resilience is honestly what inspires me the most. I'm very, very fortunate to do what I do. I think I'm all done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. George, for that session. Quite an informative morning session. So we'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back after an hour. Thank you so much.
To our seats, please. We'll get underway with the next panel and the rest of the afternoon. Just give a couple of minutes for some coming in from outside. Hopefully the day has been enjoyable so far. From here, we'll get underway with a very special panel very, very shortly. We'll then go straight into a discussion on achieving equity through the pitch, move on to club investment and development, and plenty more to come. But with everyone back in here now, again, hope you're enjoying it. Well, the morning was wonderful. Hopefully the afternoon even better, with plenty more to come, and no better way to resume than with a very special welcome to a very special guest here who has been part of the Athens Women's Football Summit family for many years now. He's a legend of football, who did wonderful things on the pitch and doing exceptional things now off the pitch as well. A warm round of applause for a legend of the game, Gilberto Silva. Nice to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you, Gilberto. Feel free to take a seat. Moderating this panel and joining him, Ed Bowers. A round of applause. Ed's done tremendous work for the conference, as he does every year. And Tim Chase, the founder of Striver, with Gilberto Silva. Round of applause.
Come on, sit in the middle. In the middle, my friend.
Ed, over to you.
Thank you very much. We're going to get straight to it. Today's session is all about the benefits of Striver. And quickly, before we dig deep, I've known this for a while, knowing Tim, and I'm so glad we managed to look at a topic that we all know that social media has such an impact on and off the pitch. But this is different. This needs to be the future, in my humble opinion. So in this session, we'll be talking about what is the purpose of Striver. Then we'll be looking at how this app, giving you a little hint of this challenge, sort of community feature is such a great aspect with this app. And finally, and most importantly, how can it benefit the women's game? So let's get straight to it. Tim, what is the purpose of Striver?
So Striver is trying to make the world a little bit of a better place. And the way we do that is we are the world, as you can see on the screens, we're the world's first abuse-free social media platform. So we use AI to remove hate totally. Now, instead of existing platforms that moderate the content but retrospectively, so you post on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, they then moderate it, and then maybe it gets removed. But by that point, the damage has already been done. People have screen grabbed it or shared it or screen recorded it. Our platform's totally different. We moderate before it goes live. So we moderate all comments, even usernames, bios, everything gets moderated before it even goes live to the platform. So you click send or upload, it then goes to moderation. Should it go through moderation, then it goes live. So that removes, I think, 99.9817% of abuse, which is pretty close.
That's awesome to hear, Jill, but I'm going to bring you in from a player standpoint. What got you involved? One, being business partners, but why you wanted to get involved in this from a social media aspect, from a player standpoint?
Well, before knowing Tim, Athens, and I must say that this place, particularly Athens, has something around meeting him, because by the time we met, I was sports director at Panathinaikos, a special club for me, special place, people. And on that time, we worked with this man here, Agis, and we got along so well. But on the time when we met, I went to an event, in England, and then we met. And a few years later, I went back to London to live with the family. And then we have an opportunity to talk again and to meet each other and on a sports event. And then he talked to me about what Striver, on that time it was not Striver, it was through Challenge. And he mentioned to me what he was creating, what was his idea. And as a father, I said, wow, you have my attention. Because he got us, he was going to explain later, but he created something where his son could not only interact with the internet, with the social platform, with mobile, but do something for his health, do some actions. And I said, oh, this is interesting, because I have a kid. I assume many people here in this room have a kid. I said, why not? This is interesting. And then I joined him because I see the purpose of it, just not stop his kids, his son to use the technology, but teaching him how to use it with a good purpose to be healthy, especially mentally. Because nowadays we see how problematic it became when people with bad intention come to use the social platform, or they are on the street anywhere. But it's very difficult to stop them to use the mobile phone, use social media, helping them, but be on a safe environment.
Can we bring in True Challenge a little bit? Just
Yeah.
because I think, again, we did another podcast on this with, as Gilberto was saying, the interaction of, it started with connecting with your true heroes through the challenge. Can we touch on that? Because I think it relates to what Gilberto was saying from a challenge standpoint. And then we'll talk back to Striver from a social media platform.
Yeah, no, so I came up with the idea of a True Challenge. Basically, I was a single dad, so my son was 3, and I was a single dad not knowing what on earth was going on in the world. All he wanted to do was watch his iPad. He was watching a little kid called Ryan's Tour Review, endlessly watching a kid playing with toys. And I couldn't get my head around why he would watch a kid play with toys when he's got thousands of toys in his bedroom. It made absolutely no sense to me. It still doesn't, but there we go. So I thought, he's obviously got this power, what we now call influence. The power of these influences, I could see. We was just watching him all the time, and then want to buy the toy that he was playing with in the video. I thought, well, there must be a way of utilising the power of that influencer, but making it for good. So rather than just watching, do this, watch this, buy this, is actually try something active, get healthy, do something. So the first idea I had was this Ryan's Tour Review saying, this is how you build the best fort. Go and grab your mum and dad's duvet and 10 pillows and show me the best fort you can make. But obviously with that, it had to have a safe environment. So True Challenge had a zero tolerance policy against abuse, which we did manually. And then during COVID, we worked with the United Nations. I think we got 140,000 users in 48 hours. And I realised that we're probably onto something. We need to get some grown-ups involved in this business. So we then realised that we could use AI to remove the hate. So we could then scale massively. Did I answer your question?
You did, but I want to touch on I want to touch on from True Challenge to Striver. When did the penny drop for both of you going, there's a bigger problem? But I'm going to go back to the player side, because I'm going to say majority of this room, we take it for granted that if we post something, it's very likely that people ignore it. But when it's somebody with your status, your career, on and off the pitch, there's that abuse aspect. And I think we need to touch on this, because from the game, we know it's there. There's been enough cases that show that players, when they do an action on the pitch, can influence a lot off the pitch. I'm going to stick to Twitter, because it's like a hot fire that just blows up. So when was the moment for both of you when there's a bigger picture of the abuse standpoint, which then implements the purpose of Striver?
It's your turn to answer a question.
Go on.
I think on a player's point of view, I think one of it's so nice when you have a good game and see the platform talk well about you. The fans they come on to your social media and well done, you had a great game. When you had a terrible game, when your team lose, and some of those people who the game before, they were very happy, they turn their opinion. They have a different thoughts about you, or you are not good enough. And some of them, they go over what is necessary, honestly. And this creates a big noise on the players, a fear, because, we spoke some of the problems we face in football early on, but, on the players, some of them, they lose somehow their freedom to go out. They are scared because people go there, they are afraid of going out for dinner with their parents, because they say, if I go, somebody will come to me and attack me and be violent, and I don't want to have that. And then they use the social media to create this problem for the players and these harassments. And I've seen many of the players, face a lot of problems nowadays, because, now, before, when I started playing football, I didn't have a mobile phone. Nowadays, mobile phone is not only a mobile phone, because the last thing we do with my mobile phone is call to people. But we change message. We look on social media. We send message, voice messages, but not call properly. But then it became an office, the gadget. But even worse for the kids is now, my opinion, part of their body. because they sleep with them. They stay, they go to the toilet, they go to the kitchen, they walk on the street, watching this, they don't pay attention what's around them. It became quite dangerous. And for the players, when they have a bad game, this is what happened. People go there and accuse them a lot of things. And they are afraid. Some of them have a lot of mental problem because of that. It's a lot of disturb and depression. I'm the last few days I've been very concerned because a lot of players came out talk about it. Of course, I cannot say because I can't prove that everything's about internet. But there is a piece of it connected to how much time we spend and not know what exactly we spend our time on that. Yeah. Because if you know how to do it, okay, but if you don't know, and some players, they are not on, let's say, with the good information they should.
So just bringing back to the app itself for the abuse, you touched it very briefly with the AI. Could you go in a little bit more detail? Whether give to its secrets, but more how is it managed on the platform itself, of how fans interact? That would be great.
What, the fans rather than the AI?
The fans of moderating the abuse with the wording and language, that side.
Yes, the AI, when you upload a video, we don't just look at a rude word. We look at the phrase, the phrase, if you like. Then we look at the sentence. Then we look at the message as a whole. And we actually, in the later version of the app, will give a sentiment rating so we can tell how positive or negative that person is. If that percentage drops below 75%, we have a mental fitness platform that actually will kick in and go, is everything all right? You're being particularly negative on social media. Have you thought about, is everything okay? Have you spoken to somebody? Because it could well be that they're struggling with something in their personal life. That's why it's coming out on social media.
And just with regards to a habit, because that's the other thing with social media, everything is a habit. What you were saying, Gilberto, it's our phones connected us all the time. With the response you've had from players already, because this is driven by other players behind the scenes, could you just share a little bit behind the scenes of other players who've added their input as ambassadors to build this the right way as well?
And this is why I have been talking to them, to be the ambassadors, because we, joint team is about what we believe can help people and benefit people, as long they are using the social platforms. And when we talk to them, they feel very happy and relieved somehow because they know, oh wow, this is interesting because I can interact with the fans, I can be there without being afraid of what people are talking, because this is on a positive way. And people sometimes, say, wow, and they come sometimes with the technical aspect. I say, listen, I have some other people, more knowledgeable than me. But this is what we believe, to serve the world in the best way. I think me and Tim have been speaking about this. When we, the point we start, when we speak to the players, we say, the message is the same. Listen, we want you to be on a safe environment, and you are part of the society. Your message has power. Instead, you just stand still and don't do anything. Just join us. Help us to spread the good message. Spread, what we believe can contribute to people's life. Mm-hmm. Because if I can contribute with one life, this life can make a lot, many good things to another life and another one. We know sometimes it's hard, some things, but I think this is what we believe. Mm. To do the good things is not easy, but in our opinion, is the right thing.
I'm going to put you on the spot quickly. How do you define a safe environment from this app perspective?
Define is, let's say, we start with our belief. Mm-hmm. How do I create this the safe environment? I would choose the people I hang out. It's like we can be in a safe environment with the people I hang out with, the kind of conversation I want to have with people, what kind of future I want for my kids, my family, and what kind of future, what kind of benefit I want to people. How can I serve you? How can I serve you, anybody, on the best way as possible? Listen, and by that, it's not about what people sometimes make a confusion. I need to be rich to do things well, to do things right. It's not about money. It's just about how can I serve the world and help to make the world a best place for us to live. I don't know how long I'm going to live, but as long I'm here, I want to choose the people I hang out with, and who I sit down, the place I go, coming here is very special. Because we have this opportunity, but also, learn from others and bring the good ideas and for us to improve what we are doing.
I think it's important to say what we've learned by removing hate. So removing that abuse bit has done a few things. So one, the players are more happy to engage with their fans. It brings them closer. And the players we're talking to actually do genuinely want to engage with the fans. And we don't remove negativity, we remove abuse. So you can still be critical, you just can't do it in an abusive way, because that's impacting on freedom of speech. So what we've learned is that, one, just by listening to the fans and sharing their content, your social media goes absolutely mad. So for one example, one player from Man United we work with, he averaged 6 million views, 6 million impressions a month and 600,000 pieces of engagement. Just 1 month of working with us, he went to 57.5 million impressions and 6.1 million pieces of engagement. And all he did was share 4 examples of his fans taking part in his challenges. That's it. Just by giving them a platform to talk about, to show off their skills, and then reinforcing them, saying, well done. Literally, his social media grew massively. His engagement grew by 243%, and his audience grew by 43%. So just by listening to fans and giving them the opportunity to communicate with you, it blows up. And it blows my mind that no one else has done it. I think it's brilliant that no one else has done it, but I'm thankful, but I can't believe nobody else has done it yet.
Just on that point, you said it was like 4 pieces of content. Could you dig deeper the type of content on the platform? Because for me, that's awesome, because it's like we're always posting content daily, but this is like less is more, but more impact as well.
Yeah, so we're not saying don't use any other social media platform. We'll be pretty ballsy to do that. But we say we're part of your social media arsenal. So, to use the pun. So you post on Striver a challenge or a conversation. It's can you do a crossbar challenge, or what do you think Arsenal are going to win the Premier League this year? Let's choose a conversation. So Gilberto posts, do you think Arsenal are going to win the Premier League this year? And I reply, absolutely not. But I give a reason why. And I say, do you know what, you need a new striker, Jesus is probably going to get injured, he seems to be injury prone. So Gilberto has his first video. Then there's a layer of people that communicate with that, who respond to Gilberto's video. Gilberto can click on a video that he likes. The look of the app is similar to TikTok. He can click one button that's called feature. I get a notification saying, Tim, Gilberto Silva's responded to you, has featured you. I go, holy crap, what does that mean? I click on the notification, it's my video in his feed. So I feel amazing that Gilberto Silva, my hero, former hero, has featured my video.
I'm still your hero.
You are my hero. Cheers, Dad. Has featured me. But then also, everybody else who follows Gilberto gets that notification saying that Tim has been featured by Gilberto. And because he's vouched for me, I'm getting all the positivity of his audience, either reinforcing or criticising my opinion, or if it was a piece of skill, they're saying, well done, how long did that take? So it's a positive community that he's building. Now, he features 5, it's getting really complicated. So you have the first video, then you have the responses of the first wave, and he features 2 or 3 of those. The fans can then respond to that response. So now he has a big layer of people communicating themselves. So his audience is now communicating, but all he had to do was one firework moment of asking an opinion, and now his fan base is going rife.
How have you found it with some of the challenges you've done so far on the platform?
He's pulled his hamstring.
It's nice because, one of the good things, because when I create some challenge for them, the idea for me, the good thing, because I do with the football, sometimes difficult nowadays, it's not so easy anymore, but bring myself to do some action, some activity, and bring them to do some actions. For example, I'll give you an example. I set up a challenge of, let's now do 10 keeping ups, and now I'll do 10 heads, and I want you to follow me. And the point for me is not, for example, they do it on the first time, because they can not do it the first time. No problem, it's fine. You can make mistake. I make mistake, don't worry. Until I get the 10, I try so many times. My message to them is afterwards, don't worry how many times you miss. The important thing is keep trying. Go, you miss, try again, until you get it. And when you learn how to do things and go from this one and try to improve some other things. It's like when improving things in life, you know. This is what I try to keep them, bring them to action instead of just sit down, you know, scroll on the mobile, you know, touching the screen and so on. They don't really understand what they are, you know, seeing on the screen because they do it so fast. But bring them to action because I do believe that sports, you know, have a great benefit, not only for your health on your body, you know, to have a good shape, but mentally also because, you know, we overcome so many things, some challenges. I was talking before in the lunch. When I, for example, stay 2 weeks without training, my first day, you know, it's tough. It's hard, you know, it's painful. I think for all of us here, if you try, it's okay. There's no problem. Just do it again the next day, and then the pain goes. And with, you know, the problems, you know, when we do the sports, we bring the kids and anyone to this action is for them see to get to certain standards to improve. You have to try as much as you can, and don't worry if you make mistake. Mistake is part of the learning process. I think we want to also encourage them to, you know, if they make mistake, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. Just try again.
Tim, just to say state the obvious question, it's not just the influencers that can do the challenges and conversations,
No.
the fans can as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Everybody, on our platform, everybody's equal. It doesn't matter if you have 10 million followers on Instagram or 5 on Facebook like me. Everybody's treated exactly the same. It's all about opportunity and effort. It's what we reward.
So can we talk about the motto? You said to me before, it's all about us, not I. Could you just delve into that with regards to the vision of Striver? Because I think it's a great concept.
Yeah, so existing social platforms, which are fantastic. I mean, you could argue that Facebook is, social media has been a positive influence in the world or a negative, but they started it. And existing social platforms is all about me, what am I doing, what am I doing, what am I doing, look what I've got, look what I bought. We say it's not about we, it's about us. And Gilberto's audience, our platform is designed for Gilberto's audience to engage with him, see what he's going to, and get involved with him, rather than just, hey, this is the new pair of trainers that I bought, which are very nice. It's all about it's about we, not me.
So relating to the third theme, how can Striver benefit, you know, women's football from the different components? We've touched on the players, but I want to go back to the players of, like, they're watching this, how can they sign up and build new following, but maybe a different audience to some of the male players? I'm just curious on that side of things.
Do you want to do that one?
Do you want to go with that, Gilberto?
Well, we are here to help them in the best way as we can. And I'm sure there is a lot of common ground for us because what we are here for is to deliver a good message. And when I speak about women's game and to some people and see what's going on when people have a different opinion about it, they don't really understand what's the game and what they talk about when they don't support it. Because look to the women's game is about look to my daughters. You know, look to my mother, my grandmother, my future grandchild, who is a woman who loves the game and loves football. And what's the point of not supporting them? We are here to support women's football. And we were so excited to come here to learn with all of you. I've learned so much this morning. You don't know how much. And this is our mission. I think we have this, in terms of contribute to the world as we think, as we believe in this, what we call the safe environment, but also help the women's football to raise their voice, and to support them in the best way as we can. I think this is what we're here for.
I think there's a big opportunity with us because I think some of the larger footballers seem to be untouchable. Their audience is so massive and they're like godlike people. I think they can be seen as a bit untouchable. I think what the women's game has the opportunity to do now is use the power of the talent and the players that they have right now to help bring up the next level of young women footballers. And just by simply through our platform, or just generally speaking, just to use our platform to help grow your audience, but engage with a younger group of people, a younger group of younger women, to bring them through to the football and give them the confidence in an abuse-free environment.
So just on that, we talk about players. I now want to talk about teams because teams are now leveraging social media. I just think if you had teams on the platform, they could be so creative even more with their community at the club, but also in a separate space, which is, as you say, there's that no abuse safe area. So Tim, I'm going to love to hear your thoughts on that from a team standpoint.
Yeah, so we haven't said this. We're launching on the 14th of November.
I know.
We don't think we mentioned that at all.
No, we didn't yet. But,
So, yeah,
well, what's the potential, should we say? Like,
yeah, so
what
we
it
can't
could
say
do?
who it is, but we've got 4 Premier League clubs joining us straight away, as well as a number of other organisations. I've forgotten your question, I'm so sorry.
How teams can like utilise Striver for their communities at the club, or even the women's team itself.
Yeah, so you can use your individual athletes to then engage with your audience and it can be about engaging overseas as well as your local team. So instead of just the people in the stadium, you can set up challenges and conversations to engage with the audience globally, rather than just locally at the club.
And I'm going to bring in the next one, like federations. Could they come on board and do a lot of collaborations as well? Because I'm trying to think this bigger, everybody, because if we have a place where everybody can win out the whole situation without the abuse, it's a better platform. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Like you said, you worked with Agis from a club standpoint firstly, but why federations should at least be speaking to you in that side of things?
Well, when they listen to the ideas where people want to contribute to the game, it's always important. And for us, important, like was said before, the federation, they have their responsibility because they run the games, they create the rules and etc. And we are here as a player, as a journalist, as a social platform, anybody here in this room, doctors, to contribute to the game, to make the game better on a every day, to make the progress. And if they don't listen, I think everybody loses a good opportunity to improve and to make, let's say, the space better for everybody. Just listen. Sometimes, maybe we come up with, let's say, 5 ideas, but if one idea makes sense for them, there is a progress. There's a progress where we open channels to other people's opinion and to make the progress, even more progress, We cannot do things alone, they cannot do things alone, the players cannot do things alone. But as long as we work together, there is a possibility of make a big change in a short time of space, But the hardest thing, the obstacle we have as a player, I understand the pain of many of you, the doctors, Dimitris talked about it, the frustration he got, because some people, when they are in the position, when they don't listen to you, then at some point people get tired. But listen, we all want a better game. Mm-hmm. I want to take my kids, go to any stadium, but I want to go there and be safe, come back home. I want to enjoy the game. I want the game is nice to be nice environment in every aspect, And if they don't listen, I think they lose an opportunity. But I'm sure, that is we are talking to some people. They are, very open-minded to listen, sit down, and see what can be possible.
And Tim, just from a World Cup perspective, which we had down under, can competitions be involved again, potentially, on that side of things? Because the TV viewing this was off the charts from Australia, so it would be cool if there were, should we say, interactions on Striver from a community standpoint as well. So I just want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah,
well, I'm putting on the spot.
Yeah,
we
didn't agree on this question.
I know, but...
So, yeah, I think anyone who has an audience who wants to get closer to their fan base, they can absolutely use our platform. But we've been selective who we use because we don't want a club that's just going to use it like existing social media. Our platform is all about engaging with your fans. You can do it as seamlessly and easily as possible on our platform. But yeah, so as long as you're willing to engage with your fan base, absolutely we can work with you.
Okay, so Tim, back to you. Could you just give the timeline of when it's launched, like signing up potentially? Because I saw your statistics with your beta group, 95% were happy how they signed up. It was very, very efficient, which I thought was amazing because nowadays it's always challenging to set up new accounts. So could you just touch on that so the audience know potentially when to sign up?
Yeah, so with the launch, you can download the app now. I'm not supposed to say that, but the app is in the store now. And yeah, so from the 14th of November, I think 12:20.
Okay.
We'll say 12:20. 12:20 is live, where all the players will be coming on board, and the clubs and the brands, and everyone will be going live then.
Gilberto, just from a journey perspective, how excited are you with this launch now? Because you said it's all baby steps right from the start.
It's like, for me, it's like going to a final of a World Cup with the whole expectation. But a good expectation, honestly. But not exactly, because we are not going to compete to anybody. I think the expectation I have and we have now is just to, how the app is going to be there for people to use to their own benefit and the benefit of the others. I think this is our goal. And the expectation is because this is something we have been working so hard in the last years. It's something we believe that can contribute to sports and to people, to their, health, body, but also their mental health also. And on this point of view, that's why we feel sometimes the anxiety, but in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
I say, I'm anxious now, let's see, I want to see these games. I have this feeling when I had some games. I love that, but this is a good feeling to have because, all the hard work we have done in the past years now is nearly, we are going to start a new chapter of it. And we are so excited about it.
I think we're done. The reason I say that, I wanted time for questions because, for me, I've had so many beforehand, but I thought with the floor, if you had any, this is a perfect time because if you do have any now, ask away. We've got 5 minutes. Rachel, do you have a mic, please?
I'm quite loud.
Okay. Crack on.
Forget somebody's just said something, let alone our own names. Could you tell us how many of your influencers are female to male?
Yep.
And what kind of traction you're getting from females in your the groups that you've been kind of playing with and practicing with?
Good question. So we've only just started the recruitment drive of the talent and athletes. So I believe we have one, maybe 2 female athletes out of 20 top. Sorry, I'm getting attacked by flies. I'm not just got doing random ninja moves. Yeah, exactly. Someone telling me. But we would love to have, we desperately want female athletes to be on the platform, both clubs and individual talent. It's absolutely where we see us. As a father to a 1-year-old daughter, it's 100% where we want to be.
Any more? I think we'll finish up, gents. It's been a real pleasure, and thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Ed, the legend, Gilberto Silva, and Team Chase for that. We'll go now to the next session, and I would love to invite a couple of
Tim,
beautiful ladies.
Have a quick photo.
Who will be talking. Sorry, guys. Why me? It's okay? Okay, all right. They will be talking about achieving equity through the pitch. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Karen Dobres, who will be the moderator of the day. She's an equality activist and also a former elected director at Lewis Football Club. Welcome. I love it. Next up, Rupinder Bynes, MD of Pinder Row and Associates, board member of Integral Sports Management. Welcome. And next we have Monique. You're welcome. I want to say a second name. You're welcome. The MD, Versify Consulting, Board Director of Women in Football. Don't worry, I'll help you with that. Just come. And then lastly, we have Anjali Shah, founder of the Indian Women's Football Alliance. Welcome, ladies. Take it away. Enjoy.
Yes? No, yes. Yes. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. First of all, I'm Karen, formerly of Lewes Football Club. I was one of the architects of our equality campaign back in 2017, whereby we became the first club in the world to resource our women equally to our men. And as far as we know, we're still the only club in the world to do that. So brilliant, but shameful. But thank you. Thank you very much, sir. But it's my great honour, actually, to be asked to moderate this panel because it's about equity on and off the pitch. So I'm going to let each of my amazing panellists introduce themselves now so that you get a flavour of what we're about to talk about. And I think we're just going to do short introductions, first of all. We can all talk the hind legs off a donkey, so we're going to be careful. But we'll start with Anjali Shah.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Marios for inviting me to this fantastic summit. I might get a little emotional over here because this is the first time I've seen such a big gathering for women's football and supporting women's football. So I come from a country where when there is anything about football, I'm the only woman supporting women's football in the room. And to see an entire room of people supporting women's football, it's very emotional for me. And I'm representing 700,000 Indian women who are not treated equitably in my country, leave alone in sports. I've been a part of football through my football club, which has a men's team, a women's team, youth teams for the last 20 years. What attracted me more to the women's game is the story behind every girl who plays football for my club. Each and every girl who plays for my club has a story, and she's standing up and fighting against something that she needs to prove to the world. In the last couple of years, during the lockdown, I had the time to actually stop, pause, and think about what I want to do, what is my purpose in life, and what I would like to do for the women in my country. I have been a part of the All India Football Federation Executive Committee and Women's Committee, and I currently am the chairperson for women's football in Mumbai. And it's during that time I realized that I want to do something historical for not only football, but for women in my country. I want to make a difference to the way women are treated in my country through football. And I will talk about it a little later. Over to Monique for her introduction.
Hello, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. And Marios, once again, thank you for the introduction and for your vision. It's always superb, and it's great to follow it and be a part of it. I'm board director for Women Football, and I was formerly a non-exec director for Brentford Football Club in the Premier League. And that's really where my journey to driving equity change and the women's pathway really began. And one of the reasons I'm involved in this is not really to do with that, but it's to do with bringing the plight of what's going on with Indian women and girls to the consciousness, but particularly because I have an inroad into India through my husband. So my surname is Chowdhury. I'm married to an Indian man, and he has a great network out there which is not utilised to support women. And so I am here because I want to activate that network that he has and champion Indian women in India, not just in the global setting. So I'm part of this project really because of my network and because of my wanting to drive gender equality.
Hi everyone, my name is Rupinder Baines and I have been, this is my third Athens Women's Football Summit, and previously I've attended representing the Football Association. I was on the board of the Football Association for 6 years and also on the Women's Football board. And I think I was absolutely privileged to have had those positions because, as we've discussed earlier on this morning, change needs to come from the top. And it's only when the top is willing to listen to what changes need to be made and is supported by a wonderful executive does change actually start happening. Whether that's government, whether it's federations, wherever it is, it has to start from the top. And we can't put that expectation, that burden of that onto the players itself. I believe very strongly in that. And throughout the time I was on the FA, we actually were blessed with in the women's game with a wonderful executive. Two of my colleagues are here, Kelly Simmons, Rachel Pavlo, absolutely instrumental in driving all the changes we've had in the women's game in England, and they're still doing it now. So thank you guys for doing that. And now I'm not at the FA, I'm still involved in football. I'm a board member on a sports management consultancy called Integral Sports Management. And through that is how I'm now connected to the journey that Anjali is about to take you on.
Thank you. So we're going to go more into what Anjali's doing right now. We've heard a little bit from her about Indian women's football and her route so far. But what I'd like to know is how you got more into women's football from men's football and why you decided to concentrate on that.
Yeah, Karen. So basically, when we started off, we were training both men and women, and we have men's teams and girls' teams. I also have a foundation called the PIFA Foundation, through which we worked with over 20,000 underprivileged children in Mumbai through our football programs. And it's actually when I started becoming manager of the state team that I was up close front with the women. And I was just blown away. You know, I have 2 sons, I don't have any daughters. And just spending time with those girls and seeing the change in the girls through the game just blew my mind. Because I realized these girls coming from really underprivileged backgrounds who could not stand up for themselves. You know, it's no secret that I'm not a representative Indian woman, let me tell you that. I'm educated, I travel the world. I'm not a typical Indian girl. A typical Indian girl today has to face all sorts of inequality at every level, whether it's a right to education, whether it's right to survival. You know, female infanticide is so high in our country. Early marriage, early childbirth, abuse, physical, mental, whatever it is. I can just go on talking about what a bad situation it is for majority of women in the country. You know, even me, being who I am, I find it difficult to get my foot in the door at so many places. You know, I've been a part of the executive committee, yet that was just a token position. I did not have the power to do anything. I must have given hundreds of programs, and I really wanted to do a lot. But I guess there is protocol and there are budgets that need to be followed, and clearly women's football wasn't a part of the plan at that point. So I decided, when I finished my term over there, that I'm going to do something on my own. You know, I believe God helps those who help themselves. And I decided I can and I will do what I can do to change 2 things. The plight of women in my country through football. And the beautiful game of football is something that is such an amazing equalizer, you know. So no matter which strata of society you belong to, the benefits of the game are for all, you know. So it is with this notion in mind that I wanted to work more with women because of the benefits that I saw working with the underprivileged girls. When you teach one girl to play football, you see that girl within a year or a year and a half, she has become a community leader. Her entire family's outlook towards life changes, not only towards football. Suddenly this girl has the courage to tell her parents and tell her community, stand up for her rights, whether it's saying no to early marriage, or whether it's saying, I want to work, I want to earn, I want to be financially stable, or whether it is someone who just learns to take care of herself physically. You know, they're all adults in the room, so I'm going to say this. When you teach a girl to kick balls, she learns to kick balls.
I'm just going to point out one thing, Anjali. Like in our countries, like in the UK, in the USA, places like that, we're fighting for equal pay in football. But in India, you know, I'm going to say we, because I believe it's a sisterhood, right? And we're all interconnected. We're fighting just so that girls can protect themselves from would-be abusers on the street. That's why you're teaching them football.
You're absolutely right about that. I'm just teaching girls to be a little more empowered, for them to believe in themselves, for them to make choices, make correct choices that are good for them, you know, because I believe we are going to change the way society looks at women in the next couple of years. That's the change I'm looking at making through my initiative. And I have a very audacious goal to get 10 million supporters, not players, I'm not crazy, supporters of what we are doing in the next couple of years. And I believe that is possible because we have a population of 1.4 billion, out of which 50% are going to be under the ages of 25 in the next 2 years. We are going to be the youngest population in the world. And you know, young people want change. Young people want equity. Young people want a sisterhood in the whole world. And this also involves men. I want men allies for what we are doing. I believe men can play a very, very important role in helping us reach this.
Thank you. So with all the young people that are growing up in India, with the young men in particular, how are you encouraging them to become allies for the Indian Women's Football Alliance?
Okay, so the Indian Women's Football Alliance has 5 pillars, basically. And we want as many people as possible to get involved with helping us, you know, make each of these pillars successful. Okay, so we're going to be doing grassroots programs. We're going to be creating the alliance, which has already started. I was really happy to hear what Striver said, because we want an app like Striver where everyone's going to connect with everybody under one platform. We want to be an advocacy platform. You know, I was saying earlier today that whatever we decide over here, all of us as a group should advocate to some authority, and it should get done. Because, you know, it's great to attend summits year after year, but we have to take action. And I think we all will mean so much more as a group if we all advocate for change and make sure that change happens. And I am reaching out to boys, men, women, everybody to be a part of our journey, because we want to create this ecosystem in which football is going to be normalized. Right now in my country, football is not normal for girls to play. It's not normal to have a female director. It's not normal to have a woman in position in football. It's looked upon with great suspicion. You know, and what are you doing here? Do you even know what football is all about? I've heard that so many times. We want to change that. And this is something we can change through the boys.
Yeah. So you are a woman of action.
Yes,
I love
absolutely.
That. And vision.
Yes.
Who wants to change the world. So Monique, I'm going to come over to you. How will leadership, because you're dealing with leadership, how will leadership help Anjali with her audacious goals that she's got, and get young men on side, young women playing football, the relatives of those young women believing that football's a great thing for them to do? How will this happen? What kind of leadership is involved?
Well, I think it's advocacy in leadership and it's sponsorship in leadership, which I think the things that are really important. First of all, I'd like to say I'm aware I am a white woman talking about a country which I am not native to, and I'm deeply aware of that. But I do understand the ecosystem there. I understand also that football is second to cricket, and that we still haven't got anywhere, even in the UK, around South Asian football. So I think that our leadership needs to be bold and brave. And it's to say talent comes from all races. Talent is inequity. So I think that's a really important point. But I think there's a fear around identifying with this. I think there's a political fear in identifying with it in India. If you know about the ecosystem, it's a highly political climate, which is led by Modi in the BJP. Religion divides, Hindu, Muslim divides people. And as a result of that, people are jockeying to get certain people in leadership which doesn't support sport and let alone supports women. So they want to get their own involved at the top level.
Why don't they support sport?
Well,
Because
they
it
do
has such good social outcomes.
But they do support sport from a point of view of what's commercial, but they don't support sport from a point of view of what's right for people. So there's a humanitarian approach that's needed to this, and I think leadership needs to have that advocacy and that humanitarian approach, which is why I wanted to get involved. Where I think globally it helps is ESG has become really important. I think that having a societal understanding of how we can help grow to humanity, how we can have a better social impact, and particularly in England, we're never far away from a borough or a city or a town that has got a high density of people who are underrepresented that can't get access to football. So it's not that as if it's new to us. Even young girls can't get to football who are in the UK. So if we can change the perception globally of the plight in India and say that what we're doing for them is so much more than just getting them to play football. It's what Anjali was saying. 1 hour of playing football will have somebody feel good about themselves, get better mental health. It's an hour off the street where they're not being abused sexually, emotionally, physically, and it gets them back some power. And to me, the leadership is about how do we put this out there, how do we articulate this and say, it's far beyond football, it's really about humanity and about making sure that we help humanity.
Yeah, this is about impact off the pitch, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And impact on a vast number of people, actually. So therefore, a very influential impact that we have the potential to make. So Rupinder, coming over to you, tell us more about ISM and how you got involved with Anjali's amazing world-changing project.
I think timing, I really believe that everything happens at a particular time for a reason. I came to the end of my time at the FA, and me and Anjali had been friends on LinkedIn for quite some time. But the conversation developed after my time at the FA had ended, and good, because I wouldn't have been able to have joined the journey. But effectively, now being on the board of ISM, I am the only woman on that board. But this is a group of people who have a real desire for change as well. And they see the moral and the benefits, the mental benefits, health benefits in sport, full stop. And they approach all the players that they represent with that same focus. In fact, we have 2 videos, and I think before we go forward with any more discussion, we might want to show both of them one by one. One's from Anjali and one's for ISM.
Amazing. We got Ed Bowers, the amazing technician, to put those videos on for us. Is the first one about the Indian Women's Football Alliance?
That's one of the tournaments we conducted for girls year before last. Girls love goals.
Ashik and I am from Jammu and Kashmir and I am the first female footballer who represented Jammu and Kashmir on a professional level, and it's been great watching so many teams participating. It's a great thing. I came from Bangalore just for this event to support all these girls, and being a girl I know how difficult it is for girls to come out and just live their dream, what they want to do.
Daughter is a blessing which should be a part of life for everybody now. It's not that you have to work towards getting it further in any way. I think it needs to become a lifestyle choice and a lifestyle awareness for everybody that daughters can do anything.
I think, for example, matches like this, I think what Hafley has done is fantastic, because if sponsors come forward, we don't want to look for the big sponsorships and the big leagues. We can start at this level and look at the amount of teams and the enthusiasm. So if we have all this going on all the time, I think people are going to be really open to women in sport and women in football.
I would just say, this is what I have believed and I've done with my life, that when you're following a passion, there are very few people cheering you and supporting you. But when you hit the goal post, then the whole world is behind you. So don't think of how many people are cheering you. If you are the only one believing in the game, just go out there and play.
I think the most important thing firstly is to break the stereotypes that only certain kind of women can play sports, or that women don't like to play sports, or that people don't like watching women play sports. There are lots of stereotypes that we need to break, and that's, I think, a mindset which needs to change. So once that happens, I think the rest will follow.
Dribble like her, I think it takes me to a fun zone. It could be being about yourself. It could be about living in the moment. It could be about enjoying what you're doing. So it has many fun connotations to it, and that's how we need to take life, because you only get it once and you have to live it fullest.
We started this journey in 2018 when we tied up with FC Bayern, which is the best football club in Germany and also in the world. And our objective is to create a lot of opportunities and give best of the best exposure to this budding women footballers.
There's so much to be expected from this event that we've sponsored with PIFA and HAFLA coming together. We expect that the women footballers of India enjoy this event, enjoy the participation at this event, and take back camaraderie and sportsmanship from this event. That's what we feel is most important.
Amazing. Thank you. So that's about the foundation, and then we have another one.
Yeah, just a short one for, integral sports management.
This is integral sports management.
Here's the ball through, chance for Scotland 1, it's in the back of the net. What a header!
From footballers.
ISM looks after the person before the player. I know they've got my back and they're there to support me, and that's the main thing for me.
To golfers.
It is my little ISM family. When you're picking an agent, you want to trust them.
Yeah.
Trust is important. If you can't trust them, why are they out here going to get you deals? Like, they shouldn't be. And I have that with all our clients, and it's key.
Business, as I just spoke, is growing at a fast rate, but I'm all for that, because then it'll be a collaboration, a shared resource of everyone within it. Ultimately, the goal is to make us bigger, better, and the clients to play or perform at the highest level.
I got involved with ISM really through Gary Petit, and so Gary had this idea of setting up this agency which helps kids who are released from football clubs, because there's nothing like it. We've got under-21 internationals, Scotland, Ireland, England. It's a tough old game out there. And there's not many people who think like us. But we're lucky enough to find those certain little diamonds that come along and work with us.
So now comes the practical bit. What are we going to do to help women's football in India? So when Anjali reached out to me, I spoke to the board at ISM and said, what can we do? And together, we came out with an idea of holding a camp out in India to select 6 to 8 of the top female footballers in India, to then bring them over to the UK for a 6-week training session with WSL clubs, championship clubs, wonderful Lewis FC. And we've got buy-in. Liverpool, Leicester, Lewis, and Glasgow Rangers, and possibly Glasgow City. They've all said, yes, we want to take the girls on. So we are holding this camp up in Mumbai in February. There's going to be, hopefully, a lot of attention about this because people are going to wonder what's going on. Why are the women footballers getting so much attention? Even the men footballers do not get this attention. And after we've held the camp and the girls have had a chance to come over here, oh, by the way, I've also introduced one of my clients, Dry World, who are on the backing here. They will be funding well, they're going to be providing all the kits for the girls to come over to the UK. And they're also going to be giving each of the girls who are successfully chosen equity stakes in their company. So for a young girl who may come from very humble roots to come away to have this experience is not only inspiring for them, but so aspiring for so many other girls who may want to join them on the journey and to see what the possibilities could be in football moving forwards. Now, that's just the beginning. What needs to happen next is so much more because the game in India is not funded. Women's football has no support financially. So our ask here, and the reason why I said to these ladies, I need you guys here, is because for my previous times at the summit, the contacts you make here, the connections you make, it just leads to other connections and potentially, you know, hopefully more engagement and more help for this project. We need funding, and I think once we've held the camp, which is funded now, we'll have more attention within the country, within India, because very often it takes outsiders coming in to embarrass the nation into thinking we need to put our hands in our pockets. And there's money in India, and they will do it. And then what we need to do is get everything in place in India, from grassroots level going up. We need pathways, we need to get safeguarding sorted. So much that needs to be done. We can only do so much. We need to take it to a stage in India where we can set up an executive that can then carry it forward. But it's shining a light on something which is needed to be done, and what better place than to launch it than here today.
Thank you. I really feel, like I've said before, that women's football has the potential to change the world, okay? It goes against all of those stereotypes that tell us we have to be aggressive and warlike and win and egocentric. It's the values of women's football are about interconnectedness, about collaboration, yes, competitiveness on the pitch, but we go against all the stereotypes that restrict people from being themselves. So we have a chance here with Anjali, who's come over from India, to set an example and show what women's football can do if we all get behind it. This is about leaning in, and this is about showing the true values of the women's game and the impact that we can have, not just on one country, but around the world. This is why I love the Athens Women's Football Summit, right? So this is a camp that we're asking to fund and then funding thereafter. So we need to think between us, an action we can take is think of people who can help Anjali on this mission, right? Whether it's sponsors, whether it's investors, whether it's high net worths, whether it's people that share the values and want to align with those values and show the world that they align with them. Any of those people will be useful in this amazing project.
Let me just add something to this. Like I mentioned to you all, we are going to be the youngest population in the world very soon. And I think India is one of the biggest countries for impact, for social impact as well. So you won't find a better market for social impact than in India, just by the sheer numbers. And the alliance that I am creating is basically a meeting place for players, for coaches, for team owners, for scouts, for doctors, for kit sponsors, kit manufacturers, just about anybody, even fans, anybody and everybody who wants to see Indian women and Indian women's football thrive are going to be a part of this ecosystem. And those 10 million people who I'm aiming at getting together are going to be the audience that any brand or any club or any other organization will have as a ready audience. So I would really reach out to each of you. Please help me in whatever way you can, whether expertise or whether even if you all want to explore the Indian market for whatever you are doing. But please do this for the Indian girls because it's going to make a big difference to their lives. And maybe 20 years down the line, you'll probably have another Anjali over here talking about how this impacted her life and how she has changed and how the whole ecosystem has changed.
Amazing, thank you. So while you're thinking of some questions, I'm going to just give you one anecdote of my first Zoom meeting with Anjali. So she was saying that she was a director on a board in India with only men. And the men said to her, because of the way that she was, they said to her, "You're not going to make many friends like that, are you?" And she said,
"I'm not here to make friends."
Yes! Right. She's not here to make friends. She's here to change the world, right?
Absolutely.
So please think of any questions that you've got, and any of us will be very happy to answer them.
I'm just going to stand up so that you can hear me properly, but also because I say this not lightly at all. You don't need to know who I am, but some things about me. I'm from Pakistan, and that's very relevant in the political scenario. But the respect that I have for you, Anjali, and for the team on stage right now is immense. So maybe I'll be the first new hand and put my hand up and say, look, I'm willing to help in any way I can. But honestly, you guys you're an inspiration. All of you are an inspiration. And just to keep it up, that's it.
Thank you so much for that. And like I already told you, I follow my Pakistani sisters on Twitter and everything that they are doing in football. And I have reached out to them and offered them help in the past.
I also want to say thank you. And do you know why? Because you're a man saying that. And I'm just going to say this because basically we need men who hold the power in all of our societies to stand up and take action like you just did. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anjali, it's an honor to have you here. We've been wanting to have you with us for years now, right? We've had these discussions. So you know that the Athens Women's Football Summit is completely on your side, and we want to be part of whatever we need to do to drive the healthy long-term growth of girls and women's football in India.
Thank you, my friend Marius. And I am so, so very happy that you invited me here. Greece is such a beautiful country. And I think something that begins here can only end really well. And I believe this fantastic group of people, and I believe in the energy that is over here is also very positive. And I know something fantastic is going to be born here in this beautiful place.
Maybe we can share Anjali's contact details with everybody that came, Marios, so that people can get in touch.
Please do get in touch with me. And, it's not only about the money, like I said, it's about expertise. You guys are light years ahead in football and women's football. I was amazed hearing you speak about what you have done in the US. It's like, it's like my dream to even reach 20% of that, And yes, I will lean on all of you over here to help in whatever way you can, whether it's expertise, whether it's just any, you know something? You all can even help with old boots. I'm not kidding you. When the doctor was showing those fantastic boots, I want to tell you what an average cost of a boot in India is made at. It's made at £1 and sold at £3. Okay, that boot lasts the girl exactly 3.5 to 4 months and causes so many injuries. So even if it's something like y'all can, send boots that are not really bad, in a bad condition, even these things will help the girls in India. Anything, absolutely anything will help. And, I'm not going to say much, but I have to introduce my husband, Nirvan Shah, who's the reason why I'm in football. It's his passion for football that actually got me into the game, okay? And he's always stood by me and supported me in everything that I do. He's just had heart surgery a few months ago, but in spite of that, he said he'd be here for me for the Athens Women's World Summit, and he's here. And I do believe men are the allies that we need, and we need good men on our side to do great things for women. Thank you.
Sorry, Ed, you've got a question? Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. It's been an honour for me, anyway, to be on the same stage as these guys, and a pleasure to be here.
You need a hand up. Thank you very much. That was very powerful, very inspiring. And Marius, I'm sure you'll agree, that's exactly what the summit is all about. So exchange those details, continue the good work. And if anything further can be done, it's a worthwhile cause, no doubt. But we continue. Jim Gooley, of course, a very, very important figure here in the Athens Women's Football Summit, has done plenty of work behind the scenes. Always wonderful to have you here, Jim. Great to see you again. I'll let you do all the introductions, but welcome back.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I on? Am I on? Am I? Thank you, Adriano. Can you hear me all right? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I'm Jim Gooley. I'm not important. I'm just a cheerleader for the game, the women's beautiful game, for 50 years. Just 50 years. And I'll get a little something about myself, all you need to know. And then I'll introduce our guests. I was 22 years old, a former school player, not very good club player. I got married, bought a house, and moved into this little town. And I said, you know what, I bet they need coaches. And I'd like to coach some kids. So I walk in, I talk to the registrar of this little club. Phyllis was her name. And I said, my name is Jim Gooley, and I'm fit, I don't know. And do you need coaches? You're looking for coaches. And she said, well, yeah. I said, okay. She said, do you want to coach boys or girls? And I said, what's the difference? And she looked at me. This is 1978. And girls were playing in 1978. And we had begun just years earlier. And she looked at me with a strange look. I did not know there was a difference. I did not consider a difference. So from there, I've just stayed in the game. I've been cheering for girls and women on the field all the way up to the pro level, and we've done some damage up there too with the now NWSL Gotham, which I kind of helped get started years ago and then in years. But with that said, two wonderful people. We're going to be talking about club development. And some of the movers and shakers in the game are with us today. And first, let me introduce Jeff Mostyn, who is the former chair of AFC Bournemouth in England. Jeff, come on up and sit down. Okay. Jeff is the former chair. He is also now ambassador for AFC Bournemouth and also a FIFA ambassador. You've also addressed the United Nations General Assembly as well, so you know a little bit something about the game.
I'm going to quit after all
All
that.
right. And we also have with us today Sophie Savage. Sophie, come on up. Sophie is the international head of women's football associated with the Seattle OL Reign, and the OL is Olympique Lyonnais. That's a connection in there. And Sophie is our French connection here in the United States with the Reign, and has done some remarkable work for many years. And she's very, very humble. You will not know everything she does. We'll find out. But we'll try to bring it out of her. With regard, and I'll sit down, with regard to club development, what does this mean? In the United States, football club is a strange term. And it means almost nothing. When we talk about business of sports, we don't talk about clubs in the United States, but of course around the world we do. When we're talking about club development, we're actually talking about the business of women's football. And is this good business? And who is in the business? And why are you in the business? And with all of what we've heard for the past, all morning long, is the development of the game, the problems of the development of the game, the cultural aspects, and who would want to get into this business and why? Well, from what I hear, it's a love for the game to begin with. And if I may, Jeff, if I can begin with you.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about your journey, AFC Bournemouth football club, the men's team. In 2007, Jeff inherited this team. Actually, you stepped into this team when it was at the very bottom of all of English football. The club was facing liquidation, and you came in with your heart and said, well, maybe I could do something to develop this club. Could you maybe give us some of that story?
Wow, just hearing those very words make me absolutely emotional again. It seems an awful long time ago now, considering where the club is. Jim, before I answer that question, can I just say that what an honour and a privilege it is for me to be here. I feel completely and utterly humbled, having heard the incredible speakers from this morning and this afternoon. It's just inspiration beyond anything that I could have imagined. This is my first visit to the conference. As you'll know, I'm passionate about supporting women and promoting women generally, let alone in sport and in football. But you've inspired me beyond belief, and I can't wait for the conference to finish in a macabre way so I can get started on promoting women globally. Now, Jim, what was the question? No. Going back to those dark days, I first got involved in the football club in 2006 when a friend of mine was manager of AFC Bournemouth. The club were literally going out of business. We owed £1 million to HMRC in taxes, or the club did. I wasn't involved then. The then chairman tried to get a consortium of 10 people to put in £100,000 each to pay off that debt and become the new board. The struggle to try to get a consensus lasted about 5 months, during which time my passion was so great that I was actually physically paying the wages of the club that I didn't even own. I'll let you into a secret how embarrassing that was. I am actually a fully qualified financial advisor. And I'm only saying this in case anybody in the room asks me for financial advice. I don't even take it myself now. So when Jim alludes to the fact that I bought the club with my heart, I definitely did, despite my lawyers telling me to get into my car, drive from Bournemouth to Manchester, where I'm from, and never think about Bournemouth again. But it was one of those journeys where I felt I could make a difference as a financial advisor. Unfortunately, within 12 months of taking over, because of the increasing amount of debt, I had to put the club into administration. And it was a really dark day for the football club that had previously been in administration 10 years earlier. My wife and I had death threats, my children had death threats, and you wonder why, people would abuse you in that way when you're trying to save a club. Like I say, a club that I didn't even support. But I persevered, I paid for the administration, I sold the club shortly before it came out of administration, and unfortunately the people that bought the club didn't have any money, which again through due diligence we didn't pick this up. It was during 2008, the global financial crash, and I got the club back by default. I always think of this incredible time, one of my favourite films is the Griswold's Christmas Vacation, when he thinks he's going to get a bonus and he gets a 12-month franchise to the Jello Club. And I actually got the club back. I thought, what the hell do I need this club back for? But we finally persevered, and we brought in a new partner and developed the football club. And I remember when we got promoted in 2014-15, the first thing I said on the pitch when I was being interviewed by one of Clem's colleagues from the BBC was, if Hans Christian Andersen could ever have written a fairy story about football, it would have been about our football club. Because the journey was just incredible. We got relegated to Division 2, which is 4 tiers, the bottom of the English pyramid, and we started the season in 2007-8, minus 17 points. That was the penalty that was imposed upon us. And people in the room might think, why did you actually continue? We didn't get into positive points until Christmas. But we had a massive heart, and it was the start of what I call a siege mentality. And that siege mentality was a dressing room that was absolutely guaranteed to get this football club out of the mess that it was in and start a journey that is unprecedented in English football. And the pride that I have in taking a football club from minus 17 points in Division 2 to the height of global football, the English Premier League, is something that I'll always be proud of. It's an amazing journey. Thank you.
Jeff, listening to you, and I know many people in the room here in the struggle of the women's game, leading ourselves to bankruptcy personally, many of us in this room. The culture of the club, I'd like to touch a little bit about that, because the culture of the club in England, we're talking about a men's team. We're talking about a men's team where you've shared your heart and your love for the game, and the fans resonated, your supporters resonated. So you've built this club, and I think also with the help of a coach. Let's talk a little bit about the coach, because the coach has to have something to do with the culture and the heart of the club. Let's talk about Eddie Howe.
Well, Eddie Howe, for those that don't know, is in my humble opinion one of the great English managers. He's a young man. It was like a father and son relationship that we had as chairman at the time, and he was the coach. I always give credit where it's due, and a lot of the credit goes to the executive of the football club, because on a day-to-day basis, I try to do what I'm good at, and that is motivating people, I've always said God didn't give me very much, but he gave me this incredible amount of enthusiasm and somehow this amazing ability to make most people that I meet feel special. And that's what I tried to do every day at the football club with every single member of staff. And as we were one of the smallest clubs ever to grace the Premier League, in fact, the smallest club ever to grace the Premier League, it was very easy for me to do because we only have a small stadium. It's only 10,300 people, so I could get round every department. But our coach, Eddie Howe, somehow took the dressing room. I won't use the word that was used previously because it's an overkill, but I think we know, where we are. And he literally, he'd been with the football club since the age of 8. So as a player, the football club was in his blood. We were in such dire straits financially that the club couldn't afford to have the lunch that we've all enjoyed here, let alone players. We had a transfer embargo, so we had to make do with the players that we had. And how do you do that? You build up a culture of love and respect for each other. And one of my cliches, whenever I am speaking publicly, we developed 2 dressing rooms, which is quite unique. We have a dressing room downstairs, which my manager, coach, Eddie Howe ran, and we had our dressing room upstairs, which the administration ran. But the most significant thing about these 2 dressing rooms is they had one common heartbeat. And we were all in this together. And what we've tried to do is transcend that passion and development of the football club into other areas. I had a massive choice to make when I bought the football club. We had a community sports trust, which is run by an incredible man called Steve Cuss. And we have an academy that was also, of course, without any funding. The easiest thing for me to do with my vice chairman would have been to jettison the academy and the community sports trust to save maybe £250,000 a year. So we're going back to 2006. And when you've hardly got any money, £250,000 is a fortune. And somehow, and I don't know why, I decided that that was the most important thing in the future of the football club. We have a conurbation of 400,000 people. What would happen to the young children who are aspiring, boys and girls, mainly boys then, of course, to be footballers or to have an involvement in football if we jettison the academy? What would happen to the community if we jettison the community sports trust? Every single week now, we go into schools and we teach 5,000 children, on average, a week, the pitfalls of antisocial behavior, the pitfalls of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, internet grooming, diet, and respect. Not only respect for parents and teachers, which is a natural thing for children to understand, but respect for their peers in classrooms, because that starts bullying. In multicultural classrooms, unless there is a cultural respect, then the whole pack of cards is going to fall down. And this was the culture of the football club that I had to try to develop and ensure that all those components were there for the future, irrespective of a lack of funds at the time.
Okay, Jeff, wonderful. I'm going to hold that right there, because we are going to come back to you, and we're going to talk about the Lionesses.
Yeah, everybody, at this point, everybody is asking themselves, what is she doing here?
Okay,
Actually,
it's coming. So, with that said,
I'm going to
really, Jeff did a wonderful job in actually setting the stage of the structure, the pyramid, the academy, the community of English football, as opposed to in the United States with what we've done. I actually call it the Wild West of the women's game, was the United States over the past easily 30 years. Various iterations of the Pro League, the W League had been around for a long time. Now we have WPSL, but everything is developed kind of independently. And Sophie Savage very smartly accepted an offer to come to Seattle. I want to talk about Seattle. I want to talk about the OL reign. I want to talk about the culture. I want to talk about your job and what you see in the business environment, which led up to what happened last week. What
Oh.
happened last week? Yeah, why don't you tell the story? What transpired?
Well, yeah, so we acquired the Rain at the end of 2019, finalizing the deal like 1 month before COVID hit, to be honest. So the first year was hard. And we were very ambitious. The idea was to expand the brand OL in the United States and to take a spot there in the what we call the country of women's soccer. And in 2019, it was even more true than today. We had this vision that we could really build something great there and also open opportunities for our players from Lyon to Seattle, from Seattle to Lyon. And we did a few things. And at that time, we were playing in a baseball stadium in Tacoma, south from Seattle. And we had probably the worst infrastructure of the league. And that was not really great, starting for the players, but also for everyone in the environment. And last week, Friday, we had the celebration for the last regular season home game for Megan Rapinoe, who's been with the team since day one. And so just for that, she deserved it. But as we know, she's much more than just that. And so we planned a campaign to make everyone aware of that. We've run a marketing campaign during 2 months, and I think we've achieved what we wanted to achieve. We had 34,000 people in the stadium, which is the NWSL attendance record ever. And we worked really in good partnership with the league to have the game pushed from CBS Network, Sport Network, to CBS. And CBS agreed on that, and they gave us a prime time slot, and we had the record viewership for any regular season game with 683,000 people watching it, which is big in the US. And so it was a little bit like our vision translated into reality, except that it's one game. So now in the future is to repeat that every time. Because if we want to be able to change the world with women's football, soccer, we need to be successful in the business. That's the key for, I think, all of our projects, whether Angela's project or the NWSL and in Europe. And we have different ways to be successful. In the US, I would say that the structure of the league and this closed league model somehow is a favorable environment for investment. It gives some, not certainty, but some idea that the valuation will keep evolving positively. And if we look at what happened over the last 4 years, honestly, it's huge. The last expansion fee paid by Bay Area was $53 million. So just the right to have a team, and then they have to invest to have the team effectively. So the trend is favorable, and I think the thinking in Europe is how do we do that to unlock investment opportunities and to have people coming into the game. I know Kelly will talk about a lot of things later, so I don't go on that.
Well, thank you. So my curiosity is, because all the NWSL franchises have developed independently, there are different ways of doing business, different ways of raising money. I was involved pretty much in my teams by being not only the money raiser, but also announcing the games and washing the clothes at times and driving the bus. But Seattle, there was some magic there. The town itself really responded to ownership's call to come to the game. Many different communities are represented at an OL Reign game. Could you talk a little bit about the structure of the organization? You know, do you have a board? Do you have somebody in charge, a president?
Oh, we do have a front office that is composed of, I mean, it's one of the smallest of the league actually, but we have 25 persons working on the front office. A CEO who came out 4 years ago. I mean, he joined the club 4 years ago when we acquired the club. He came from OL,
yeah.
And he's now the CEO, has been the CEO for 2 years, replacing the former president, who was also the former owner,
yes.
Bill Predmore. And I mean, the project was to be able to develop the club and work on the product and be able to promote it in the best way, which requires to have salespeople, to have marketing people, to have financial people. We didn't make fundraising. It's an OL finance project, so we didn't search for other owners like many other clubs have been doing, mm-hmm. And well, not Angel City, of course. Gotham now is involving a lot of people, but for OL it's a different model, and so the project was to really be able to make the community of Seattle aware that Megan Rapinoe and all the team was playing here, and we have tried to work around the culture. I mean, Jeff was talking about the culture, and the club culture is the key. You build on that. You don't invent something. And we were lucky to have a very strong culture created by the players. Mm-hmm. And it's always something fantastic for me to see the reaction of the new players joining the team. Many of them say, well, it's strange because the facilities are not great, but there is something in this team that makes you welcome and that makes you shine. So they feel that they can do their best in this team just mm-hmm. because the team has built its own culture, and that's what we are trying to, to expand.
I've heard you speak before. I did a little bit of homework, and I listened to some of your interviews. And culture and society are big in your basket.
Yeah,
and
of course,
it seems that there's an endemic spirit between the community, the fans, and you don't have a big club or an academy system that is feeding and people paying dues and families coming in. You actually put out the sign, "We are you, you're us, and here's your home," and the people came in Seattle.
Well, we did some campaign. We did some campaign and put some money on the table to have them come in the stadium. But
you also said you're not looking for investors. Can you tell me about your marketing side? I mean, did you have local advertisers? Do you have national advertisers?
You mean
advertising revenue? Let's talk a little bit about that.
Well, I could talk about that if it was our premium revenues, but I mean, we have mostly local revenues from Seattle because there is a system in the NWSL where some national rights are for the league and club have local rights. So you mostly work on the market to get the sponsors from around. But in Seattle, we have some big brands, and so some of them have been partnering with the club, like Boeing or Starbucks.
Just throw it out there, Boeing, Starbucks. I believe this is important because that model can't be followed everywhere. Advertising in the United States is a big deal, and it helps to carry clubs.
I think today the brands are looking for something else. So if we are able to build the story that they need and want to listen around our football projects, we can have them on board. I mean, I won't compare to Angel City, but what Angel City has done, it's huge. They've built something from 0. And they've been onboarding tons of sponsors because of their story. So each project needs to have its identity and build around that, and find the brand that are ready to support it. And there is a need for this equity in the world from all brands having invested heavily in the men's sports. And I think there is a space for that. So
I think Angel City probably knocked on your door at some time in the past and said, "What are you doing here? This is amazing." You must have had conversations, and now the Bay Area is pretty much being born under the same kind of a social and cultural umbrella as did Seattle, as did Angel City, and that is the growth of the NWSL right now. There are cities all over America that wish to have a team.
Yeah,
and just honestly, just a couple of years ago, I'm thinking 4 years ago.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
not the
9
case.
teams in 2014 and 14 teams next year, and probably 16 in 2026. So it's a huge growth.
Okay. I feel stability. I feel a future. The NWSL is now in its 11th year.
Yes.
And I've lived through the others. It's like, yikes, this is great. This is great. Jeff, I may come back to you. We were talking about culture and a mindset and a shift in a community or even a country. The FA, a couple of years ago, said women's football is important. And mandates were put into place. And large premiership brands or teams had a women's team associated with them. They may not have been equity, driven, but it was mandated. Of late, the Lionesses, on a worldwide scale, have changed the game in England. And I've worked with a lot of, folks who've come over from England, Kelly Smith being one, Rachel, the players themselves, who didn't wish to go back to England after playing in the U.S. They actually had a tear in their eye saying, it's much better here from what we had. But now I'm hearing English families, English men, people were on the television with tears in their eyes in the streets of London, crying for the Lionesses. How does that spirit, that change in culture, not only resonate from your experience in a traditionally men's academy system, the old English way, to today, and what does that do for girls and women in your home?
Well, you've just alluded to it. The Lionesses, have set a benchmark that has set Britain alight with desire to get young girls and women playing football. And great credit to my colleagues from the FA, who in promoting first of all the Lionesses, the organisation, the passion and the desire to have a winning formula. In particular under the new manager, is just absolutely incredible. In Bournemouth, and I can only comment on what happens in our own conurbation, in 2015, when we were promoted to the Premier League, there was one team. And although they were playing under AFC Bournemouth's flag, we didn't actually run the club. It was run independently. And Steve Cuss brought the club back into the auspices of AFC Bournemouth. And this was one women's team. We had an ability counts team, disabled in the community. And today, funny enough, I was making copious notes on the flight over here because I had to consult with Steve. This has been like a runaway train in Bournemouth. And I can't even keep up to date with how many teams and how many young girls are now under the club's umbrella. So we started off with one team in 2014-15 who were playing with the men's kit that was handed down from the previous season. That's how poor, if you like, the relations were. Today, we have over 350 young girls and women playing for AFC Bournemouth. and the juniors from the age of 5 under the various FA sponsorships and under the Premier League sponsorships as well. It is just incredible. You see young girls walking around Bournemouth now with their heroes from the Lionesses on their backs. It's just incredible, the shirts. When I first got involved in 2007, you wouldn't even see any of the men's teams. You would only see Tottenham, Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool shirts in Bournemouth. Today, at least, even the men are wearing our own kit. But this is an incredible incentive from the FA that has driven this with the support of the Premier League and the various sponsors. And we're really proud of what we do in the community with young girls. And when we go into the community now, you find there are more young girls putting their hand up to want to apply for the academy. How do I get into the academy? It's amazing. The boys take it for granted that they have a right to play football. And there's a facility at most schools for boys to play football. Has the same facility been offered to girls? No. Is it offered to them now? Not yet. But in a great deal of areas, it's certainly rising to the top of the tree. And as long as the Lionesses continue to set the world ablaze, with their exciting football, their passion, when you hear the post-match interviews, it's the adrenaline, the raw emotion from the girls is just a pleasure to hear. You don't hear the political overtures that you generally get in the Premier League of people who are making excuses for mediocre performances. It's that for me it's just a new light at the end of the tunnel, and equality is a long way away. I think this is why we're here today. Surely, unless I've sort of misread the script, that we're actually here to promote women in sport, and in particular, there's a clue in the title of the conference, that we need to try and promote the well-being of women globally, not just amongst the nations that are recognized as leaders, and in particular the USA, which set an incredible example. What I learned today about the support, the passion, is off the Richter scale. That needs to emanate in India. It needs to emanate in all the areas where young girls and young women don't have an opportunity, but the opportunity is there if somebody will give them the opportunity. I think as I was just listening with huge emotion to some of the presenters today, I thought to our own club strapline, and our own club strapline is "Together anything is possible." And surely, with this conference, together anything is possible. Let's just do it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Sophie, I want to... Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, yes.
If I may, in my dreams, because Jeff said something very important. He talked about the success of the Lionesses, which was brilliant. And by the way, just reading the £600 million plan announced by the government, I hope it's true. I mean, I see the headlines from France, and I say, wow, I want to be there, and I want that to be here. So I hope it's really true. But there is a lot that is on the shoulders of the success of the teams in the women's sports. It's in the US, they didn't win the World Cup this year, and suddenly everything was bad. But no, I mean, it's sports. You win, you lose, but you build all the time. So I hope that at some point, we are not just interesting when we win. I mean, we can lose and still be interesting and still be part of the construction.
Yes, certainly. The resolve, we lost. And the team was not the team they were supposed to be.
We lost too, by the way.
Okay, we lost. The nice thing about a game, there's always another game. That's the one thing about the sport. But the culture shift in the U.S., it began with the ERA movement back in the 70s. The Equal Rights Amendment, women said, enough, and why are you treating us here? From that, girls started to step onto the field. And in my high school, Diane walked onto the playing pitch. And the coach says, she's trying out just like you guys. Now, playing soccer in the United States was not considered the manly game. And the American football team practiced right next to us. And they called the soccer players something. I'm not going to say it.
No.
I was confident. I was fine. I wore knee socks and shorts, and I had long hair like Keanu Reeves. I was fine. And I was confident in who I was. But I whispered to Diane. I leaned forward. And this is important because it's happening today everywhere. I said, Diane, why? And she whispered while she's tying her boots, I just want to play. That was it. That was it. Now, 3 days went by. She took herself off, and the coach said, Diane has something to say, gentlemen. And she said, thank you. And she walked away. I was 17, a caveman, but I credit my parents for telling me behavior like that is caveman. She just wants to play. And from that moment, Diane, Mia Hamm, Abby Wambach, Michelle Akers, Brianna Scurry, Christine Lilly, Christy Rampone, that what became the 99ers started in the 1970s when they were born, and their parents said, you can play. There was a place to play. The law had changed in the United States. President Nixon signed Title IX, which said college opportunities for boys, that's great. For scholarships, you better give $1 to a girl, even Stephen or even Stephanie, whatever you want to call it. From that, the American household said, go, Susie, go, play this, play that, college is calling. And that changed the culture in America. That developed the 99ers, because they all came from great college programs. And from that, the spirit of the professional leagues and all their iterations came from that. Now we've reached that particular point, thanks to, be modest, thanks to the Seattle, the OL Reigns of the world. We have this amazing pool of spirit and talent, which is overflowing, and now we call to the international players who say, we've come to the United States, we've played, and now, but we can stay in France, we can stay in England, or we can move around all of Europe right now. And the money is there, the investment is there, the value proposition, the actual, the perceived value of a franchise at $50,000 is just unheard of just a couple of years ago. If you had to look to the future, just in the next 5 years from now, the next 10 years from now, watching this exponential rise here, what's your vision for tomorrow?
Well, I think only positive, and with challenges on both sides of the Atlantic. If we talk about the professional game, and we need to develop talents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confident that sponsors will come, that fans will be attracted. But I know we need to develop talent to keep up with the growth of the game everywhere. There is also, from the US point of view, we look at Europe and we say, wow, this Champions League is something. So we need to have this thought about about an international competition, a meaningful international competition, because I think the Champions League is one of the key points for players playing in Europe. And then I think we have to create more opportunities for the clubs to play against each other, and probably there are opportunities to have more pre-season games or kind of tournaments, and that's what the players want, because they also want to know who is the best, and so that's part of it. Playing. We know they are very competitive. They play against each other in the national teams competition, but it's one time every 4 years. So it's not enough. So we need to create opportunities to have Man City against OL Reign or OL Reign against OL. By the way, I wanted to do that, but it was not possible.
No doubt. But
that could have
don't
been
give
fun.
up. Don't give up. Don't give up. There's always a need for that. So,
Yeah.
Jeff, you are a spiritual leader for your club, and what do you see the spirit of the game in England, or for the girls and women in your community and country?
Well, I can't speak for the club because I'm no longer the chairman of the football club. Having stepped back last November, for those that don't know, we now have an American owner, Bill Foley, who owns the Las Vegas Golden Knights. And, Bill has brought his own culture, into the football club. And, all I can do is praise, what he is trying to do. For me, the last 6 months has been, as you can imagine, pretty emotional. Having been at the club for 17 years, I'm now the ambassador for the Community Sports Trust, which is literally the love of my life, just working with people who are less fortunate than we are, and all my local charities. I think that it's what Bill has promised is, the first thing he's done, he's brought the women's elite team into the club. So for the first time, where everything else was run by the Community Sports Trust, he has now brought the elite women's team under the club's auspices, which is a real step in the right direction, because the girls will be getting contracts, which they haven't done before. So that is, something, and what I'm talking about is, professional, contracts. The girls' team is incredibly successful. We've had 2 consecutive promotions. We're now in Tier 4 of the pyramid. So that takes me back to 2006. And if it was possible for the men to achieve the Premier League, I'm sure it's possible for our incredible women to achieve the same thing over a different period. We are building a new training ground, state-of-the-art training ground for the men, and Bill has ensured that the women will be training there as well. This is just an incredible step in the right direction. With the help of the local council and the Premier League Foundation, there is a £3.5 million stadium this is a joint venture with one of our local councils, and our elite women's team play there. The girls in the development squad train at the Vitality Stadium, the home of AFC Bournemouth, on the 3G surface. I'm going to go back with some, ACL stories here after this morning's session, and hopefully, add notes to what is already in the development. But as I say, I can't speak firsthand because I'm not part of the inner sanctum now on what the club's future is. But for me, the future is very bright. All credit to Bill. He's seen that it is absolutely important to ensure that the women have the same rights as the men. During my tenure at the football club, I was the equality champion for the football club. So EDI is, something that is very close to my heart. And I will always champion equality, not just women, but equality generally. One of my roles, or the last remaining role at the FA, I'm on the FA Disability Committee. And that's something else that I'm absolutely passionate about. So I see a great future. We need, let's make no mistake, we actually need, it's very easy to dismiss the men's game as non-important because it's not part of the conference agenda today. We need the elite men's leagues to generate the huge amount of income from broadcasting in order to be able to fund what we hope in the future will be some form of equality, for the women's team as well. And, Jenny's incredible work with the new broadcasting deal off the Richter scale, something that wasn't even, thought about. If anybody had said, is this possible, the sums that have been brought in, you'd have been sectioned and probably never let out. It's a reality now. So people are working hard behind the scenes. It's about noise. And I think in the first sessions that we had today, both Carly and the doc alluded to one word, money. And it's either a fairer distribution or it's getting sponsorships, it's making people aware, it's knocking on doors. We have to set an example here. We have to be the centres of influence in how women's football progresses and how it's recognised and how huge corporations and sponsors start looking favourably to support the agenda that we have been talking about today.
Thank you, Jet. Sophie, the women's voice at the top. The women's voice at the top. Okay, we talked about this a little bit a couple of days ago. When we talk about club development, are there issues? Is there a need for, we've heard about men telling us what to do and how to play and where to go. I don't sense that with Seattle, and I certainly don't sense that with the National Women's Soccer League. Okay, the women's voice at the top, it looks as though it's healthy, it's loud, it's clear, and it's successful. Give us your views.
Well, it's a very different model. I mean, it's a single entity. It belongs to the clubs. The board is only the teams, and so everything is centered about the interest of the teams and of the league, which is common somehow. Then there are discussions whether it's league rights or team rights, but that's not that meaningful. We are all working in the same direction.
Okay, you're in a good place, yes?
Yes, I think we're in a good place with that governance, and then if we talk about the voices at the top, well, I really believe that we need more women everywhere, in all the instances, in all the organizations, especially in football, and I'm thinking of France, of Europe, I think that is a truth everywhere.
Can Spain be mentioned right now?
I said Europe.
You said Europe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no, but it's meaningful because I think we see the world in a different way, and so we can express things differently and also understand some needs differently. And Karen was telling us a story. She will tell you, but I mean, women see the world differently, and so we need these voices.
Different and good. So.
And just to finish, because I think Jeff said we need support from the men's football, and that's true, in a way that we need them to be allies. We just don't need them to want to control our development pace, but we need them to support. And I feel strongly that whether in England or in France, where women were banned from football during 50 years and 40 years, there is a huge debt from the men's side to the women's side. And just recognize that could help, and not wanting to control everything. Okay. That would be very helpful.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think. Well, thank you, our panelists. Thank you very much. Do we have no time for questions? Okay, questions will be personal off stage. Yeah. Wonderful. Again, thank you, Jeff Moiston and Sophie Sauvage,
Jim,
for your depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. You too.
Thank you so much. Now we head to the next session. Okay, let's now head to the next session, where we'll have the case study, where we'll have Wolfsburg and North America. That's the topic. Jan Tweet, the Director of Global Partnerships at Wolfsburg. Welcome. And we'll have Rebecca Delval, Senior Manager of Global Partnerships at Wolfsburg. Welcome.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Actually, thank you to Marius and all his team. It's really great being here and being able to share the space with great people like today. So, well, I'm Rebecca Del Valle. I've been working for VfL Wolfsburg since the beginning of this year, and previously with the communication agency of the club. So almost in total 4 years that I'm very familiar with the club, and it has been a great journey. Right now, I'm responsible for all the global partnerships. That means all the projects that happen outside of Germany related to the club, I'm helping with all of those. That means projects in North America with Jan, projects in China, in Korea, and recently Southeast Asia, with a specific focus on Malaysia. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now in the club. And we have a special focus, well, I have a special focus on Stronger, the project that I will be talking today. And
just very briefly to wrap that up, I'm Jan. I'm responsible for the overall North American market development, you could say, for the club, for VfL Wolfsburg, which means that everything that happens for us in Canada, in the USA, and in Mexico is basically my responsibility. So when it comes to strategic partnerships, when it comes to media partnerships over there, or social projects that we're building, that is upon our responsibility.
Yeah, so, well, we are very happy to represent here today VfL Wolfsburg. It's a German team of the first division, and we are not very famous or one of the biggest football clubs in the world, but we are a very international club. We are 100% subsidiary of Volkswagen, and therefore, due to that relationship with them, we are very international, and thanks to that, we are able to have a lot of projects all around the world. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe a lot of you know, our men's team is not the biggest one, but our female team is one of the best teams in Europe, or worldwide, actually. So we're very proud of them, and thanks to them also, we created this project, and we try to talk about seeing female soccer. So, yeah. Well, one more thing. Wolfsburg, we are just right next to the headquarters of Volkswagen in Wolfsburg. So the stadium is there in case once you are over there you want to visit. So our office is right there in the stadium in Wolfsburg.
Yeah, and as Rebecca said, I think probably most of you have at least heard about the club and know that we are pretty decent on the women's side. Nevertheless, I think it's interesting and to share a little bit more, and obviously that's the reason why we're here today, what actually happened on the women's side and how our club, which is indeed, I would say, we can fairly probably say that we are a top 3 to 5 team in the world in the recent 20 years, and why that is the case. And really appreciate the invitation, Marius, and giving us the platform here. And when I asked Marius, hey, what exactly would you want from us? Like, how can we contribute in the best way? He was just saying, I just go on stage and talk 30 minutes about how great VfL Wolfsburg is. I said, well, I don't know if that's that interesting, but we can go for that. But actually, we rather would want to talk about the responsibility that we feel that comes along with that, with being successful, with being on the forefront of the development of women's soccer, and what happens with that and how we can use this kind of reputation that we have to do good and to proceed in advancing the game for girls all over the world. And that's what it's the story that we want to share today. Nevertheless, the club itself, indeed, for those who not know that, is, I think we are, by now, I know, we are by far the most successful team, not by far, but we're the most successful team in Germany when it comes to titles, cups, league championships. We won the Champions League a couple of times. And this all happened within the last, you could say, 15 years. And I think when it comes to VfL Wolfsburg, which is really interesting. And it is also interesting to see that in comparison to the men's team, that on the women's side, we have a lot of continuity. And I think that is a very important part and something that is not granted right now in a lot of spaces, also when it comes to the development of women's football. But in our case, it was always about continuity and just continuing the way that we started a couple of years ago. And we actually established our women's team back in 2003, so 20 years ago. And we even had 30 years before that already the team in Wolfsburg, but then we brought it under our umbrella, basically. And we managed over the time to really invest continuously and organically to try to build up this space, because we were believing it from the beginning, even though it was even much harder 15 years ago to invest into that space than it is right now. And for example, we heard before in a discussion earlier that right now it is amazing that, for example, Kansas City Current is building their own and the first women's-specific stadium in the US. We did that in 2015 already for the women's team. And also back then it was even questions from a lot of sides, but we believed it was the right thing to do, to develop this space and also give our women's team the platform that they deserve to develop, because we believed if we build it, they will come and we can get to these audiences and can get people engaged to do the right thing. And from there on, we really just try to maintain this position and continuously try to develop and create the best opportunities for the players, the best infrastructure, to give them the best opportunities to develop. And this is kind of the main USP that we actually have, that players want to be in Wolfsburg. It's not the prime destination where you want to do or go for vacation, but we offer great opportunities for players to develop. And I think that is a very important part in that. But nevertheless, aside from all the sportive success and the developments that we have in that space, we always, like I mentioned before, felt like there's a lot of responsibility. There are a lot of people looking up to us, but also looking very closely what we are doing and if we're doing the right things. And that's why we always want to give something back in those communities where we are active, in those regions where we want to also earn money, of course, as a club, but we wanted to change something over there. And that's why we established the Strong Her program, which Rebecca will refer to.
Yeah, well, Strong Her program already has been existing in Chattanooga for 1 year. The Strong Her is a program that was made with the purpose of helping women in difficult situations, or women with difficult backgrounds, with low income, that are not able to practice any kind of sport, or, for example, to be more precise, in the States, in Chattanooga, a lot of our participants, a lot of our girls have a migrant background. So that means that they come from Guatemala, Central America, and then they migrated to the States. They are first generation in being able to study or speak in English. So we have to consider all these important things in the moment that we make the project. So for me, actually, it's very nice, or I find a very special connection with this program. Being a foreigner or a migrant in Germany, I come from Mexico, and working in football, in sports, that's really cool. But working in a project that is for women, and also women are participating in doing it, that's for me like really meaningful. So in Chattanooga, it's been already 1 year. And when I went the first time, it's really nice to see all the people connected in a very nice way, trying to help and trying to do their best. And also, what I really love is that football is not just football and it's not just playing, but football is a whole world behind that can be intertwined and connect people and get better things for everyone. So one of the main focuses of Strong Her program is not just the football part. Of course, this is one of the most important, but also we offer mentoring and we offer education. So it's a program that is running throughout the year. We have sessions like 2 or 3 times per week. And then also we have the people that is working with us offer mentorship to the girls that are part of the program. This means that they build like a safe space or safe net for the girls. They have a house there where the girls can enter, can share how do they feel, the struggles they have, and also feel related to the people they are with, part of the program. So that's very meaningful, that's very special, And of course, what we want to do is like these girls that starts from 10 years old until 18 years old, when they start and they are getting along in this program, then one moment in the future they can become also mentors for other girls. I think it's very special or very important in this kind of programs that you can feel related to the people you are working with, or you can feel that you feel identified with someone. So like, yeah, I mean, this girl is an awesome girl, professional maybe, professional player, and I can be like her one day. When I grow up, my dreams can become true this way or another, in the sports field or in another field. But it's very important to give them the security and the safe space so they can feel free to be themselves and to dream bigger. So that's also part of the Stronger core. Another of the parts that we just started in Chattanooga is that thanks to our partners, we got scholarships for university, which is very, very powerful and meaningful because that's like another opportunity for the girls. In this first year, we already offered 2 scholarships for them. So sometimes imagining like being a kid or a girl where your family struggle coming from Central America, that sometimes can be really tough, and you are first generation in the States, and being able to be part of a safe space, having the chance to play football, having fun, and then also having the chance to participate for a scholarship, that's like really, really cool. So that's our project in Chattanooga. It has been already running for a year. It's going great, and when I'm there, I feel really, really happy to see how people work together or how committed they are with the people over there and with the program.
Yeah, and I think what's really important to say is what Rebecca mentioned, that it's all about creating access and also opportunities for girls, and especially showing them which kind of resources are available that they might not even know of, because indeed we're working in very vulnerable areas, in this case Chattanooga, Tennessee, where we started. We're also the only Volkswagen factory in the States is located, so that's kind of our safe space and hub where we start projects and something like that. But those kids we rather deal with issues of domestic violence, bad nutrition, bad education, and indeed, as you mentioned already, it is more a platform. Soccer is just a platform to kind of get the girls out of their daily life and maybe the struggles that they have and provide them a safe space, and obviously the community approach that we all know what soccer, what team sports can provide, the values that are deriving from that, which makes it very, very meaningful for them to be together with the others. And within this kind of net that we're creating for them, we can easily introduce them to opportunities that are even within their cities, maybe just 2 kilometers or 2 miles away from where they're living. There are education opportunities that they might not even know about. But we want to use this soccer approach to really get them involved in the community and create pathways for them to basically show off opportunities in life aside from soccer, so on the pitch and off the pitch. And that's what we're trying to do. And again, I think actually what we're seeing here on the left and the right, and the claim of this kind of summit, invest, empower, and inspire, that is exactly what we're trying to do. That is exactly how we want to approach this situation, because we feel the responsibility that we need to change something, and that girls just need to see these opportunities that are out there, and we try to be relatable. We feel like we have the credible platform, of course. We have a great women's team. Nevertheless, we're trying to also include other aspects and other local ambassadors, you could say, basically, because sure, it is great if you see Alex Popp in a Wolfsburg jersey, and of course a lot of girls want to be like her, and that is great. We need these role models for kids, especially in Germany as well. But if you're a kid with my background from Guatemala in Chattanooga and you're coming from a rough background, I think maybe being like Alex Popp is a bit far-fetched, so that we're trying to be a bit more local when it comes to ambassadors.
Yeah, actually in Chattanooga, we are also working with a girl that right now is like our role model. She's a college player, and then she also offers mentoring to the girls or is with them, and again, feeling related to the people you are working with or you are having fun with. So, shall I go with Puebla?
I can quickly follow up on that, because indeed that's the learning that we had and also learned during the build-up of this project. It was already like 3 years ago. Of course, we can have great ideas in Germany, and we are in there for the right reasons. But for the young girls in Chattanooga, if this tall 2-meter guy from Europe is telling them something, might not be that relatable. So even we see how they can relate to Rebecca when she's over there, but especially now with, in this case, Janaya, our coach, you could say, on site. She's a college athlete, as Rebecca mentioned. We signed her through a name, image, likeness deal because she's still in college as a promoter and coach for the program. And she has the Afro-American background. Of course, we're trying to recreate also these relatable role models who can show them what's possible, who've been through similar things, but they can even now play on a semi-professional level and these kind of things to advance these kind of opportunities.
Yeah, and going back to that, I think it's very important that you really feel identified, is what I was chatting here before, that sometimes when you come from Latin America, seeing European football looks like really far, but it makes such a change and a big impact to have someone that you can feel related to. So, for example, in Wolfsburg, in our office, of course we have the players, but from all the people that we work there, I'm the only foreigner in 200 people. So I'm the only Mexican among a lot of white Europeans. So it really makes a huge change if you see someone that you can feel related to, that you can feel identified, and you can say, yeah, it is possible to make it here in my country, but it's also possible to make it out there or everywhere that I want. So I think that's very important to do with the Strong Her. That we tell these girls, teenagers, these girls in general, like, hey, you can do it here and wherever you want. If it's in the football scene, but also if it's studying, you can make it. But keep dreaming and keep doing it.
Yeah, and just to basically sum that up with a couple of hard facts. So we started in April 22 with the Strong Her implementation in Chattanooga. By now, we have almost 150 girls in our program already, growing like every 3 to 6 months. We get 30 more in there. We're also trying to organically serve them, because that's the most important thing. Of course, we could try to get more girls involved, but of course, we want to give them the right opportunities and be able to serve them with also the right amount of mentoring, that they get the attention that they need. So we're really trying to build that gradually. And we also have to say, and that is something that we also want to showcase, and I think it's really about leading by example when it comes to this. There's also a business case behind that. We do these kind of projects. We do that also in Wolfsburg. We do similar projects in Asia. But of course, we're also active in those markets because we want to monetize them. We want to generate revenues, of course, but with the right reasons. And we want to show that if you're doing the right things and build up projects who really have this holistic approach on how you can impact people's life, there is a business case behind that. And companies get behind that. Companies want to be involved. And we had the topic before. Corporations want to be involved in these courses when there are actual projects that you can visit, where you can meet the girls, where you can see the impact and where your money goes. So right now, this project is already profitable for us, so we are already generating more resources, more revenues that we can reinvest into the initiative to grow it again. And this is kind of what we're trying to show, what is possible, and that's also why we feel like Strong Her so far in Chattanooga is already a big success, which leads to the fact that right now we're actually already in the process of expanding the initiative.
Yeah, so well, right now also, well, not exactly right now, a couple of months ago, we started in Puebla, in Mexico as well. Of course, why Puebla, why Chattanooga? It makes sense for us to enter to markets where we already have Volkswagen, because of course the relationship we have, and therefore it's easier to get or to connect with local partners. That's why these cities. So we went in May this year to start with Puebla, Strong Her Puebla. We officially kick off in August. Nevertheless, it has been a little bit slower because also we have to think about the local conditions are not the same as in the States. So in Puebla right now, the local conditions are very different. That means, I don't know if one of you have ever been in Puebla, but it's very close to a volcano. And it's a very, very small town where the struggles are, sometimes they don't have water, sometimes they don't have food. And so we cannot just run a program like that, like, yeah, we're going to have football trainings every day, because the moms, one of the concerns of the moms were like, we don't have water. If they play, the kids will sweat. And if they sweat, how are they going to get clean? So sometimes these kind of struggles that for us sometimes in the daily life, we don't even think about it. So we have to be very careful, very conscious, and how can we help also, again, not just football, but how can we really make a meaningful impact in the society? So therefore we are looking for partners also to offer uniforms, to offer what they were saying before, also the right shoes so they can play. And also another things that we are going to help in the community is that they don't have exactly a football court. So what we are going to do is refurbish a kind of place they have to be able to put a soccer field. Of course, it won't be nothing fancy or nothing professional, but at least that we can have the better conditions or best conditions for them to start playing. Also, we are trying to look for partners for offering at least some food, like the bank food, or other brands that can offer at least water or some drinks for the trainings. So it's a whole ecosystem around Stronger that we are trying to build little by little, of course with the help of the community, the NGO and partners from Wolfsburg, Germany, and locally in Puebla. So it's little by little building this ecosystem in order to make it run properly.
Yeah. And I think in general, we're obviously aware that this is now an initiative that we initiated as we have Wolfsburg in one of our core markets, now expanding to the second one. And of course, when you look at the absolute numbers, we know that the impact is still, if you consider how much shit is going on in this world and how many things we still have to figure out also in the women's space everywhere, even in Germany, even in Wolfsburg, right in front of our door, where we're also active. But if you consider that, of course, you could say 150 girls on a program, that is nice, that is good, but where does it lead to? But we really believe that we're just one tiny puzzle piece in this overall big picture. And if we play our role and with the reputation that we have, at least in the women's space, that we can really lead by example, really try to inspire not just the girls, but other organizations, counterparts in the industry, corporations to really get behind this and everyone playing their part. And then we can change something and really, I mean, we heard it before a couple of times today already, it can change the world. We can see that. We visit the girls, we see we can impact lives. It is the most beautiful thing that you can see. That's why we think that we embarked on a mission that is worth it and where we can have a lot of impact. And that's why we're trying to continue to build.
Yeah, and therefore also it's very important to be careful where are we going to build Stronger. Because of course it can be a marketing product, but it's meaningful. So we cannot just do it everywhere. For example, in my personal opinion, or also something that we have discussed, probably doesn't make sense to do it in Germany because they don't have the same struggles that it can be in Mexico, Brazil. So that's very important for us to keep the core of Stronger, to be really sensible with the communities that we are working with. And yeah, I mean, also, yeah, being careful in the way we build it to protect the communities because they can be very sensible.
Exactly. So all in all, I mean, we hope that we at least could give like a brief idea or insights that also as one of the pro teams on the women's side, as with Wolfsburg, we're really trying to rather use this position that we brought ourselves in to, again, inspire, empower, see what we can do, and really try to have an impact with the gift in a way that we have being in this position, but also the responsibility that comes with it. And hopefully, Ed is already I was already ending already, but thanks for thanks for showing the the fingers. No, but we wanted to end anyway with obviously again like a brief Q&A section. So if anyone has any ideas, also afterwards, we're also very open to feedback and also criticism, because again, we learned that a lot during especially the build-up of the program. You don't know the local conditions. You have to be on site. And we spoke about it earlier. From Germany, it's hard to manage. We try to be as present as possible on site. We hire people there, but you always learn. You always don't consider some things that you just had not in your mind. But for a girl with an Afro-American background, maybe, this is a big issue that they're dealing with when they're 11, and we just cannot relate. So if anyone has ideas, criticism, wants to learn more, that always helps us a bunch. And we're really grateful for that kind of feedback. Any questions?
Okay. Oh, cool. Well.
There we go.
There we go. So congratulations on what you're doing. I think it's absolutely fantastic. The question is, so how do you activate those that funding? I saw you had a check there for one of the teams at $35,000. Do you push that through by empowering local girls teams? How do you structure the support?
Yeah, Ed, this is not going to stay with 5 minutes. Sorry about that. You want to go ahead, or shall I? Okay, so in the end, we have different funding opportunities that we're trying to achieve. We were just able to build this program because we designed it in a way that we were eligible to receive funding from the Volkswagen Foundation, from the Workers' Foundation, who, for certain purposes, fund local projects at the manufacturing sites, which was also one reason why we started in Chattanooga, aside from the other things that we mentioned. And with this funding, we built initial structures, salaries for our staff that we hired, equipment, pitch rent, whatsoever. And we rather go with our people on site. We're not doing that ourselves because we just don't know the area well enough, but with our colleagues on site, with the Chattanooga FC Foundation that we're working with, they go right into the schools. They know best where the girls are, the ones that we really want to target with this, who really need it. So they go to those communities, those high schools, and really promote the project there. Everyone can sign up. So everyone in those areas can sign up and they can join. It's not that we are signing specific teams or so. Most of those girls have no relation to soccer before. They don't even know that it's possible because especially in the States, we have this pay-to-play. There are just no opportunities to play. Usually, it's a bit too frank, but if you're not part of the white aspirational middle class, you basically don't have access to soccer. It's too expensive. You don't have the space and it's too expensive, no chance. So we're trying to really promote this project that, again, they even know what kind of opportunities are out there, and that's how we kind of structure the funding. And please ask again if we should get into more detail or if that covers your question a little bit.
But just to summarize, through the Volkswagen Foundation and also the foundation, the Volkswagen Puebla, for example, in this case, plus local partners. So that's how we build this ecosystem.
Yeah, trying to acquire additional sponsorships, obviously, through local corporations, trying to get involved financially, or, as Rebecca mentioned, especially in these kind of areas, sometimes even water donations, clothes can already help to get involved.
Fantastic. Yeah, we can continue the conversation afterwards, but I think it's fantastic, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wants to join in to come sit in, please come sit in. Another round of applause for Rebecca and Jan. Vielen Dank, very beautiful. A successful club doing amazing things off the pitch, obviously Champions League finalists in the women's side of things on the pitch, and remarkable, really leading the way. And we talk about leading, that's the final panel we have today, leading women's football. It's in two parts, I believe. I'll leave Mark to explain, but Mark, if you'd like to join us, welcome. Very much looking forward to wrapping up the day very strongly.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Adriano.
you.
All the guys that are over at the bar, can I encourage you to come and take places, please? Because we've got a really special guest I want to introduce you to. Come down, take your places if you would, please. And can we just actually... It's like herding geese or goats or whatever your favourite animal here. So Sean and Adriano have been looking after us today and facilitating the event. Can we show our appreciation, please? Done an amazing job. Come on in, guys. Come and take some seats. And I tell you what, most of us are not used to being in Greece without having a beer in our hand at 5 o'clock. So everybody who's sitting, on your feet, please. All stand up, all on the sofa at the back there. Everybody on your feet. I know we've got the kind of graveyard shift, but our guest is so special. Let's just have a little stretch, everybody, okay? So one arm in the air and over, those of you that can stand, obviously. And over this side as well. Okay, I like a calf stretch. We have got 2 surgeons in the house. We should be okay. So I'm going to do that one. Just give it a little stretch if you can there. And the other one as well. That's it. Let's get it out. And finally, this could test some of you. Anybody that's got a tight dress on, we could be in trouble here. I wasn't looking at you, Harris, when I said that. We're going to say, here we go. We're going out like that. Okay. And we're going out like that. Fantastic. Please, all sit down. Thank you very much. So, leadership is our theme. For the benefit of those of you that I haven't spoken to yet, I haven't just jumped off a ship heading out of Piraeus to one of the islands. I'm Mark Clement. I've been a broadcaster on BBC radio and television for a quarter of a century. Estee Lauder night and day, 4 dabs every day, in case you're wondering about my beauty tips. Leadership is our theme. We're going to invite Monique Chowdhury to join us in a little while to open up the subject as to how we take things forward. But I want to introduce you to a very special lady, because it was a sad day at the English Football Association last Friday when our special guest left after just short of 32 years with the organisation. Her CV is absolutely astonishing. She's driven the women's professional game of late in the last decade. Before that, heavily involved in developing the women's and the girls' game and the grassroots game. And here's the payoff from the chief executive of the English FA. She's made a seminal contribution to the FA, the development of the women's game in particular, and will leave an enduring legacy. She is now the former FA director of the women's professional game. We've been trying to get her here for a few years now, and now she's quit. She's finally come. Will you raise the roof for Kelly Simmons, please? I told you I was going to do that. Come and sit down. Kelly Simmons, everybody. What an astonishing legacy. I am trying to imagine what you pictured when you first walked into the English FA in December 1991 as to how life might turn out.
I think I was the only woman.
How did that feel?
Well, it's not true, actually. There were 3 regional managers for women's football. Pav wasn't there yet, the pioneer we'll talk about in a minute. But she was soon on her way. The FA didn't control women's football. It was a separate organisation, massively underfunded. But a male ally in the technical department had the vision to start to think about how do we build the women's game. So came in, I think the only other women, apart from us 3, were secretaries in the typing pool. And my first memory is playing keepy up headers with Kevin Keegan in the office and nearly smashing the computers. But yeah, culturally it was not
just
the national governing body.
The Kevin Keegan references after some comments he made last week. Look them up, folks.
No, I know. Very disappointing. So I can honestly say now that it feels in there like the national governing body of men's and women's football in England. At the time, it felt like the national governing body of men's football. Women's football wasn't thought about, considered. There was no ambition for it, no pathway, and it was probably a little bit of a sort of CSR social programme at best.
I mean, we have to move things forward because we have to keep this momentum the women's game has got. Much better gender equality within the game. We've got to keep that push foot to the boards. But sometimes we need to stop, and just take stock. I mean, it's an astonishing amount of time that you have committed to the English FA and football. I kind of meant by my first question, how did you think your life was going to... What were you going into the FA to do? I mean, you're just out of uni. Did you see it as a career that you were going to stick with? What was going through your head?
No, I was going back to university to do a master's in social policy and social work, and I was in the bar one night drinking too many lagers and got persuaded to stand. There's probably a theme on this. To stand for sports officer for the student union, take a year out to run the university's sports activities, and did that. Got my coaching badges, started to get involved in community football alongside captaining the university team, and there were very few qualified female coaches then. You could probably count them on one hand, and hence, just as I was thinking about a completely different career, the FA rang and said, please, can we have a chat? And so, no, I had no idea. I wasn't allowed to play football growing up. That's one of the things that really drives me, and I know drives other women in the English FA are determined to make sure that this generation have much better opportunities. Even as a very, very young girl, I can remember when I wasn't allowed to play and my brother was allowed to play, I could realise even at that young age I was really missing out on our national sport, the thing that we talked about every weekend, the thing that mobilised people in the communities, that you made friends, that you were healthy and fit. And I could see my brother had got this range of sporting programmes and I'd got a bit of netball at school at best. So, that was a real driver, I think. I had no idea I was going into work in it because you're not visible at all. There was nothing there.
You must feel so weird. Kelly actually answered the telephone within one ring on Wednesday. Normally you've got to book about 3 weeks, and it must feel so weird to have finally walked away.
It does. I mean, first of all, it's a massive privilege, isn't it, to work in football, and to be able to work, all of my career to date, really, in football is fantastic. I'm still going to be involved in that, so sort of more to follow on future plans, but I can't give up my sort of passion and desire, so I shall still be around and heavily involved and trying to do my bit sort of across the globe and domestically, and of course I'm on the board of Women in Football that we'll talk about shortly with Monique, so a few hats. But yeah, it does feel weird. Really miss the team. Special people in there.
At what point, as a woman, did you start to feel comfortable in an organisation like the FA?
That's a great question, because I think all the time that the FA didn't really support women's football or talked about England and England women and the FA Cup and the Women's FA Cup, if they even mentioned it at all, it felt like it was sending a subliminal message to me that my gender wasn't important to them. And so I think, probably the last two chief executives, Martin Glenn, the current one, Mark Bullingham, visionary, passionate about the women's game, set that shadow of the leader, which is so important. We talk about male allies, but they said this is a big strategic priority for the English FA. We believe in it, we invest in it, we're the governing body of men's and women's football, we expect you to all step up and deliver it. It's not the job on the side of a few people's table. The board backed them, and off we went. With a much bigger ambition for the game. And look at the returns. That it's had in terms of participation, in terms of the visibility profile and revenue of the Barclays Women's Super League, in terms of England and so. But of course, there's so much more to do. The job is no way done. I don't know how long I'm going to live, but hopefully before I die, women's football, I think globally, will be the second biggest sport in the world behind men's football. I really do. If it's not in my lifetime, it will definitely be in the next generation's lifetime. And if you think where that will take the sport to, in every single sense, from players, from administrators, from brands, from fans, from merchandise, from money, it is on a massive growth trajectory, and not to get behind it and invest is absolutely crazy for the sport, because other sports will invest, because women's sport is on a movement globally.
Because we've been doing stuff together for probably 13, 15 years, I've only ever seen you as being a senior person with the FA, and genuinely that's all I've ever seen. I guess in those moments when we've been together doing conferences for 300-400 coaches or whatever it was, were there lots of act as if moments? Was there lots of scary stuff going on in your head that you were having to kind of brave it out and stuff? You were still dealing with the whole landscape of a woman being an uncomfortable fit in male eyes within an organisation like the FA. And I'm sorry if I'm yarping on about this, but you're a real inspiration. I know you mentor people, but you're a real inspiration to a lot of people. So I think we want to hear what it felt
tough
like.
Times, the tough times. Yeah, I mean, it's been some incredible highs. Winning the Euros, probably the media rights deal for the Women's Super League, and seeing that massive shift in audiences, Barclays coming in. There's been lots of highs. There's been some tough times to navigate. So if you imagine the cultural journey internally of being one of pretty much three women working in the game all the way through to where we are now. I think probably the lowest point, a journalist asked me this yesterday, and I mentioned you in this, Pav, as well, is when the FA's media partner went bust, and we were about to launch the Women's Super League, and people won't know this, so it was supposed to launch earlier than 2011. We were making that massive strategic shift at that point from amateur to semi-professional, and we've got everything in place, and we literally had sent the brochures to the clubs, say, this is the new league, these are the new standards, we are raising the game, please submit. And then the project got pulled because the FA was in dire straits. So I remember we sat in Soho Square, Rachel couldn't speak. We were absolutely broken, because we'd put heart and soul into it, as had many others. So there'd been some, and then we did feel like, well, why is it the Women's Football Project that gets pulled? But I do understand it more now, reflecting back, because anything that hadn't started probably needed to be pulled while the ship steadied. So there's been some highs and some lows, but as I said, it's just a massive privilege to work in a sport that has such an impact. We've talked about this loads today. It has such a bigger impact than football itself.
I'm going to be really careful with my language here, but I guess what I'm hinting at is there must have been those moments that you've had to turn a blind eye to. If I say they were the small moments, I don't mean to belittle them. They absolutely weren't right. But in order to push through the big picture, I'm guessing you've had to disregard some definitely unsavoury by 2023 stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, and I talk about this a lot with people that I'm sort of supporting, coaching, mentoring. When do you pick your battles? And what battles do you pick? And how hard do you sort of push? And it's a bit of a judgment call. And I look back and I think, maybe I probably accepted some behaviours, some attitudes, some crumbs of investment. Maybe I should have pushed harder, pushed earlier. I don't know. I was trying to build relationships internally. I was trying to influence change. It's a judgment call. There's probably no right and wrong. But yeah, I probably heard some things that would make the proverbial milk curdle, and we operated on some pretty small budgets early days as we tried to build buy-in. So,
during those times, who kept you going? What was it that kept you going?
The team. So worked in some brilliant teams with some fantastic people who are very special and absolutely committed to. I've worked with some brilliant male allies, Howard Wilkinson. Rachel and I worked with him. We put we got the money together for the England Pathway, England youth teams, the centres of excellence. So some big male allies, the team. But probably overall, it comes back to that. If you absolutely drill down, it comes back to, I think, not being allowed to play as a girl, being a massive fan. So I've been acting neutral for 31 years.
Do you want to drop the first F-bomb of this conference? Is that what you nearly did there?
So being a massive football fan, brought up by my mother to support Liverpool, and all we talked about was football in our house, and yet from a very young age being sent that message that I couldn't play. I was gutted about that, and I just... And there's nothing that gives me more joy than seeing girls and women now enjoying the sport and all its benefits, and seeing boys and men seeing brilliant women, whether it's the Lionesses, whether it's the WSL or the Championship, seeing that and the message that sends. I could fight for another 30 years, honestly. It's, what a cause it is.
It's part of that. Do you know what? Let me go walk about. I hope this is not going to set these speakers squealing a bit. I want to know what she's really like, Pav. Come on in.
Hello.
What's she really like?
Well, if it wasn't for Kelly Simmons, I wouldn't have had the best career of everybody as well, because she employed me in 1998. So she obviously saw something in me. We are very similar in terms of our absolute passion and desire to make change, because, like Kelly, I wasn't allowed to play either. And I don't think men really understand what it's like to be told, you're not allowed to do that when you're 5, 6. You can't play the national sport because you're a man. If you were ever told that, you'd be like, yeah, whatever. But that's what we were told. You can't play it, you can't coach it, you can't volunteer it. So Kelly was my role model. Everything she did, everything she helps us as a team to do. I just wanted to be like her, and I wanted to learn and be the person that she was, which was the influencer, and just gave us always such great advice. And I feel absolutely blessed that I've worked with her for 25 years. What more could you want? And I messaged her this morning. I said, I can't believe I'm in Greece, where my granddad is from. Everyone knows my name's Pavlou, so it's really special for me to be here. And I'm going to be talking about winning the Euros in my own country because you employed me. So she obviously is a very good judge of character as well.
As I'm sitting next to you, I wouldn't dare disagree. Just while I'm out here, anybody want to ask any questions of Kelly? What an inspirational leader. What an incredible legacy, please. Anjali.
Hi, Kelly. I'm probably where you were 30 years ago. What's one piece of advice you'll give me so I can be as successful as you in what you have done?
A piece of advice, yeah. I think we had a really clear strategy for the growth of the game, and it was a joined up strategy. And so when we were starting out and there wasn't a lot of infrastructure in place, a lot of the system wasn't there, the pathway wasn't there, we were really focused on how do we introduce football to girls in the right way, really understanding through insight, through research, what girls want, how we can support them, and then making sure that as they came out of schools would be our introduction, that they, that there were those sort of girl-friendly clubs for them to play for, and then from there, as we started to build that base, we then started to think about, okay, what about the talented ones? Now we're widening the pool. So I think we had a really, really clear pathway. I think the opportunity that people have got now that we probably didn't have then is that, we've talked all day about the higher purpose of women's football and what it brings to society, and there are plenty of purpose-driven brands out there that would want to get behind, and we've heard examples today, want to get behind something that is helping to change society. So I just think there's more commercial money there, more brands that would want to get behind, and I think that's a big opportunity. And understanding how to sell women's sport and what it brings, I think if you can unlock that, I think there's across the world, probably millions and millions of pounds still on the table, left on the table that women's football can unlock, because it's a different conversation and a different sell. And when we brought Barclays in, we didn't have one conversation initially, who are our title partner of the Women's Super League. None of the conversations to start with were about attendances, audiences, media value. It was about aligning on this sort of higher purpose and what a powerful Women's Super League, them investing in and getting behind a powerful Women's Super League could demonstrate. From them, we wanted to be an inclusive brand, and they wanted to really demonstrate that internally with their workforce. So very different conversations. So I just think that now there are so many brands out there across the globe that would want to get behind and help drive this change that's needed. Really happy to chat. So I've already scribbled down, must chat.
Any other questions while I'm out here on the floor? Please. I'm sorry, we've not met. Would you tell us your name as well, please?
Yes, of course. Hi. Thank you very much for sharing this wonderful story. It's an amazing journey. I'm Vivian Faturu, and I'm a corporate legal counsel, but I'm here as a Lean-In network advocate, Lean-In, the international network about the empowerment and the leadership of women in the workplace. I would like to ask you this. After this amazing journey, what kind of advice would you give to your younger self?
That is a brilliant question.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now I'm going to have to up my game here, aren't I?
I kind of answered it earlier, but I do, in the sense of, that sort of when to push and when to challenge. And I do wonder whether we were brave, was I brave enough? Was I bold enough? Was I ambitious enough early on? Could I have kicked down more doors, or would they have swung back in my face and I'd have ended up swinging straight out the English FA? I don't know. But that's probably my reflection, really, is that somebody said the other day, women's sport is moving from being grateful for a few crumbs to demanding kind of half, and we're on this journey. And there's probably times when, you probably get, in relative terms, a few crumbs and be extremely grateful. So I do wonder, whether maybe we could have pushed and been a bit bolder earlier, but it felt like a chipping away strategy was the right thing culturally.
Okay, well, let's tie this in. Sorry, was it Stephanie from OL Reign who we heard earlier? We had so many brilliant speakers. Stephanie, wasn't it? I'm sorry. So many brilliant speakers today. I'm trying to digest all the names. She talked about payback, the ban in France of 40 years, in England of 50 years. How hard do we kick that can now?
Do you know, we were just chatting about this over there in the break about, we were joking about, reparation money.
Is it foot to the boards now?
I think it is. I think it is. So, we talked about some of the countries where women's football's been banned, and I think, we were banned at a time, so if we take England, we were banned at a time when men's football, got its stadiums, rooted itself in the heart of communities, built its fan bases, started to grow its revenue. We were still banned. And then when we were allowed to come back, we had nothing, no assets, not allowed in schools, massive cultural battles. Took years and years and years to get anywhere near some sort of, opportunities. So I do think men's football owes, and I one of the ones who's been advocating that I think that women's football should be included in solidarity payments, which is the flow of money that comes from professional men's game and comes down the men's pyramid. I've been a strong advocate of that, but I think men's football does owe women, and I also think football, the industry, as I come back to earlier, even if you don't think that they owe, men's football owes, I still think you'd be absolutely crazy as a business to not invest in and grow what is going to be, a huge area of growth for the industry.
Just before I reintroduce Monique, what's the one that got away? What's the one thing you'll sit there and think, balls, I wish we'd got that one in the bag?
World Cup?
Yeah, it was a leading question.
Congratulations to Spain, and what change it's driving, and what the dialogue that it's opened up. I said to a colleague of mine during the World Cup, the one thing that scares me about the global growth of the women and girls game is absolutely making sure, and everybody's got a responsibility for this, right from the global organisations down, is to make sure that the right safeguards and welfare are in place for women. And I think that will only come when women have a fair and equal voice at the top, and we are miles from that, and I'm sure Monique will talk about that in a minute. So congratulations to Spain, but one dad before I pop the clogs, I'd love to see us win the World Cup.
Enough of the death references, all right? We're trying to have a nice day here. There is one other thing, actually, just the handover of this incredible legacy, because obviously Baroness Sue Campbell is going as well. Sue is the FA director of the women's game. You're both going at the same time. I mean, what have you done about a handover to make sure that this kind of ends up in the right place and doesn't go belly up?
I mean, there's some really, really super talented people in the FA. So, England is in incredible safe hands with Kay Cossington, who's technical director for women's football, who brought in Serena Wiegman, who's orchestrated, the success of England right through the system. So that will continue, and the great team that she's got. There's some brilliant people in our grassroots team that are driving both equal access in schools, which the government have committed to, and driving the growth of the women and girls game. Of course, the leagues will go out the door. We're setting up a separate company for the Women's Super League and the Championship, and about to announce a chief executive of that, and that will be club-owned. Well, the plan is it will be club-owned by 2024, so things will be.
So why not stay and see that through? Sorry, but why didn't you stay and see that across the line?
Well, it was nearly across the line. It's supposed to be across the line, wasn't it? It's pretty much across the line.
Is the stuff you're not telling us?
No, not at all.
No.
I thought that was the right. Yeah, no, I thought that was the right. No. If you Google, you'll see. Of course, there's a very, very, very strong, super talented candidate in the frame. But I mean, we've sort of, I led on the executive side a review of the ownership. We made a recommendation to our board. We didn't think it should sit at the FA. We felt there's natural conflicts of interest. We didn't think it should be rolled into the Premier League because we felt that it needed a laser focus and an independent voice. That doesn't mean that it can't have a really strong strategic partnership with the Premier League, and I think it would really benefit from that. That's my sort of personal view. And so we recommended a club-owned new company that's specifically focused on that. That is, well down the road now, so good time to step away.
Stop looking at my iPad to see what's coming next, because I was only going to say that you were. Women in football, you have been signed up for women in football. If anybody doesn't know about women in football, it's an 8,000 strong plus community that aims to improve women's representation across all levels of the game. We met Monique a little bit earlier as part of Karen's brilliant panel. I should tell you as well, she has more than 25 years of experience in the field of strategy, leadership, cultural engagement, performance management, solutions and skills. So I'm going to invite Monique Chowdhury to come and join us again, if that's all right, please. There we go. Let's put the chair in. Do you have a microphone? Have we got a microphone there for Monique, please? Thank you very much, because I suspect this is... Where would you like to sit? No, I want you to choose. Decisive leadership. Let's do it. I'm going to go into the audience and ask lots of questions and things. So I guess I wonder, having worked across a whole raft of industries, how gender equality in football compares to everything else you've worked in.
So, do you want the right answer? I think that football is still behind quite a long way. I work with corporations. So in my day job, I run a consultancy called Versify, and I would say if you cut me in half, you'd see leadership, people, performance, culture, inclusion. They're my DNA things. And because I've worked in many industries, everything from pharma to medicine to education to banking to logistics, supply chain, etc., there are greater gender drives in organisations. So, for instance, most global organisations I would work with, or domestic organisations, would have what we'd call an employee resource group or affinity group, which would be specifically targeted at driving gender equity or raising the profile of women in an organisation. And they use women's voices to increase optics within the organisation. When I say increase optics, without using inappropriate vocabulary, they may help the business decision about how they can incorporate women's views and voice into their strategy and their decision making. And if you would compare that currently to football, I'm not sure that people do include women's voice quite as much as they could do. And the reason I say that is there's very little representation of women at club level. There is more women representation at women's clubs, of course, women's football, but in men's football, we are still in a dire position. I think the last time we looked at the stats, only 3% of directors at Premier League clubs were women in non-exec positions. And why I'm focusing on non-exec positions is, as a non-exec director, your task is to call the business of football to account. And people, I think, don't always understand there is a difference. When people come into the business of football, well, come into football, they look at what they call the sexy side. Players, physiotherapy, coaching, player welfare, I could go on, etc., etc. But the business of football is like a business. It's keeping a business sustainable, and it's keeping it profitable, and it's making sure that it has a successful future and a successful legacy. So all the skills that you would use in normal corporates, you would transfer over to football. So therefore, if the population is 50% female and the population is 50% male, or change now, we're going to say non-binary is included in there as well as a really important primary focus, why doesn't that equation or stat exist within football? And it doesn't exist, particularly in the men's game, because I don't think there's been yet an imperative to actually change that. And because, as I alluded to this morning when we had that fantastic ACL conversation with the panel guests, it's still men, as Sophie Savage said, that are controlling. And I'm not saying that's true, because there are fantastic advocates out there, Jeff being one of them. Jeff is someone I've known for a number of years and I respect highly, and he knows I would tell him that all the time. People like yourself, people like Marius, and many people I've met around the room. But they're in the minority. Now, I sat on the board of Brentford for 6 years. Prior to that, 3 years as a consultant for them, external. And I would say they were a reasonably enlightened board in that they what they wanted was women for their skills, not women for the sake of being women. So I felt privileged to be on that board. You know, I love the bones of them as a club. I support them, I still go and see them. But they still have work to do. Because I often felt that when I wanted to put something to them, I had to work twice as hard with my business case as perhaps one of my colleagues. And I don't understand that, because I know that in corporates, I never had to do that. So is it because there's still a view that maybe women don't understand football like men do? I don't know. Is that a bias that still exists? Is it that if you give advice and you're not part of the inner sanctum, people might think you're trying to make them bleed in some way or show up any sort of gaps or insecurities? I'm actually still not sure. The jury's out with me. All I know is my first 2 years were quite tough as a board director. My last 4 years were a lot better, because I think part of my job was to bring people on side. I was saying to this lovely lady here I met who works with Sheryl Sandberg's organisation, that people like people who are like themselves. Fundamental tenet of rapport. We get along with people like themselves. So what I did was I felt like I adjusted to make myself more palatable, more respected, more interesting, more engaging. And should I have to do that in this day and age?
Don't we all do that? Don't we all adjust our tone depending on who we're dealing with? We would deal with a small child different to who we deal with a senior executive. We would deal with somebody who's maybe come from one academic background to dealing with a senior academic at a major red brick unit. So don't we all adjust our tone?
I think we do all adjust our tone, and I think that's an excellent point. We do, and we may do that consciously, we may do that unconsciously. But I think when you're working in more predominantly in a male environment, my experience only, so it may not be true for others, when you're working in more of a predominant male environment, you have to work twice as hard to get half as accepted. And it becomes quite difficult, because it means that your effectiveness is somehow diluted by the driving of your agenda. You know that you've got things to say that are important, you know that you've got things to say that are relevant, that could really help a strategy of an organisation. You know that you've got skills, and those skills are accepted in other places. But if they're not accepted in football because of the ecosystem, it starts to erode. It's like acid rain, and it chips away at you. And I think there were times I did suffer from just a small lack of confidence or self-esteem. But I think I pulled myself back up quickly, because I had enough self-value to know that I had been successful for 25 to 28 years in other sectors. I had to go with that and feel confident of that achievement, and just keep telling myself, could look in the mirror and tell myself, you are enough, you are important, you're taking up space because you deserve to be here. And that's quite something to have to give yourself that. But actually, it should be that the males within that organisation have that advocacy for you. So I think one of the key things about leadership is, if you're an advocate and you're an ally, you don't just tell people to their face that they've done a good job. What you do is you say to them, you've done a good job, but then you go and tell everybody that you know that that person's done a good job. You go, look at Kelly. Hasn't she been extraordinary? Because she did A, B, and C. And I think if you're considering a decision, she should be the one you consider talking to in order to move this agenda forward. And that's what I call good advocacy. And also it's about giving people the opportunity to get a leg up, have voice, when perhaps they wouldn't do that for themselves. So that bit wouldn't necessarily be for me, but it might be for somebody else that's a bit more introvert, a bit more reflective, maybe doesn't make their voice as known as much.
What was that 3% stat it was that you just said?
3% of women non-exec directors on the Premier League board.
The following conversation with Jeff Mostyn is strictly off the record, because I want him to feel free to answer this. Sorry, Ross, can I squeeze in there, please? Jeff, I mean, so you've been in, as Bournemouth chairman, you have been in and around Premier League boardrooms, yes, in and around opposition exec teams. Sorry to turn my back on you, Ross. In also on lots and lots of FA committees. Why are those figures so bloody low?
Oh my God. This is a grenade question.
It's not a grenade, and Nobody is quoting this answer, please, anywhere. So I want Jeff to feel free to answer it, please.
Well, listen, I think Kelly and previous speakers has alluded to it. You know, the Premier League is a male-dominated organisation, you know, from top to bottom. You've got the board, the various boards of the Premier League clubs. You've got the Premier League executive itself. And, of course, until recent changes, the FA, you know, was dominated, you know, by male executives, board members, non-executive board members. So who's actually making the choices? The men are making the choices, and inevitably they feel strength in numbers. This is just my humble opinion. So very few women have ever had an opportunity to progress through the boards. And I think, you know, you've just literally, you know, thrown this at me. So I'm thinking, as I like to do, sitting down at the moment, usually faster on my feet. I am stood up. Yeah, yeah. Most of the owners, of course, are men. And I think that, again, they're surrounded by like for like. So women have never had that opportunity in the past. Whether or not there'll be more women investing as part of consortiums in the future, the face of the Premier League is changing dramatically. Half the football clubs in the Premier League are now owned by American individuals or American consortia. You know, whether they have provide different opportunities. What I'm proud of at AFC Bournemouth during my tenure, as I say, I can't speak for how Bill sees the future at AFC Bournemouth, but we had women in very, very senior positions. And, you know, we were always there to support them. You know, with our equality standard, so the Premier League Equality Advanced Standard, Garth Crooks was the chair of the, I call it, examining committee. And he said to me when we qualified that we were one of only 2 clubs that had ever been awarded the Advanced Equality Standard at the first attempt. Now, most of our peers in the Premier League have departments literally set up for EDI. And what was also significant, he said, in all the years that this standard has been awarded, you are the only chairman that's ever appeared in front of me. So that says, I think, or speaks volumes for how involved the board are in terms of pushing equality at its barest minimum through the various hoops and wheels of motion. When I go into the various boardrooms, we've already alluded to this again today, there are very, very few women in there apart from guests. And I'm sure that in the future this is going to change. That would be my wish. The unfortunate thing is, having stepped back from the football club now, I don't feel that I'm not empowered to make change, because I like to think that I've still got a voice. You've all heard it today. The fact that I'm not an executive of AFC Bournemouth anymore will not stop me trying to make a difference whenever I am a guest in various boardrooms. And I know that of the 92 clubs in the top 4 divisions of the United Kingdom, I could pick up the telephone and be welcomed at each and every club for the difference that we've made. So we can only keep on trying. It's not a satisfactory, but I think it's a higher pay grade than me that will actually make the difference. And I think it's going to start off once we, I think, get an independent regulator. I'm not, again, putting my head above the parapet and saying that I believe that that's the right way to go. I think it's only the clubs themselves that can actually make a difference. And the owners of the clubs have to set a standard on what they see as an equality in the boardroom and at executive level.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating one, and I think there's either sort of evolution and, you know, everyone's children's children will still be waiting for clubs to have a proper gender representation, or you know, what happened in sport in England was that the government said, right, enough is enough, all the governing bodies are practically 95% male, and if you want any money, in the future, then we expect at least 30% females. And guess what? All these incredible women came out and helped drive sport forward in our country and changed the makeup of the boards of sports governing bodies. And I feel that it needs leadership, and I'd like to see leadership from football to drive change, because women's football will be the second biggest sport in the world behind men's football, and women and girls deserve a safe and flourishing environment whilst that happens. And the best way to do that, and the best, you'll articulate this way better than I can. There's a great business case for it as well, but there's also kind of a moral imperative that women should be represented at that top table, having been shut out for so long. So I would love to see some leadership from football to drive that change. I don't know if the independent regulator and the new code of governance in our country coming in will drive that or not. I fear not, but I'd love to see football leadership get together and say, we've done all these incredible things in women's football, but there's this massive elephant in the room, which is the lack of women in leadership. How are we going to get together at the top level, those senior people, and make this happen?
Unfortunately, with the code that's just come out, the draft code from the independent regulator, does not include EDI. And they have decided that it's down to the individual clubs to make that change. I think had they have put in a motion to have it more regulated, we could have said maybe we do something like the Alexander Hampton Review. I don't know if anyone knows that. That was something that was set up in 2015 in FTSE, the Financial Times index, which is to talk about how many women need to get on board in terms of percentage. So they had this great target of 33% by 2015, and they overachieved it, right? Then I think it was the FTSE 100. Then they took it out to the FTSE 250. And then for 2025, they've taken it out to the FTSE 350. And they wanted 35% of people on boards to be women, and they have already achieved it. And that's in corporates. So this is extraordinary that they've actually done this. And I think it wouldn't be such a bad thing for there to be some sort of quota. And I don't mean a box-ticking exercise, because I don't think that works, and I'm sure some of you don't. Diversity for diversity's sake never works. It always rebounds. Many studies have said that. I did a study on it myself. But I think if you can put some sort of quota in as a measurement of your intention, and then measure your intention. So it's not about necessarily getting to the 30% or the 35% or the 40%, whatever it is, but it's about showing the progress that you've actually made. And we have a football diversity leadership code in the UK, which is set by the FA. It was about having more black and ethnic minorities in coaching positions, leadership positions, and women. And we failed abysmally in the UK. There wasn't one club that hit all of the targets, despite all of our codes for equality, diversity, inclusion, despite help, despite support, because it's down to individual imperative of each organisation, each federation, each club to really intentionally want to change the deck so that it's better represented by all diversity. And it's a decision, it's an intentional decision that you make, and if you are intentional about it, Providence will move and you'll do all the right things, which might be a focus on inclusive hiring, which might be a focus on pathways for underrepresented people in your organisation. You've heard this phrase, see it to be it, a number of times. But it's actually showing that when people come into the organisation, there are no barriers for them to get to the top of the organisation. And if you haven't got at least 50% of women on your exco, in a sporting body, then you certainly aren't doing the job. I know competency is important, but surely there are really competent people who are women and from underrepresented communities that can sit within these excos in these organisations. So I'm saying it's intentional change that you have to make, and slowly, as you drive that, that will have an impact and things will move differently. So that's how I feel. It's intentional. You've got to think every single day, is inclusion the lens which I look through to make this organisation better? And if you can use that lens, I think you make great progress.
Well, I can, there are great examples of leadership and change at the FA. We have Sue Huff, and the women's game, and Debbie now.
Just do surnames as well, Jeff. Just so we
sorry.
in context.
Yeah. So Debbie Hewitt, who is the chair of the FA. Around the boardroom table at the Premier League shareholders meeting, you have some powerful voices. Karen Brady, to name but one, and then Denise at Everton. I know Denise has now stepped back from Everton, but Rebecca Capelthorne at Tottenham Hotspur. She will be not only a spokesman for Daniel. She will actually lead a debate, as Karen will. So these are great examples of women in leadership positions and on the boards of Premier League football clubs. And I think that there should be an aspiration for others to be able to challenge their own boards and put their head above the parapet to earn a position. And Kelly, you alluded to it as well. Your career, you were one of only 3 women, but you had an ambition. You weren't allowed to play football. That was the catalyst for you to reach the very, very top of the game, and all credit to you. Others need to follow. There's no point in being silent. If you're silent by the very definition, you're not going to be heard.
So the one thing I would say to answer that, Jeff, you've mentioned 3 amazing people, right? I'm going to probably take Rebecca Capelthorne out of the equation because I think she is absolutely amazing.
I just want to be careful we don't make this too England.
No,
we need to set in context for everybody else, but it's not for the English
thing that
market.
I'm going to talk about is the parallel about women supporting other women. Because what you've done is you've mentioned some really great people who actually do not support necessarily other women on a practical level. Karen Brady doesn't support any women in football. She does in corporate world, but she doesn't do that. I spoke to Denise about this. I said to her, Denise, come on, surely there are women that need to look at your example. You've been amazing. There are people doing that now. Amanda at Newcastle is brilliant around that. She wants to support other women. She's been a brilliant advocate for women's football, for sure. And I think what happens is because women have had to fight quite hard, present company excluded if you feel that's not the case, because women have to fight so hard, when they get to a senior level, the space is rarefied. It's hard to find your space, and so people have a fear of opening up that space to other women. So they're very good at supporting women lower down the chain who aren't competitive with them, same level or a level below, but they're not great at supporting women who are on the same level or that one level below. And so what happens is people who have made it, for me, I have a responsibility, I think, because I have been successful and got a great privileged position, to go out there and literally get other women and go, come on, how can we help you get to that position? And Preeti Shetty, who's now on the board at Brentford, I went to her, I phoned her and said, you could be a great board member. Please apply through the open process for this job. And if you're good, you'll rise to the top because you've got great skills. And she's an Indian woman, South Asian Indian woman who got the job. And she did get it. She got the job because she was brilliant at data insights, brilliant at strategy around digital thinking and technology. She had skills that could help the club. So what I'm saying is she wouldn't have applied for that if I hadn't gone and said, please apply. You are brilliant. Please apply. So I think we will do better as women when we help other women who are in our space, not feel frightened of them. If you do well, I feel great. And if you do better than me, I feel even greater, because actually I'm not going to be here forever. I want somebody else to take that legacy on and move it forward. So I think women do have a responsibility to support other women and really be open about that and talk about that. So I think, for me, I think any football will change when we open the doors to more women and not see them as a threat, but see them as somebody that can side by side occupy our space without fear, without worry.
Thanks, Monique. And can we thank Jeff Mostyn for answering a question sitting down? He usually likes to stand up to do it. But can we thank Jeff, please? Oh, he did brilliant there. As we start to wrap things up, I want to just inspire us all about our own personal leadership styles, responsibilities, and the difference we can make. And it would be remiss of me not to talk to somebody that has won the World Cup and gone an entire season with Arsenal and beaten. Do you want to pick a leader you work for, Gilberto, and how they shaped that success?
Well, I think one of the important aspects, especially on Invincible, we transform, a very frustrated season, the season before, 02-03, when we were up front with so many points ahead of Manchester United, and suddenly things came from our hands. We lost the season. But then in the season after this one, the next year, Arsene came out with some maybe crazy idea. I don't know if it's crazy because he knew the people he was working with, the players, and the ability of everybody. He said that we could go unbeaten in the season. We thought, I don't know, he may have a bad dream. Maybe it's crazy. I don't know what's going on. But we never thought about that. I think one of the aspects we had is the winning mentality. We want to win the games. We want to win trophies. The winning mentality was there all the time. We helped each other, and every time when somebody has a problem, we were there to support them. We create a good team. We, part of the history in football. But apart from the good players, we were good people. We still good people. And one of the greatest things nowadays, looking back 20 years ago from what we did, that we now have our WhatsApp group and still talk about it in the same passion. Some of us maybe cannot run as we used to because of, we are doing some other things. But the love for the game, I think we love the game. We breathe the game. We have the game in our skin, in our soul, in the way we speak. If you see in our eyes when we talk about it, it's part of our life. We didn't become part of football, but football became part of us. And still, and it's going to last forever.
And Sophie, do you mind, you have a very inspirational head coach at OL Reign who, I don't know if all of you have heard of Laura Harvey. She won 3 titles in England. She came to Seattle Reign, won a couple of titles, went away. You brought her back. We've got other coaches, Emma Hayes with Chelsea, Serena Wiegmann nearly did the ultimate and won the double. Can you just tell us what it's like to have an inspirational female coach like that leading the charge?
Well, yeah, Laura is great in all dimensions. She is a very demanding coach. We have good conversation. I'm not really in the sporting parts, but I happen to have some conversation with her, and, well, she say things. She's bold. She's exactly in the culture. She built the culture of the club together with our 3 original players, and I think she's bringing her huge knowledge of football to the world of soccer, and that's meaningful,
Well, I raised it because it takes some doing to go away from a club to come back and win the title or win the shield.
We were in a difficult situation, and when she came back, first everybody was very happy. The players felt immediately more confidence, and what they achieved last year with the shield was, plus it was like a last-minute shield, last day, and it was brilliant. So, well, hopefully we have some chance to do better this year, because it's not going to be the shield, but still a chance for the championship.
Thanks for sharing. Sophie, everybody. David, please, what's your question point?
Thanks. Thank you. So it's now slightly dated because Mark likes to go through the whole room first and then comes to me last. But I wanted to go back to a point that was just made on stage, and apologies, I missed part of the initial conversation, so it may have been done already. But the point you raised about internal policies and what does that actually mean, and actually I wanted to share a couple of things. So 2 in particular. The first is when quotas and policies are talked about and where women sit within those boardrooms and within these rooms intentionally. on the one hand, you can say that the law requires you to have a woman in the room. I think the conversations that I've been part of with various IFs outside of the world of football has been, but they don't believe that this board is doing it for the right reasons until there's an internal policy that is actually being implemented in the right way. And so and this is something that goes across jurisdictions as well. So the internal policies tend not to just limit you to the UK said so, and therefore we are doing it in the UK, but if you're talking at an IF level, this tends to go much further and beyond. The second point, just very quickly, which was, when you start, we've used the word invest plenty of times. I mean, it's top of the list on the banner there. When we start looking at investment and boardrooms and opportunities, what we've seen across various PE houses, across many committees that are making decisions on financial investment is the women are actually much more capable and able to come into the room and speak much more passionately and honestly about what's happened, as opposed to a lot of men who have done this historically and in the past. And so it's about trying to bring together, here's our policy and here's how it works, but actually don't let us tell you about it. This is the people who've actually lived through it and they've worked their way through it. And one thing we did try and do to break the whole male domination system with some of these organizations is, obviously as a lawyer I get the right to draft in weird clauses and then discuss whether they should or should not be there. But one that has succeeded for a number has been, you will have 2 representatives coming forward from your organization if you're going to take a board seat. And one of them can be male, but the other one definitely cannot. And we don't specify women. But what we often find is at least one organization will put forward the female first, and many will say 2 females. And you are starting to see that behavioral change just because somebody has put somewhere in a document that this is how we are going to move forward. And you aren't seeing people put forward dummy individuals, whether male or female or any other gender. They're putting through some of the most competent people because they do believe that if there's 2 people involved, sometimes that allows you to split the expertise, it allows you to split the experience levels, it allows you to split the substance of what you're talking about. And it's almost a way of trying to say, maybe these policies can be utilized more effectively to steer where the quotas are trying to get at, but actually without them, you're probably leaving a lot to the imagination as to whether or not this is a genuine conversation and whether these individuals who are sitting there genuinely want the best interest for women, or whether they're sitting there just because they've been asked to fill a role.
Thank you very much. We must wrap things up. We need to talk about Women in Football's Open Doors agenda. I was horrified that you had to put as part of the statement that one of its tenets is, and I want to quote this so I'm absolutely accurately here, it's a 6-point framework that calls on organisations to have 6 actions to achieve change within their internal structures and make women feel safe at work. I mean, that's horrifying as the father of a 30-year-old daughter who goes to work every day, etc., etc. How many women in this room have had an instance when they haven't felt safe in the last year? Holy shit, that's bloody appalling, isn't it? Do you want to tell us more?
Yeah, and a lot of this came.
Do you want to? Yeah.
A lot of this came out of our Open Doors agenda. I think we can put this up. Can we put this up? Yes.
Well, let's keep talking and we'll see if the guys can meet what you're saying.
So our Open Doors agenda came out of a sort of subtlety of words of Infantino when he said, the doors are open. All we need you to do, women, is push the doors open, to which was met with just a little bit of disdain across the world stage. And again, we're going, no, you push the doors open for us. Why do we have to go and push the doors open, to you? Why do we have to wait for the invite to be part of the equation? So we called it the Open Doors agenda because what we wanted to say was if we did these 6 things and these 6 things alone, we would get more traction in organisations, people would feel better about themselves as women, and they would have more power within organisations. But the thing about the safety came as a result of what happened with Jenny Hermoso. Because what that did was that brought to consciousness and to open communication what happened to her, and it's about her not having the power and actually giving permission in that particular situation to be kissed. So she was in her place of work when this happened. Yes, there was a euphoria. Yes, the women had won the World Cup, and I'm so sad for Spain that they didn't get the real glory on the world stage for that, because they worked hard to get that. They were, to some intents and purposes, the underdog, and they came forward and they won and they played really well, and that should have been the thing that was driving it. But it is about women feeling that if they want to raise a problem within their place of work, that they feel safe to report it, that it would be heard, it would be taken seriously, it would go through the right channels, and if they had to activate any pathway for discrimination, bullying, harassment, sexism, misogyny, anything else that might come under that banner, that they would feel like it would be taken seriously. And it is a requisite that we do have pathways created in all organisations for women to feel safe, and that calling it out is not going to put them at a disadvantage either to their career or to their relationships, to any form of advancement or being heard. And so that's why we put that in as one of our open doors ideas.
We haven't managed to put the graphic up. Is there somewhere that people can go for guidance on this, for this framework as to what they should do if they find themselves in one of these appalling situations that too many people in this room put their hands up to?
Yes, you can go onto the Women in Football website, so that's www.womeninfootball.co.uk. It is free to join, by the way, and we have many, many male members now as part of Women in Football. As we do women, I think at the present count, I think 17% of our members were men, which is great. They're all allies and advocates of what you do. But you will find it within the website, which has got a glorious repository of information and material for people to sort of access as well about all things to do with women in the football workplace and beyond.
It's been a fantastic day. Please can we, I mean, all the speakers have been so inspiring, just sitting there, soaking up everything that's been said. But can we please thank Monique Chowdhury for her contributions across the day? And I want to finish on an enormous high, and the great news is that Kelly Simmons has already had 3 leaving parties, and the good news is we're going to turn the gala dinner tonight into a 4th. Kelly Simmons, everybody. Thanks, guys.